Motivated_just resubscribed for 6 months. 6 months poggers love you RPR and my boys kiss a weeb.
Shut the fuck up!
Com4vo just resubscribed for 13 months. Hey yo 13 month I love you homie you
Shut the fuck up!
Maxa creator just resubscribed for 2 months.
I told you that story to tell you this one.
Love sick like a dog, canine sensitivity. Developing this new theory of relativity. Connecting a soul's resting in captivity. Positive life sacrifice what it is.
Shut the fuck up!
Dippy 1321 just resubscribed for 13 months. 13 months of not wearing pants and my red rocket hanging out.
Breathe life in the dead space below where your clouds of doubt. New territory we determine to be. Everything a safe haven is supposed to be.
Shut the fuck up!
Naysuk isn't just resubscribed for 4 months. Him staying WU forever RPRX now give me a kiss pockets.
Most definitely, cause a beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I mean that from my heart, cause you make me feel good as a person.
Cause a beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I am the best, I rip it up with finesse.
Good gracious, every process has a genesis, it ends with the revelation. God bless this opportunity for me to find a voice for some words that have waited for way too long. No wages, small tips on the avenue, never wasted, all hits for a revenue. Haven't you heard the news lately? Seems we've been living for some times in a purgatory. But yo, I thought I knew what a love song sounds like, but I felt a warmer tune in the sunlight. I can still hear it in my room past midnight. Gotta move, take us all.
Thank you guys for all the resubs.
Sometimes I do forget, oh how much we could easily leave if we learn to let go. The reins that we hold, return to our soul and the spirit that flows. So you see upon everyday face, there's a million change to express definition of grace.
Shut the fuck up!
Show 855
Joe, thank you for
just
7
resubscribed
months.
for
Thank you,
7
appreciate you.
months.
I'm just patching the game right now. I sound sick because I am sick. haven't checked this. I haven't opened the game in 4 days, guys. No cap. Or 5 days. How long I was gonna, I don't know. But we have to stream because we have a tournament. We have 6 tournaments from Wednesday onwards, so we have no choice but to stream. What's my teammate's name? Not that. Makes me feel Hello now. No, Rippy. Yeah, we're playing with the team. I haven't played the game in a while, guys. I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
Shut the fuck up.
Yokan just resubscribed for 4 months.
Thank you for 4 months, Yochan. Well, at least, you know, my fever's gone. So, that's good. It's just that I'm like, I just sound like shit, you know, and I'm coughing. I'm coughing a lot, and shit like that. Obviously, I'm not gonna stream with a cam because because I look like shit.
Shut the fuck up.
Namaweru just resubscribed for 6
Edo,
months.
thank you for 6 months.
Get well
Welcome
soon,
back.
RPR love.
But my yeah, my throat doesn't hurt anymore, and
Can
my
I put
fever's
my
gone.
balls in your jaw? Ball in your jaw. Can I? Can I? Can I? Can I?
I did not miss you, motherfucker.
Shut the fuck up.
Title Lily just resubscribed for 5 months. Get
Thank you
well,
for months.
brother.
Welcome back, 5 months, Tally.
Shut the fuck up.
Homodog
thank you for 9 months.
6161 just resubscribed for 9 months.
Sub exams. Hi, Roichi. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just I just got sick randomly, and yeah, it had me in the bed for like 4 days. The fever was terrible. I had a really high fever. But I finally sweat out the fever, so we're good. I'm just all fucking clogged up right now. Meatman, so starting this Wednesday, the EMEA LGS starts, and it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. All day, 6 days in a row, 6 games per day,
Shut the fuck
same
up.
time every day.
Sweetie Barker just
Sushi, thank you for 5
5
months. Welcome back. Why? Because they still want to make the fucking schedule for LAN, which is probably not even gonna happen, so I don't know. They're just torturing us. I've never played 6 fucking pro matches in pro days in a row, so this will be something. Not even in Poland. In Poland we played 3 days in a row. Not 6. 6 is a little bit ridiculous. Anyway, it's gonna be rough, chat. And I have to get well until Wednesday, because if I'm unable to talk properly when the tournament comes, we're
Hey, our
fucked.
boy just resubscribed for 4 months. Pock.
Thank you, Cowboy, for 4 months. Welcome back, man. I'm excited for recycling, yeah. Excited to watch Toa, Suicide, and Aqua destroy everyone. Hey, Narco.
What's up?
Yeah. Yeah. What's your name?
It's Mandy.
Oh.
I'm already in Dolphins 1. I gotta turn it down a little bit.
I'm still a
What the
little
fuck is
fucked.
your name?
Free Shavakadu.
Let's go.
I'm still fucked up, so I'm just trying to play to keep warm, because I can't
Yeah.
take days off anymore.
Yeah.
I'm crying. I hope your mom's good. Hey, Zuka. Yeah, sorry, chat. I sound fucked up as fuck today, but I can't do anything about it. I'm gonna be coughing a lot as
Hey,
well.
nice.
So, sorry for that. And try to not cough in the mic. Aba Kararin. Anyway, what I miss in these 4 days, guys. I missed a lot. What I missed. Let it go now. Let it go now. I got my first frontal shot fully colored today. No, I watched the concert. Watched the concert from my bed. How was the concert? I liked it. I really liked the Toa's Born to Be Real and the Suicide combo with Ghost. And Muna's High Tide. My triple PC setup. It's going great, dude. I got them all wired up. I saw the trash this 24-hour charity. Well, I didn't see the whole thing. I just watched bits and pieces, and it's crazy how much money they got in for charity. Saki. Ciao. Money Yannick. Tack you Dippy. Nicole Reese is Celine Dion of all life. Yeah. I've been sick, actually. That's why I wasn't streaming. Vacations.
2 hot dudes on the line in the shower. What? Hey. What's up, guys?
Yeah.
What's up?
How you doing?
Bread cap
Chilling,
is like
chilling.
80k.
What were you guys?
Wait, what's bread cap right now? Like 30k or some shit?
29k.
Almost.
And what's how much time left?
days. I think.
2 days?
Yeah, 12 days. 12 days.
12 days and it's 30k already. That's sick.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not definitely organic. Goddamn.
The lobby quality is just poof.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been going for like pretty much a week, so I don't know what happened that week.
Sounds sick, dude.
I am sick. I've been sick, but we got tournament on Wednesday, so I can't be sick.
True.
How many days are we playing?
6 days in a row.
It's just 6 days in a row, right?
Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, every single
Alright,
day.
so we are playing all 6.
Yeah.
Alright.
It's actually crazy. It's every single day.
I don't know. I've never played tournament 6 days in a row, so it's gonna be a new experience, definitely.
Marathon.
Someone's gonna lose their fucking mind, man. Probably me.
Is it Corona that you caught, or?
No. Some stupid flu shit.
Stupid motherfucking bullshit.
Yeah, all groups play every single day, so no matter what, we're playing every day. I just looked at the schedule. It's from 6 p.m. until 10 p.m. every day, I believe. So that's nice. Yeah, I don't know. People are gonna lose their mind after a few days. Like, after a few days, people are gonna stop caring and like just start fucking playing like idiots. That's what I predict. Dude, I gotta stop coughing, dude. Probably August Roichi. What's up, Fane? Yeah, I saw it, Capo. Did you get COVID? No. I got something else. Alright, I haven't played a game in like 5 days, so give me a break.
Yeah, I'm going here. 2 guys on me.
2 big guys.
What's in my ass?
God.
$45, purple.
Damn, you sound different.
Yeah, sound like grown up now.
70 and 1.
Sound like your mic's up your ass.
Oh, nice.
I have 2 on me.
Are you dying?
Chilling, kinda.
I'm going down balcony.
I hit the octane for 140. I think they're coming up here on you.
There's a blue armor here, though.
Okay. Cool. Thanks.
T.
They're on my dick here in front of me.
Yeah, I'm coming to your deck.
Wait.
Fucking fuck one. Fuck two. They're so low.
Marking the bubble, I'm marking the bubble. Right side, right side. UB80. Oh no, no. Whatever, that doesn't be. No!
Wait, he was in the Verbite? What the fuck? Like behind it.
His box fell off the map, bro.
Unlucky.
A gold box, he probably got the gold knock and shit, man.
Doesn't the box just spawn up top? No, he died, never mind.
No, he died, then it fell. Yeah, it's fucking gone. I've never seen that again.
Unlucky.
I called Octane a Gibby. I need to warm up, man. Yeah. I was looking at Banda and calling Octane a Gibby.
It's been a while. Play Elden Ring? Okay.
Not yet, not yet. I'm gonna eventually, but I haven't yet.
Did you get done with it or what?
Me?
Me?
Oh yeah. Did you finish it? Dolphin.
I was at the Elden Beast. I haven't defeated him yet. I haven't played
Alright.
in like
Oh my god, you got far.
amount of year.
Did you finish, man?
Oh yeah.
And?
Yeah, I've been finished for a while. Oh, game of the year, 100%.
Yes, I heard.
Many years. Like,
Game of the year. This sounds very sad, but I don't think there's gonna be a game like that in a while. And when I say a while, I'm talking about a while.
Well, they didn't take them like 5-6 years just to make.
It's very, very good. But I'm gonna replay it again.
Why do you sound so weird? What did you play your mic into? Your fucking ass? Like,
He's
What
gotta
do you mean I sound weird?
I don't know. You sound weird, man.
Yeah, that's because I'm not scuffed anymore. Oh
I-
no,
you sound-
professional streamer arc, no!
You sound more scuffed than before.
That's because you're not used to it though.
Maybe. Also, my hearing is also really fucked up right now. Like, my ears are half clogged from this shit bullshit, so
Yeah.
I can't hear sounds properly either.
There's anyone up here?
Is someone here?
No, I'm just gonna. I don't know. I'm just gonna see. I don't think so.
There. Jump out.
Alright.
Yeah.
Leave
120?
it alone.
Oh, he's low.
Me?
Dead.
One is here. 70.
Knock two.
Shut the
last
fuck
one.
up.
You're
Inside
cringe.
tunnel. Inside middle tunnel.
Just resubscribed for 4 months. Divine
Was he a bloodhound or is he-
20 gifted a tier 1 sub to here right 27. This is their first
Oh, he's
gift.
running.
Oh, he's fucking. He's so scared. He's dating himself. He killed himself or what?
No,
No.
I don't think so. I don't know where he is though.
He's below me somewhere then.
Just stop making sounds. Completely. You know he's an alt.
Well, yeah. He has to be somewhere here hiding, right?
I don't
I
know.
have no idea, man. Fucking weirdo. Divine, thank you for gifting here at tier 1. Appreciate you. He must be hiding in the building, dude. Like, there's no way.
Did you just...
We should be able to hear his alt though. Like if he was close.
True.
I feel like.
What if you
Not-
just canceled all, you know?
Can't cancel blood on old. Can you?
I think so.
No.
I'm
Just
gonna
stop fucking me, dude. I don't know where I am right now. Hey, Mugitsu.
Gibraltar's taking the wheel.
The homie, you know?
I'm no bats.
We got one.
Wait, it's like here. There.
Of course, he's got 5 million. So I've been hearing shit that they're fighting at the portal. I mean, hearing that ranked is ass. Everyone just like bots, just like fighting top players.
Yeah, 90,000. 90,000. What are they called?
Masters players.
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me? How?
I don't know.
How is that even possible?
There's more Masters players than there are Diamond 3, 2, and 1s combined.
How, dude?
Yeah, don't ask me.
I dropped the 2 to 4.
They did the top 5 placement thingy plus 25 kills needed. So it's kind of reflected it.
Yeah, but
So no longer be able to do like hard stuck.
I think the problem is that there's no like rank ladder. Like we need to fucking full reset the rank ladder.
They're not gonna do that. They already said
should.
it. Yeah, they already said they won't.
Motherfuckers, man. They definitely should.
Agreed, but yeah. Ranked in BRs are just not very good. I thought about playing Fortnite.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
No, have you seen they removed building?
Yeah.
No way, did you move the
Yeah.
building from Fortnite?
They removed
Why?
building.
Why?
As a test,
Well, they're
it's
ratting.
only
They're
for-
fucking ratting on me.
Oh shit. Not good.
I have sometimes 20.
Is that a crab?
I mean, I didn't hear, but the way your health disappeared sounds like
Yeah,
it.
one here.
I'm gonna nade on you.
Fucking yeah.
Lot low.
Loden's real low.
I gotta fucking move further
We
back.
have another team coming in. Like 60 on Wraith.
I gotta stand still here.
How did this guy miss the crypto?
Under me. There's another team coming.
86.
Crab on this
Yeah,
guy.
That is a
that's
crab. There's gonna be a third, right?
Holy
There's two thirds. There's two thirds from both sides.
I'm gonna heal up slowly.
Go to dolphin, or we fucking die.
Oh no.
What was
Are
that?
you dead? Are you
Was that a
dead,
little
man?
moaning I heard there?
No, I gotta fucking.
Oh, behind
my
us! Dolphin behind us! Kraber him, please!
I'm reloading.
God. My ult. To use what it's called, caustic on me.
Look at the fence! At the fence, Dolphin! Oh
Fucking
shit!
hell, you're sitting at the fence. Oh, he's running.
Oh shit! I got no badge. Cover my ass.
I would have cells.
Man, they can
I
see you
want
from the
one bad. I want
fence.
one bad. I know. Here. Take it.
120. Push him.
I don't. Yeah, that's
Whoa.
not happening.
I'm pushing.
On top.
Is that your give you?
Finishing for you. 100. Knocked.
Shut the fuck
Yeah, no, it's
up.
not mine.
Swap.
Help me. 140. Fuck, new team again.
No fucking way, bro. And I'm no
Minus
port.
One guy.
That-
Nice.
I'm sticking this joint.
Holy shit, dude.
There should be a blue swap next to us.
Team just over here now.
Finishing? I'm gonna finish this.
Okay, I'm giving you a bat,
20
man.
ammo.
Yeah.
One shot. This guy.
Got him.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you.
Easy. Holy shit.
I saw an Octane running towards you from the other direction, by the way.
Baby,
I got a lot of
myself.
mats now. I have 5. I just picked up from the body.
Yeah, I got a
You
lot
don't
as
need?
well. I'm good.
I'm good. Up here, full team.
New team.
I got 6 bats, I'm good.
I'm getting a bow checked in the back by Mandy.
Oh, that's nice.
Where?
Here.
Wait, I'm on gold armor, what'd I do?
Oh, he's outside.
Loba purple, holy shit, all three. Alright.
Fuck. Mandy! Help.
They're pushing you hard, Dolphin, really hard. And Gibby as well. These guys are really bad.
What put you hard? Knocked.
Gibby's pushing on Dolphin. Man, come here, bubble man.
I'm stuck. I'm flying.
Is that a third party? It is.
Yeah, that's fine.
I have to port us out, yeah?
Yeah, maybe. Do it.
I'm Mandy. Behind you.
I don't have port. I don't have port, man. There was 1% off.
It's fine.
Oh, another fucking team as well. Another team over here.
Fuck!
I'm coming to cover you.
There's
Cover
like
you.
7
Shawaka,
teams here.
dude. You can't even cover me, bro.
shit. Yeah. You can't do anything. At least you get to fight though.
That was
There's 3 new teams pushing us.
that was kind of crazy there.
Oh shit. We should have pushed the team in front of us, the guys with the bows and shit. We knocked one and I did 150 on the Gibby.
I was kind of just waiting.
Dippy, you really think I don't have that shit?
Actually. A mini Mandy.
Yeah. He fucking hit me 4 times in a row. This motherfucking bitch.
Motherfucker.
I'm just trying to stay alive.
Shut the fuck up.
Znigang just resubscribed
Gang, thank you for 3 months. Welcome back.
RPR love.
When is Psycho? 16th of April. I don't know, Echo. We'll see, I guess. Where is this shit? My package is being processed at customs. What? What now, dude? Yeah, EU's got the dates already. We're playing Wednesday until Monday, every single day. It's gonna be rough. It's going to be rough, chat.
One team. Just
Okay.
the middle. I'm going to second floor middle.
I'm
One over here.
Wait, what is? Did we just get ley landed on?
There's no fucking gun here.
Yeah,
Mine
some
dropped on my
Shot.
face.
I accidentally fucking bubbled myself.
Someone
Hopefully I don't need
landed
it.
on my ass. Or some shit.
Over there as well.
They're pushing me. No, never mind.
I
They're
know,
fucking
I'm
You're
Dolphin,
building
yes.
dolphin.
I'm probably dead.
Oh, you fucking cracked Nova? I cracked the guy behind you, Maggie, whatever the fuck.
I got stuck. Get away from me.
2 teams, by the way.
Oh. Thanks.
Holy shit.
Octane's 1 from this other team. Holy
Oh, dude, that was you? Hey.
fuck.
Hello?
Hell, bitch, fuck.
Yeah, from across.
Dude, I fucking... That's why. I accidentally took my thing off so I can't change from single fire and shit.
Oh.
One low over here. Fuse on me.
One's on the left, really far on the left alone, Octane. We should just push those close.
Not one.
Yep.
I am out of ammo, dude.
There's a wingman on this body.
You guys just...
Get over here.
Are we getting turreted? What is that behind me?
Jump across the wall. Get the wingman.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
Cracked him? No, it's a fucking guy. Nice.
Get the armor.
What the fuck is going on Phoenix? He's on the roof.
Up top, low. Going.
Todd. A Todd? Then.
Dodge. Nice.
Dodge.
He's
Nice.
speaking Danish, German.
Next to me, next to me.
Trap. Dead.
Good
Alright.
shit, boys.
Holy shit.
Dude,
man.
I gotta bind this 2 seconds. Where you did it? Select toggle fire mode. B.
Yeah.
There. Yeah. Cool.
E for Boris.
Nice.
You're the only person on the planet that would gunbind that shit.
Oh, you guys want to hear something?
Go for it.
Maxikondi.
Oh, you opened something. I
we
couldn't
did
fucking
not
hear that.
Oh, you
shit.
can hear it? I was just spilled a little bit on myself.
I don't even like
Nice, man.
Faxikondi like that. It was so sweet.
You don't
So
like
special.
Maxikondi?
It wasn't bad. It was just sweet as
My brother's
shit.
old. Don't listen to him.
Man,
old,
Faxikondi, you drink that shit and you get fucking the heart rate of 140, bro. Relax.
Yeah.
That shit fucking puts you in an early grave, dude.
Yeah,
ABO_A
dude,
just
fuck yeah, win-win.
resubscribed for 4 months.
Tastes good and you die fast.
Whatever it is. Evie, I thank you for months. Welcome back. Glad you're feeling better. Yeah, I feel better. But I'm still pretty fucked up.
But you don't drink soda at all then, Abia?
No. The only soda I drink is like 0 sugar, 0 calorie soda. I mostly just drink water.
I know. But who's got the flu right now, though? This
Yeah,
is
but
the
I
Maxikondi
did-
drinking motherfucker.
I didn't get that from not drinking Faxikondi, that's for sure.
Oh, well, I don't know about that.
I got it from my dad. 'Cause he got it from someone else. When he fucked us all up, pretty much. The Marvin? Come on, man.
There's a guy called Numa Numa Gay. Love me. Who remember that song?
Esta play, esta numa numa yay.
So it's like the
That's
only
a
song
jammer.
coming out of Moldova, Europe.
Oh shit!
What's up?
I just got a gold PK from this motherfucker.
Nice. Am I playing? I'm playing PK, fuck it. I'll put a scope on. Oh shit, I need bullets.
What?
PK bullets?
Here, I can give you a
I'll give you a
clip.
bit.
Wait,
How close are you to purple, Monday? I'm 97.
227.
No, also take this.
Easy.
Take this, blind motherfucker.
What's that? Oh, there. Hang on.
You guys want a FX? Yeah.
I guess it's time to play Fortnite now that they removed building. Our only handicap, man. There's
It could be kind of. It could be kind of fun.
Our handicap is removed. Now we can keep
The
up with
movement
the
is
zoomers.
crazy. The movement is crazy now. They updated it so you can like jump and shit, like super high.
Really? I mean, I'm not. I don't give a fuck.
It'd be kind of fun.
I always thought Fortnite without the fucking mega building was fun. When
They
they
pretty much
start-
removed the skill cap. Like,
yeah, I mean,
building is no longer
stupid,
relevant.
but
It's
I
only
thought-
removed for like 9 days, I think.
yeah, but why did they remove it? What did they do to it?
It's a part of the lore or something. It's a part of their stuff.
Man, this
Something
sounds
with
like
like
a
a new
Fortnite
event or
person.
some shit.
Both me and Manda were Fortnite players.
I was
Played
just not very good at
tournaments.
it.
Yeah, but we both played tournaments, right? You played a little bit.
I tried to qualify for summer thing, but I never scrimmed or anything, so I just double killed everyone. Got like
I just got
top
beamed.
200.
Yeah, I scrimmed. Full left, one guy.
Very than one.
Cracked him 71. 45 flush on him right here.
Fucking other guy close, super close. This guy, Loba.
Loba, got a fat ass.
120 on this guy.
23 on one. On your right. Low. It's queuing.
100 on the path too.
I'm healing.
I'm betting. Patch over here.
Mine is getting shit on.
Oh,
Never mind. Mine
dude,
is
how do
shitting
you
on.
lose that? How do you lose that?
He's
There's
a fucking
not a
diamond.
single
Relax.
alternate universe where he fucking loses that. He was the Masters.
Which one of them?
Yeah, I guess. Out of all possibilities in the world, there's no shot he loses that ever. I have 40 HP when I run in and he's full.
I need more bats. Oh, they're there.
Nice, I have 6. You need more?
I'm got 4. Good. My hands are so cold, man. So stupid. Why do we get cold? I wish I had like no cold perception.
Immunity.
Yeah.
Like a passive trait. What if you could select one passive trait? Like a
Don't feel cold
you're
in
like
my
turn
hands.
8 or something like that. You, like select it.
Never feel cold, so I can play video games without working half my shots. That's
But
sick.
what if you could take no fall damage? No.
That's not a passive trait. That's fucking OP.
But you can't pick. What if you could pick OP traits though?
That's not how real life works, man. Like if you realistically,
Same with the
you
fucking
could,
cold. What?
if you could ever pick like traits, you'd only be able to pick mediocrely bad traits, like not feeling cold in your hand or some shit like that.
It's boring.
That's what life is. Life is boring.
For real.
My Life Today will be released 7th of May probably. Like my around there, around 7th of May on a weekend is what we're looking for. So how's your dual PC setup, man? Damn.
It's insane. It's crazy. Like, dude,
On your
it's
own?
something else.
You're hitting different now. You finally.
I
know
swear,
that?
I thought it was like, oh, maybe it'll be like 5% better, you know? Straight up like 50% better.
I think they're here. I fucking told you though. You didn't believe my ass. You're like, yeah. Last time I had dual PC setup, it wasn't even.
Yeah, I was ass.
This is bait.
Betting here?
That Rage was fucking shit
bet.
on.
I am
Betting.
one. I'm betting. I'm betting. I'm betting. I'm betting.
Betting 2?
Come back, maybe. Come back, maybe.
Oh, we got
Team
sandwich.
behind us. Yeah.
Oh, we are. Fuck.
No, that's poggers.
Did drop it? I got knocked through it though.
That was poggers, dude.
I'll take a third.
They're chasing you.
Nice, cool. Holy shit, man. Absolute dog shit players, bro.
Unlucky.
Why is that one team just fucking ratting a purple armor? Like, what, like, you guys are... Let's go back to Plat, bro, and rat purple armor's there, man. Like, come on, dude.
It's the next level play.
Holy shit, man. What's up, Randy? Nice ABC. You want a Petra roll? Did you take a picture with Petra? Or you have 1k hours in Naples and only pick the afford. You can get master this split easily. You did, nice. You know, I mean, honestly, people, this split, you don't even have to try to get master. It's not fucking easy. My hands get shaky during tournaments? No. Not anymore. When I was younger, they used to, but it's been gone for a while. Now my hands mainly just get cold. I get colds. I I have to like warm up my hands so I can aim.
This is a 30 banger right here.
Fuck, can I stop coughing? Please, please, please leave me alone. Well, the Pekora cosplay arrived, chat. I didn't try it on because I was so fucking sick that I couldn't. But look. Very close to the goal as well.
Cheeseburger 5 is like 2,000 calories?
Well,
It's gotta be a massive cheeseburger then. An actual massive one.
Okay. Let's try this again. Let's win.
We were just pressing had some sports team over. College team served McDonald's.
Yeah, my cough actually developed after. Like, so I got sick and then I had a fever. And then after the fever was gone, I started coughing. It doesn't make any sense. I didn't cough a single time when I had fever.
Let's go. I'm pushing down.
Fuck it. Have a common thing I need, I guess. I'm gonna get some juice here. I think Dolphin's doing random shit. Two people on me, man. No audio whatsoever. In my ass.
Did you move this guy?
Coming to watch. Dolphin muted and dying.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I jumped for a Wraith. There's another team over here.
You have two in the
Killed
middle
the
room,
Wraith,
man.
but...
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't know it was muted. Hold on. There's another team on me.
48.
Trapped him.
64.
Not very good at this.
13. Blue middle real quick.
Yeah.
I gotta take the bow.
Any wingmans in the area?
Oh fuck it, I got 3-1.
Fuck. Oh.
Oof.
Bieber.
Oh, they got thirded.
Right on. Sell. Changing, I mean.
You can jump out the back and like run across center.
Yeah, we should.
They're on top right.
Yeah, I just went out.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
people
we're fucking dead here.
I'm here, I'm here. Give me 140.
Got one. Oh shit, no shot. 6-6. Nice.
Nice. 16 seconds, dude.
Yeah, we got him.
Dude, your master was kind of slapping there.
Always. On the left side. I hear him on the left side. Northeast for me. Over in this.
Yeah, I see them. I need to res you fast. I'm gonna drop an armor.
Yeah. I'm just gonna bubble instantly.
Okay.
Oh, they drive out. Never mind.
Okay.
Nice.
Drop. Let's go res.
A blade?
The rest too. Easy. Nice.
Easy shmonies.
I'm gonna make it short and not long. L underscore, L underscore, L underscore. Love you for avocado, I mean fresh. Meow meow.
Shut the fuck up, Randy.
Is it worth getting back for loot or no?
There's some shit over there.
I don't know, not really.
Hiding here. I'm done.
Alright, so go. Yeah, they're fucking hella fighting, dude.
Massive user fight.
Free Shavaka, dude.
Right here.
Mid rock.
No, why not?
Needed. Alright, I missed my nade. Called crazy.
On the middle.
Dude, that's not very good.
40 blue on
He's
the.
aiming. Passive,
540 blue. Oh, you fucking ape me.
Okay. Dude,
We killed the guy close
dude,
right now.
fuck! I'm dead. Don't worry about it. Oh my god.
70.
He's so controller, dude. Holy shit. Yep, look at him.
I'm playing Octane.
Holy fuck, man. I've never got beamed so hard in my life. I'm pretty sure the Gambit boys are also flying to Turkey to play.
Yeah. Navi got to Turkey. Gambit.
Zeta.
Theta. Yeah.
Well, they're all gonna be on terrible ping though. Just think
like
about
80 and 90, but they were already lived in Russia. Think about that. And
True.
That's also bad ping.
No,
It's
but
like the same
don't
thing
the
I was
guys
saying.
from FB playing like 100?
Yeah. But I think from Russia they already had 70 or 80, so it's
Yeah,
not
16.
that big of a difference.
Right, it's 16th of April. So like 3 weeks or something. Mid more. You already know which team is gonna win. Like there's only one team that can win. It's the whole live team. Da 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 da. I sound so fucked up.
I might get code net here.
Da, 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 da. No, I actually haven't went to doctor. Fucking, I don't know. Didn't feel like going. Just fucking bit this shit on my own. April 17, well, 16, 17, whatever, all of those days. Remi's playing on really high ping. I told her to only play on that ping if she wants to perform under maximum. I told her to only play on that ping from now on, because otherwise her muscle memory will not get used to it. Hey Clover, I'm just sick, that's why I haven't streamed in a while. Or like in 4 days or something.
Going.
Damn, that worked, Luna.
Let's see.
Where they land?
South of me.
On you guys, yeah. Oh, I got purple armor.
Nice.
But you got any maidens?
Yeah.
75 and one shot over here.
I could really use something better than a fucking RE right now.
$70 I got all people, all of them on the roof right here. All of them on the main roof.
I coming.
16 white.
Just aged.
Nope. I think that's
Doesn't
another
help
team
with
coming.
ping.
Maybe.
Yeah, it does. Does help with me at least.
Pushing.
I don't see it. Don't see him, Brian. Over here. Wait.
They're in the building.
White. Red.
Got him. Something that's mine, bitch.
Oh wow, that didn't work. One on me.
Crack the ash on the roof, Bende.
Oh my god. For page aim.
Pepe la.
Wait up! I fit. I finished the guy and his box disappeared.
Feels good, man.
No, come see where his box is. I've never seen it like this before. What the fuck?
Hoover, thank you for the Sir Stead at tier 1, I appreciate
The
it.
ground
Gotta get these
swallowed.
pills. Like,
Pepe la.
Pills? Huh?
Huh? He's eating pills? Huh? Huh? Where's his box?
It's in there.
Oh, in the fucking juicer?
wait, what?
Oh, you can reach it.
Oh,
Yeah, I already did.
nice, dude. That's
You
been
love
nice.
Apex.
It's the future.
Apex never had a bug. Only happy little accidents. No mistakes. Going into ammo.
Oof.
I do have a gold helmet that I don't really need because I'm a rape me. I'm thinking recently like completely switching to Ash. Like completely switching to Ash for comp. Like even on World's Edge. I know we're playing it on Stormpoint, but like even on World's Edge.
That's pretty good.
She's fucking, her fucking port is just so instant you could save your entire life.
Really, really strong for strong. But don't you find that more often you get into end games on World's Edge where it's really good to have race? Get around.
Not really. Honestly, her portal is really just fucking like Ash's portal in endgame is better than Rage's portal because you can abuse the infinite portal loop where you don't take any damage. You put it like 2 centimeters in front of you and just fucking keep running through it.
What do you think about running Horizon? Out in GB.
I don't like Horizon.
Horizon's crazy. She's very strong.
I don't think she's stronger than Ash or Raid. She brings
What about
back-
Ash, Wraith, and Horizon? Well, Ash, Wraith, and Gibby, dude.
As Wraith and GB.
Yeah, who's getting the zone? Me?
What?
Who's
Yeah,
gonna
why
skin
do
the
you get
fucking zone?
No one.
No one? Okay, this we're gonna do well then.
Zones are RNG right now. Who needs
Yeah.
zones? You just go on the Play Apex.
You know you
streaming and you just look.
You know you can't edge an EU, bro.
Make me multiply.
Money make me multiply, I call it mathematics. Good update for 12 months, listen back.
Keep up with other people.
Nah, I'm thinking either Ash or We'll see. I guess we'll just play Wraith on World's Edge, and then if it goes bad, we can always switch to Ash.
Shut the fuck
Because I
up.
feel like Ash gives it a
Spinning
little
Puppy
bit of
just
extra speed, you know?
resubscribed for 5 months. This way.
You feel like it's bad to not have a Valk on the team?
Yeah.
Valid crazy.
I don't know. Well, it just provides too much fucking value right now. I was thinking of playing Bloodhound instead of Ash, but Valk. But like, when you think about it, like, you don't need fucking Bloodhound as much as you need Valk. Plus, Tashin's Valk is probably like the best in EU, so why would we put him on something else? Gotta put anything for myself. Like, when it comes to like perfect outplaying, Tashin can outplay anyone on Valk, so why not just put him on a character you can outplay anyone? And he's really good with his rockets. And like his rockets alone has won us fights, so. And I mean, his rockets is basically just like throwing 6 archers at someone. Like it's OP as shit.
It is. Pretty good.
I think we're 6 months, we'll come back. Just so much value to having Valk. Other than it's not even just flying. Yeah, flying is great, but he can get so much high ground with his jetpack and hold so much ground, and he has his Q to delay everyone. And then you Valk ult if you have to. Like, you don't have to Valk ult. I think a lot of teams run Valkyrie and they're like in the mentality of we have to fly. Like, you don't, like some games you don't even have to fly once. You end up killing yourself with flying.
It's so easy just to crouch, like playing edge and then going in like so 3 or 4, but it also gets you killed so many times.
But I think about it, if everyone's flying, you can just walk, bro, because no one's gonna be in front of you if everyone's flying. I don't know.
Like, where is every fucking team?
Yeah,
is what I want to ask. Like, huh?
Go back. Pretty sure Valk could do. This really is like pub, huh?
Yep.
What happened, dude? I was only going for a week. It's entire, like, the way people played changed entirely.
Must be lapped the map.
It's like super easy to grind RP, right?
Threshold goes up by like almost 1,000 every day. More.
Ow! I'm gonna jump it out. They're on the bridge, two of them. Nading me.
More pushing.
Hit 144. Fuck the girl behind the car.
Yeah, I'm betting. I'm betting.
Oh, she's gonna take so much fucking
Hard
damage.
under this guy, right side.
45 purple on Octane behind the box. He's running back.
Oh no.
New team? Or what? New team with
No,
money.
no,
No.
Really?
No.
Oh, it's a raid, right?
He's low, he's low, he's low. Like 40 flash. Nice.
One's taking zip right here. Now
I'm
that is a new
finishing.
team. That is a new team from Choke.
100 on this guy?
Yeah, new team close to us. 90 purple on Pathfinder on new team, left side. What is that molly, bitch? 90 on that Octane.
100 on Valk.
Coming.
I'm pushing over.
I've got a Q here. Got a Q here. Hide the car, left side. 2 guys. All 3 there. All 3 there.
Crack them all. Crack them all.
No hits. No hits. We gotta get shot in the back if we go
dead.
too far here, guys.
Yeah, I know. Just fucking finish this guy.
Knock one.
Nice, 2 are knocked.
One on me.
Just finish this guy, man, then go help Dolphin.
I'm good. We're good.
50 flash and path.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm chilling.
What the fuck is going on?
I just survived here. I am.
We should push that honestly, bro.
I'm finishing this guy too and I'm pushing.
Yeah, they just took it.
Close to me. Octane. 120. This is not Octane's Loba.
Yeah. Take this
In this corner.
On that.
Octane 45
Oh, shit.
purple.
side.
Loba popped the bat right here.
Okay.
Where the fuck you going, bitch? 45 purple on her. What the fuck is that? What is he playing? Acrobatics? Below me, Octane. Dude, how am I getting hit still?
Bubbling.
Pyramid crack, great. There's a sentinel and a triple take on him. White armor because he's got
100 dead.
That's the last guy. Oh, that's a new team.
New team.
50 over here.
Wraith ran southeast.
Wait, you killed Loba? Another raid?
Yeah.
Okay, Ray has white armor.
I'm down to push this over here if you want.
Stop chasing the fucking raid, bro.
Just one, 120.
I'm
Yeah,
pushing
I'm going
over
over.
these guys.
Fuck this. Raid has white armor. What is he gonna do? Another team here. I'm just popping off, dude. Like,
Over here,
so much
over here,
damage,
right here.
dude. Holy shit.
150, 150.
That's. There was just solo.
No, there's definitely 3 guys on this team here.
Yeah, coming in
They're
here.
running here.
Bomb side.
45 red on Pathfinder.
One guy here
KZT.
as well. I'm
Commander,
looting stuff here real quick,
Pathfinder,
guys.
raid.
And
Yeah, I found her. She was on the way back to rest.
you guys need vents? Lunch.
No, I have
four
to.
reds. I need heavy ammo. This team is gonna come from
too.
the storm on the left here. Come.
Get shot in the back.
Stab it.
I'm not there. I'm not there right now.
Stabbing a cred.
Nice.
Full team coming from the storm here, man. I headshot one guy. I knocked one.
Crazy. Bro, why am I so fucking slow?
They're resing him right in front of me. Fuck off, bitch. They go back this ass right here.
115. 115 in this guy.
The other guy's here. Horizon.
Behind us, new team.
You good?
Yeah.
I'm not good.
Holy fuck! I'm ulting them. I'm ulting them.
I got a
I don't know
bad.
if it hits. One side
Fucking
minus
them
100.
Oh, dude. No.
Break that fucking gen, dude.
They're so
On the
low.
left
I
here.
don't have any bats. I have no bats. No bats.
Here, drop me a bat.
I dropped bats on me. Drop bats. Ah!
Look at this guy. He's
My
dead.
hearing!
I'm running out of ammo, dude.
Have a team over there.
Hey, that's the fucking team that
Three bats there. Three bats.
headshot at the
Got it.
blowdown. Right here.
39.
I need to get some heavy ammo, man.
I got.
That's a crate,
There's a
bro.
guy right here. Close. There's one guy close left seat. Oh.
On his
Horizon.
Shoot this, please. I'm dead probably. Ah, dude. Oh.
Bro, I'm being real with you. I
Maybe
don't have
dumping
ammo.
in.
45 red on Horizon. 90 red on Pathfinder. Shit on him.
All done.
Nice. Soap. Dropping soaps on ground.
Oh! Oh, dude! I'm done. Never mind. I'm just fucking plugging in. I don't care.
I dropped soaps for everyone. Just chill. I need heavy ammo. I got 17 shots.
Here. What was that?
Dude, you're so far away from my monitor and I'm still fucking teleporting back.
Let's go. We gotta go. They have Kraber on the wall, I think. Right here on the big wall.
Fuck there. Alright.
Pretty sure that guy left guy has a Kraber.
He does. You have portal?
Yeah, I do. But I gotta get closer or otherwise I'm porting nothing.
I'm gonna make a queue
One's
here.
closer on here.
Yeah, just fucking port on one of them.
Porting on him. He's queuing out.
Fuck the guy,
Man.
Tom killed him.
Yeah,
I
he
killed the
shot
Kraber
me
guy.
right before
Yeah.
you fucking kill him. Nice. I fucking shot him now. I'm eating my pizza.
90 and 1. They're not pushing. But they gotta revive up here. But you got fit?
They fell, I think.
You got angles, man?
There's a guy right here. Oh, range low.
Yep. I might be fucking toast though. I might be toast. I'm popping a bed, bro.
Yeah, I'm holding.
I have to pop a midi as well. Can you hold 5 seconds?
Yeah, I'm holding. I know where the crab is. Crab is here. 100 on the crab. Push it back. Pump bat.
Blood is 1 plus 1 in the corner.
Knocked him.
Oh.
The bad crab guy.
Nice. Yeah, blood was 1. He hasn't healed. He's in the cube. One coming from the stairs. Brave.
What should Shawaka do?
Hit 1. You got that 1.
Nice. I just watched Mande almost kill himself because he wanted to finish the Pathfinder for the Kraber and take the Kraber.
No, I wanted to have the armor swap ready if I needed it.
Motherfucker, you would have taken the Kraber as well, don't
I
lie.
wouldn't. It's true. I wouldn't.
No fucking way.
It's true.
No way you would not take the Kraber and no-scope someone. I don't fucking
It's true.
believe you did.
It's true. I'm reformed.
This is coming from a guy that told me if he had a 1v1 in a tournament for tournament to win and he had a Kraber, he would go for a trick shot for the win.
I would.
You think I trust your ass after that shit?
What's some nice tricks for Horizon? I wanna practice it. I've never really played her before.
Tricks?
Like what's some nice like tips?
I rarely play Horizon.
I don't know. I'd see Taxi use her Q a lot.
Oh yeah?
Like
I'll
shoot.
I'll probably copy that then.
you can like
Yeah.
jump out of her Q and then like re-enter her Q to prolong it. And basically take it upwards twice and fuck up the guys that are shooting at you.
I also saw that there was a speed hack they're gonna probably use.
Also, I'm pretty
Yeah?
sure you can get a no recall bug with Horizon. You just have no recall
Yeah.
with Tiger.
If you go, you don't have recoil in the air. If you go up the Horizon thing and you take your barrel stabilizer off and put it on again, you have sheer recoil in there.
That's
Yeah.
you know probably
Oh, that's an exploit though.
nah, not for you. For Taxi, yeah, but not for you. You wouldn't get banned, but Taxi though.
It's actually a good ban.
Oh, he'd be getting insta gib.
Never mind. You just have to switch weapon.
Mande, did you get DM'd by what's his name? Joseph from the competitive. Yeah.
No.
Did not DM you
No.
on Twitter?
No.
He DM'd me for some care package shit.
Damn.
Must be special to him.
Nice flex, dude.
I thought you DM'd our whole team. My bad.
Nice, dude. When did it? Yeah, Jim Burger just said the same.
Yesterday, maybe, I think.
I'm gonna go look.
Go fucking DM me and be like, where's mine?
Joseph.
Yeah, I think they're sending like a care package and they're sending like a hoodie and a sweater or some shit. I don't know, t-shirt. I don't know, it's my first time receiving anything from like EA. so-
Nope, I didn't get anything.
Oh no.
Brand risk, dude.
Actually true.
Actually got left out, holy shit.
I'm straight up carrying the entire game right now. I'm straight up carrying Apex right now. I'm the only person that doesn't sit and shout and fucking gets mad all the time.
Yeah,
That's
you
crazy.
get sometimes.
Holy shit, dude.
To be fair, when I got DM'd, I thought it was like a fake account trolling me. 'Cause that's how much belief I have in someone sending me anything from Apex. Dude.
That's bad.
The only thing I ever gotten from Apex is my trophy, dude. I had to win championship for that.
Let's go up here.
That's bad, man. I didn't want anything either way. Doesn't matter.
Well, dude, maybe he just DM'd a certain amount of people yesterday, and he's gonna DM a certain amount of people today, you know?
If he DMs me today, I know why. He's all
Because we
clipped.
talked about it.
Yeah. Oh, Mandy, by the way, I forgot you. Well, you want anything? No. I don't want anything. I haven't shot the back right now. I'm dead.
Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm joking.
Give it a shooting you as purple armor. Is there people inside here as well?
Yeah, there's. We'll see.
Oh, we should fucking do something.
Oh, they're crazy. I'm one shot. Please help me. Res. Bubble. Drop armor.
Dude, pop a string, dude, you're gonna die.
True.
You're bleeding
Yeah,
out,
that's
man.
true. That's true. Bleeding out.
They're still here.
They're flying up on the thing. He's up. He must be above. Yeah, he is. He's right here.
Can I suck
Two of them. Man, suck a cock, dude.
I don't know if that works.
Holy shit, man.
It doesn't. Oh, fuck me.
What is that, bro?
Okay, we can go close and hit Q if you want.
Can we get closer?
I fucked him in the ass.
In the ass.
And that's what I did.
That's what he
You're
did.
gonna get furted here if you stay here for much longer.
No, we're not.
No way. Third party?
I'm taking an angle. I'm gonna fuck them.
I think they're all healing.
I got stuck. I'm betting.
100.
Red, they're pushing two on me.
I'm getting shot in the back.
I'm batting. Oh no, I'm not batting.
And slow.
Fucking almost cracked the raid. Nice. You saved my life. Free Shavaka, dude.
Another team.
No, dude.
Oh, there's another Ash.
Why is the Ash there?
Mandy, run.
Yeah, that's a new team, man. Good luck, bro. You got this. I know you can win this. I think. I made my pizza, though.
Not a pizza.
Just margarita with some chicken.
Ah, it was close. You almost had that one.
Scan heroes, dude. In my pinky, man. She's sick.
At least we didn't get thirded. We'd never get
like
thirded in Apex. We should play Fortnite. There's no third party in Fortnite.
Yeah, people respect each other in Fortnite. They're in the third party.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, Alice. You woke up at 9 PM, Kuma? What the fuck? ASMR.
By the way, they're sending out invites. To the Russian teams. So,
The what?
Huskies, Samsung, FB, Syncom, Adaya, Game of Thrones. They all got an invite.
For what?
Pro League.
Oh, because they have to replace teams?
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm better, Alice. I'm no longer have a fever. I just sound like a fucking, like I'm fucked up, pretty much. I just sound really bad. Sounds sexy? What do you mean? I'm just calling him dead.
Did anyone land here?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
With
shot
some
couple there.
Nice.
Chad, I started reading a cool manga though. You guys ever heard of Fable?
Do you have a bolt up here?
Nope. Oh yeah, gray one. You can have it even.
There's a
Feels
purple
good,
on
man.
that.
I have a master.
Come.
Do you wanna?
You
Do you
didn't
wanna?
see the bolt?
What?
There's literally a purple
Give me-
bolt.
Take
give
it,
me
take
your
it.
PK. Give me your PK.
I don't have a PK, I'm Mastiff.
Oh, then you fucking keep it. Let me play PK.
Alright. Where are we going?
Anywhere. Fable isn't the old. I don't know if it's old. All I know is just like about a guy that's like a professional killer, hitman. He's a hitman, and he has to like live for a year. He has to live like a normal person. It's funny as fuck. Mine does sound differently using his new mic, I think. Spy family? No. He's a hitman, like he's a professional murderer that works for like Yakuza and shit like that, right? Close, I think. What the fuck am I hearing?
Where? I don't know. Maybe the construction site outside?
Yeah.
No, here. See?
Oh.
What armor?
45.
41 flush. There's literally one dolphin plus. Thank you.
Nice.
Again with your hammer point bullshit. You're fighting in Turbine as well?
I mean, it's not OP anymore. It was OP back then. Yeah, it sure was. Someone just stopped off the
Oh, next to me, next to me, next to me!
Why the fuck are you going in there?
You guys always ran this way around. Are you guys walking up behind
running
them?
backwards, running backwards.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm going up then.
That caustic.
Here. Oh, 45, 45.
90?
Blue 40.
Oh, dead. El Paudango Danga Danga.
Last guy on me.
That's my favorite person in the world.
That's actually how I was out.
This?
Dude, this guy is literal one, please. Also, how did he kill me so fast? He's one in a
Get on.
corner, Dalton.
Oh.
Right below the stairs.
Fuck me.
Right here.
Shut the fuck
Cheating? Like, what is this guy?
He's dead.
Holy shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'm resing.
Give me a little assistance here, thank you. Caboose, thank you so much for
Give me
10
sauce.
gifts. I
Nice.
appreciate you.
Well,
You have little medkit?
No, I
he's
just
in
went.
here. He's in here.
Oh,
But
flank.
where?
Cracked him, cracked
I
him.
don't fucking see him. Oh, there.
This,
What is happening?
There's too much stuff on my screen. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, the name is the Fable. Back to trip and we go. This guy put me down, bro, like he's on some X Games mods. Holy shit.
He on X Games mode. That was legitness.
That was legit.
That's pretty legit. What you're doing. Yeah, pretty legitness right there.
Look at all them chickens.
Look at all these chickens.
Right there, let's go left.
I'm coming left.
Alright, Dolphin wants to get sandwiched. I respect it. Some motherfuckers in front of me. I'm hitting motherfuckers.
0.
I did some numbers, I don't know how much.
0.
I can't math now.
Still 0.
Crack the octane.
There's your side. 45, 90.
I'm just pushing this like I'm pushing. Pathfinder is climbing walls and I can't hit him. Dead.
I'm getting called right now by a phone number. 2 sec.
Nice. I'm protecting it. Make sure you say the phone number out loud. $41 flush on his Pathfinder. I'm pushing even though there's a team behind me. I cracked the horizon as well. I'm an idiot. He's got a Devo. I'm going back. Need assistance. Require assistance. Look over me. Perfect. Dolphin's muted. Man is muted. Low my life.
Oh wait.
Shooting at a wall. I hit 45 purple on that wall.
Oh, maybe help many? On many.
Man is dead.
Two on many.
I'm popping cells. 3 on me, he says. 3 big guys on Mandy.
That's not good.
Oh, now they're on me.
Shut the fuck up.
This guy is very aware. This octane.
It's not
Opening
too.
battery. My last one.
76 on him.
They got me trapped like a fucking animal over here.
I'm gonna ult. I'm no nades. Cracked one.
God, my angle sucks, man.
Dude. I'm about to hit her.
120 on the fucking octane, though.
Ah, we're getting further as well.
Well, thank you for giving the hours a tier 1. I appreciate you. Thank you, Caboose, again for the 10.
Dude. Okay. That octane is really good. Hang on.
Yeah?
Is he on foe?
He's a controller. Like a really controller. Hey, thank you, Caboose. Appreciate you. We're back, somewhat. The streams are gonna be hard for you guys to catch the upcoming week because it's gonna be 6 days of tournaments that are gonna start really late for you guys. But yeah. Barometer dippy. What time is it? It's 6 PM my time. It's LGS, sure. Nice, Miffy. That's Daddy right there. Guys, when you eat pizza, do you like your crust crunchy or soft? Barometer here. Boat? I like boat too. Either like it really crunchy, like this, or look soft and floppy. Are you a VTuber yet? No. No idea who. Yes, Ghostface. I'm eating pizza. Is it Mama RPR pizza? Yeah, it is. My mom makes good pizza. Yeah, my mom makes pizza all the time. I like cold pizza as well. They moved to Turkey, Kari, for the tournament. Unhappening in Turkey? No.
Hey!
No idea where's gonna happen.
Double
time.
team!
Dippy, my mom makes a killer
Someone
carbonara
else?
as well.
Maybe one team. I think they're late.
I don't see anyone. Well, if no one's here, I can go get some water. Right, stream snipers? You guys are not gonna push, right? As soon as I get up from this chair and go get water, we're not gonna get pushed.
Paylord just
Hey, do you get
resubscribed for 7 months.
None of us are getting stream
Sub
sniped.
chat.
I'm about to get stream sniped all the fucking time, but he's in denial.
Doesn't matter. Who cares? I stream sniped too when I was a kid, so it doesn't matter.
I don't care if they stream snipe, just don't kill me while I'm AFK. Just wait for me to come back.
That's nice.
Alright, I'm gonna sit in this corner and go get some water. Alright. Hey, I think we're 7
Good luck,
months. Welcome back. Appreciate
man.
you.
What is?
Shut the fuck up.
Lock on 01 just resubscribed for 5 months. ALGS good luck.
What's there, 3 timer somewhere?
I haven't seen.
Haha. I'm not dead yet. What is this? I'm not dead? Stream sniper slacking. I even took a piss, give them more time to kill me. You guys need this?
Done.
I need to build some beds. Someone's walking up. Car front door right now. In. 501. Like 150 on him.
18 on one guy here. 100 hit by a thing. Pushing. 100.
Dude, no way. Dude.
Fucking low. They're fucking low, all of them.
No fucking
Not the path.
way,
Not the
bro.
path, though.
No way.
The fucking Arcstar fucked me then. I should have pushed through like a maniac. Pathfinder, I hit 150. I guess he just grappled and healed, man. Pussy shit.
Oh,
Lock-on, thank you
my
very much. Welcome
God.
back. Appreciate you.
I was so far away.
And they just aped the building like they fucking knew we were in there or some shit.
Shut the fuck up.
Lumina Noblesse just resubscribed for 4 months. 4 months already.
Welcome back, Lumina.
Excited
Thank
for
you for
what's
much.
to come, boss man up here. Hey.
There's a lot to come. Once I get fucking well. I don't take meds, Italia. That's the thing about me. I never take meds unless I'm really seriously ill. I choose not to take meds. I don't like putting chemical shit in my body. You ask for ibuprofen? No, unless I have a fever that's like impossible to survive, I'll take like something for the fever. But usually I don't like taking meds at all. How long you had it? I don't know, like 3 days, 4 days. I mean, it's already gone. It's like a, there's this like thing in my city right now where everyone has this. It's kind of like a kid's flu or whatever, where you kind of like all your you just kind of start sneezing a lot, and then all your like sinuses clog up and shit, and then you sound like this. Basically, I started sneezing like a maniac. Like every fucking 2 minutes I started sneezing, and then the next day I was sick.
Oh shit.
I will see if we psycho. Yeah, okay. Nose is needed. Yeah, but I prefer not to take it unless I really have to. See when you can sneeze out your sneeze. Yeah, that's the fucking rank 1 worst pain in the world. We have a team across, I think. Yeah. Did you both go for me?
I'm here. I had to. I was talking to him for a while.
Fine. Just wondering.
90. Fuck them, fuck them, fuck them.
Caustic. 30 flash on the Valkyrie, just push the shit. A joke. Motherfucker, are you gonna take everything? You want anything else? You want take, you want my inventory as well? You want me to drop something?
Yeah. Yeah, please.
Here. Got it, that's the yeah, there is.
Team on the other side?
Yeah, under crafter. I see, yeah, all three on crafter now.
I'm going over.
Let's kill them, dude. I'm tired of looking at them crafting. They're crafting, bro. They're crafting ammo, dude. Hello?
Guy here as well.
You
Yeah,
good?
coming. Yeah, I just
Exercising
hang out.
demons?
Yeah. Exercising? I'm exercising demons. here.
Exercising demons? They
One
gotta
shot
work hard
range,
as well.
One shot, half one shot.
Right dead. Bad whip. Man. Fucking hell.
There's something else here.
This is Masters. What the fuck happened, dude?
Just, I don't know.
Age.
I hate to. Motherfucker had a turbo bone, dude.
Oh yeah, you haven't seen that yet. Everyone's running to Horizon Turbocharger Devo. Everyone's just
Everyone
running
thinks you're
Devo.
Japanese?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I don't mind it. I play solo queue like solo master on Japan all the time, so I'm used to getting dewoed. What's up, Tizzy? How you doing? I'm feeling better now. I just got sick, but the fever is gone. It's just like my sinuses are a little bit clogged up right now, and like I sound like I'm fucking dying, but I'm not feeling bad at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't stream. But I have to stream also because we have a tournament on Wednesday, and I gotta practice. I have to stay warm. Suburban. I'll be fine, January. Where are they? I thought I heard something, but guess I didn't. Wait, this is looted. Interesting.
Really?
Why right loop but no left loop? Hmm?
So what's Manny doing about it?
I don't know, he's next to me. Probably talking to chat or some shit.
I'm here, what's up?
Hey.
Yeah, it's because I can't fucking mute on Discord, so I gotta
Man,
reach over
shut
on my
the
other
fuck
PC and mute every time I have to speak.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So I'm gonna buy pedals here. Foot pedal, so I can
Oh
mute.
my god. Come on, dude, this guy.
But I think I sound so fucking sexy, dude. You know?
You sound me when I'm sick.
Do that again.
Hey, good morning. Today we're gonna have a podcast with our
Alright.
parents, our parent fucking G Dolphin.
Joel Sheen.
So how's everyone's day? How you guys doing, man? What do you guys do?
I play Apex today.
Ate
First
some
time.
ass.
Hey, that's
little
good.
bit.
That's good. I'm happy to hear that. So,
So enough
I bought
about
these
you
rocks.
guys. More
I
about
bought
me.
some rocks, dude. Shungite.
Oh,
You know
Shungite?
you know what Shungite is?
No, I
You know
heard
what
about
Shungite
it.
is?
It's like black, right?
Yeah, it's like these billion-year-old rocks.
Triangles.
You know, they're good for like deflecting like negative energy or whatever. I put them. I bought a few ones and put them around the La Casa, you know.
Oh.
So yeah.
Dude, I can sound like
Yeah.
you too, man. If I put my mic
Yeah,
like here, I'm
Not
also in the
Shungite.
radio, dude.
Not Sugar Knight. Okay, he's in jail or something. Come on.
Oh, he's in jail.
Yeah.
Okay. Dude, you wanna run a podcast? Like, we have the microphones in now. Like, we could run
Yeah.
a podcast.
Yeah, we can do some crazy shit. Hey.
Like,
Hey, who wants
if
to join
you-
the podcast, dude?
if
I
you
already
put
did
it
once.
really-
Two.
If you put it really close to your mouth, you really sound like you're in a radio station. Like, hey guys,
Yeah.
Radio Master on 95.4.
Yeah. Today we're gonna hear some fucking crazy music, dude. We got Ed Sheeran on the track, dude. Let's go, baby.
Hit it! Woo! You're right.
No.
Holy shit! 1-on-1.
Oh, a new team again.
I got shit on.
Okay.
Two are down.
team coming.
Free Shawak, dude.
That's
Take
new
the
team again,
portal.
Dalton.
I see. Close. Oh,
Oh, this
no,
raid's
here.
blocking me, dude.
I'm dead.
They're rezzing here. No way you're gonna let them res, you stupid third-party team.
They're going. Yeah, they're going for the rest.
I'm in the tunnel. Coming. I sneaked my way.
Can you say it with your radio voice?
I'm in the tunnel.
Can you please rest RPR? Thank you, man. Get my banner and rest me after. Thank you, man.
They killed the team we were killing.
That
I
my
got a
banner's
Phoenix.
the other way. My banner's the other way.
Yeah.
Cover my ass and titties.
Cheating. Kringe.
Did one damage. 3D fucking disappeared.
Good. Let's get the banner.
Up away.
Coming out the front door. So much -5 damage. 90.
Hit one
Someone.
for 1 damage.
41.
Banner.
Knock.
I'm out. Oh, okay.
There's only one there, right?
100. 70.
Dead.
Other
Bad.
side. Oh,
He
he
flew. Oh, dude, his teammates are fighting and motherfuckers flying.
I would do it too. Do you guys? So I could come back, of course.
Where the fuck is he? Holy shit, he went away, dude. And I'm gonna put the mic away from my face now so you guys
Dude, I have fucking 7 assists.
don't
What's
feel
going
uncomfortable, dude.
It is actually uncomfortable to have a mic that close to your face. Because I find myself leaning forward when I do it.
It's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I just have it like this. Yo, that's not bad. Yo, I just shouldn't play
I
like
have
this.
it.
Like
I
all
have
the
it
YouTubers
like
and shit.
a little bit away from my face. Like I don't have it like stuffed in my face. You know what I mean?
I have it like a sound right now.
But like, if you really want the maximum quality, you wanna have it like this. Like you know, you wanna be like talking into it like this, like
Oh, yeah,
this.
100%. Yeah,
Cause it's just that type of mic, you know.
that's crazy. I don't know why. It's a little bit weird.
Come on, just
I'm straight up eating my mic right now, though.
yeah. I can hear. I can hear.
Can
you
I
smacking
hear
your
some?
lips.
Can I hear some extra sounds? You know what I mean? What if you just actually eat the mic, Manny?
Yeah. No, I did that. That's not that good. A little bit of ASMR going, you know?
ASMR.
Oh my god, dude. Holy shit, that was crazy.
Oh shit!
Hey, relax. Hey, relax. Hey.
Well, yeah,
Hit
yes,
one
that's
for
for
2
ASMR.
damage?
I'm giving you ASMR.
Yeah.
But that's not what you guys listen when you Google ASMR. You put in YouTube?
No.
Oh
That's
shit.
not what it's called,
Yeah,
right?
they're crafting.
Hitting the
and
crafter, dude.
shit. Guess we listen to different kind of ASMR.
I listen to Gachi ASMR. There are 2 men fucking, you know?
I do stupid shit.
I'm fucking pushing.
He's doing it.
I'm pushing P. Hey. Dude, come on, man. That's not very nice of you. That was not very Felix Lingual L.
Octane 45 perp. And then I woof.
Is he up top?
Yeah, he went up. One up.
60 on one guy.
Two
Push
up.
me.
Oh,
Oh no! What? No!
All there.
I thought you guys were here, ready to push.
oh, we're getting turret as we speak.
What the? Okay, they did not jump.
I had an arc star on the stairs. I couldn't push with you.
Oh, I thought they all jumped down.
Don't worry, we were getting third anyway, so.
Oh, I thought you guys were fucking like right there, like going up the side.
No, they were all on your side. Like I was.
EA Sports.
Forgot
It's in the third party.
Damn.
Pion hi. Hisashi. I always fuck up that word. Hisashiburi. 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 Hey Shiger, I'm good. I'm just a little bit sick. Little bit. And some games in the LGS. Yeah, if I can recover until Wednesday, I hope. So I can scream, because right now I can't scream or like yell because I'm like no energy. My voice hurts.
Are you guys playing scripts tonight?
No.
I don't know.
No scrimmages. Just going raw. We're going in raw.
Raw.
Yeah.
Hot. Unlooped.
Unlubed raw. Just how it is. Fuck scrims. Plus I'm fucking half sick. I can't even call properly. And a little recovery time.
Has it started to get hot already in Croatia? How's the weather?
Slowly. It's sunny, so it's gonna start getting hot. It's like 13 degrees right now.
13?
Yeah. It's slowly going up there. I think with maybe like 2 weeks and we'll be like up in there in like 18s, 20s.
Nice. And then it starts to get too hot.
No, we're good, Luna. Well, no, I mean, it gradually gets hotter and hotter. It's somewhere in like August is when you like start being like, oh fuck, you know, relax, you know, because it gets up to 40s, above 40s. But I don't mind the hot. Like I prefer the hot over the cold recently. Maybe because I lost a lot of weight, so now during the winter I feel really cold.
Have you been like actively working out or just eating different?
Just working out and eating different both. I lost like 20 kilos in like 2 months or 3 months.
20?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched old videos yesterday. You look completely different now, bro. I watched that North videos yesterday.
Yeah, the fucking
It was
one.
so fun.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna watch one after this game.
Nasty, man. 20, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
Yeah.
And then I
Across
took
the grinder.
then I took a little break from working out. After the
Now you're up 30.
no, I went up like 2 kilos.
I'm in the middle.
I'm up and work. I'm back to working out now again, so I lost it all again.
Yeah, I went to
There, on my ass.
I'm with you here. Time to eat ass.
Yep.
You're dropping on me? Oh, you're dropping away? You're dropping on my ass.
Okay, I'm there in a second.
And I left.
Over here?
55, 110 on blood. Not blood, fucking the guy that.
Yeah, the guy that's not blood, but it's
I'm ready.
one dead.
Blood? Yeah, I knocked one. Let's get here on me.
Just give me.
He's minus 84.
Devotion player.
Damn, I did the Manda on him. Devotion, dude. Devote these nuts in your mouth.
My
What?
Hello?
fucking yeah, I had to click the fucking button to fucking mute and unmute, and I misclicked it like 3 times.
Is it like far away from you?
Yeah, it's right next to me.
Or you need to figure that out. Why
I
don't? Why not
have
just
to
have
bridge
Discord
over.
in your own?
A little bit better.
Because then I gotta get the mic over there too.
And then
I get to route the mic through the game PC over to the other PC. This way is way easier, but I just gotta get a.
We have
I'm
an
getting
XR. Oh.
Yeah, but I'm getting a new what's it called? I'm getting a new
Mixer.
fuck, what's it called? No, not mixer.
Pedals?
No, I'm getting a new mouse soon. So
Which mouse?
Gregsta or something.
Why?
Vancer Gregsta. I want
That
to try
sounds
it.
like the fucking gnome from Star Wars or the Mandalorian.
It's what's it called? It is a clone of the. What's that mouse called? Fuck.
Are you fighting?
Death Adder?
No.
I'm fighting Marvins.
No, the other, the final mouse one, the new one, Starlight 12, but it weighs more.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. You're not gonna like it.
What?
You're not gonna like it.
No, I tried it,
Really?
and it felt nice in my hand.
Like my penis?
No, that felt nicer.
But mine's not as big.
Oh no, it's way smaller.
Yeah. Wait.
Still felt nice though.
Yeah, it's still
But
cool.
It's not about
but,
how
yeah.
big it is, about the feeling, right?
Exactly. It's not about the size of the boat. It's the motion of the ocean. It's not what
Exactly.
people with small dicks say.
I don't know. You said that to me first time, so
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Isn't that what small dick people say?
I don't know. I think there's some truth in that statement. I would like to believe.
Man,
Dude.
don't they usually call you?
Horsecock?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's so
Is it
I
cap?
feel better about myself, you know?
Oh, okay.
Hey, they're fighting over here. Elysium.
I'm crafting. I'm crafting.
Yeah, I'm going myself then.
I input 1. I input 2. I'm inputting right now.
Here.
Pushing P.
I've seen your cock, and like it's like as small as you describe it. So
It is. That's what I'm saying.
How did you see
Got a
his
4mm defeater. Summer house.
someone was
Oh, you just whipped it out?
Yeah, of course. That's what I do to
that's-
every time. Get here, motherfucker.
It's like showing dominance, but like the opposite. You know?
Yeah. Do you have a pad?
Yeah, I do. Oh, here though.
Fuck this, guys.
If it
Get
ain't
up.
small, he lying.
No!
'Cause I've seen it too. Funny story. One time we were
Wait.
sitting in call.
Oh, baby,
There's no way you guys are losing to diamonds. Come on. Figure it out.
up top. Let's take a pad.
Padding on you. 120. 180.
But he went
Knocked.
up again. Honest.
Just keep going and shooting like I have no friends. I have no friends.
Cheers.
So one time we were sitting
I'm
in
ready,
call.
I'm ready, go.
it
No!
was- Dude, what are you guys doing? Who are you chasing?
I don't know. This...
Oh, that's a whole team.
Dude!
That's 2
Is this guy
motherfuckers.
legit?
Well, it's 2
Is the
guys. It's
Bangalore
not one
legit?
guy. It's 2 guys shooting at you.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Mandy is fucking Goomba stomping our ass, dude.
I hit
back
that
here.
drone once. Man is dead.
No, I'm not.
We impeded him.
I'm better than them.
Turned into a box midair. What the fuck?
And Bangalore fucking beat me. Oh, were they both shooting at me at the same time?
Shit, the wingman did. I'm dropping a flatline there. You like that? You like that? Flatline? You like that? Anyway, funny story. One time we were in call, me, Manda, and I don't know who. I don't remember. It was old Discord. It was homies.
What happened?
And motherfucker is we're
We're
on
gonna
cam.
call.
We're on cam like in a Discord. And motherfucker just like
The legendary one, dude.
just pulls down his pants and shows his ball sack like randomly like unasked for.
I know. I told them I was like, dude, I had this big. I hit my leg the other day. I had this big blue mark on my thigh, dude. And they were like, oh, can you see? I was like, yeah, of course, dude. And I pulled up my right leg pants or whatever and just see my fucking nuts just hanging there, dude.
They're probably expecting you to pull it, up the upper way,
Pretty sure we had a screenshot of that shit flying around.
Maybe.
It's gone now, but
Oh my god. That was funny, dude. Holy shit.
You want to pick up, Manny?
Man,
I'm-
why? No, dude, don't bring me to storm. I just got out of that shit. Fuck him, dude. Let me roast it.
Oh wait, I have my own car here.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah, long story short, man, has got an old man ball sack, dude.
I got some juicer racing pack right there. It's crazy.
Then I think maybe Manny's capping, and he does have an MC hammer. You know what I mean?
You think you have a juicer?
Ah,
Possibly.
I don't
Fake.
know, man. Never seen.
fake. Never seen my caca? I haven't showed you?
I can't
cringe,
remember, dude.
cringy.
Actually, I actually can't remember. I feel like I might have did at this point.
Your vision's blurred from that night, dude.
Oh man, I don't know, dude. What didn't happen in Poland? You know what I mean?
Dude, Poland was so good. Me and our bro, straight up just best friends the entire trip, dude.
Wake up in the
Waking
morning.
up early.
What was
Waking
it,
up
like
early in
9
the morning.
a.m.?
We're like, hanging out. Everyone's still sleeping. We're like, yo, you wanna go out and buy some food? We go out, go to the mall, go shop
Buy
around,
some
eat some
shoes.
nuggets, eat some fucking McDonald's and all that shit. We come back and the motherfucker's still sleeping. All of them.
we bought shoes. We bought food for everyone. We came back home. Motherfuckers were still snoring, dude. No one up. No one. It was like 1 p.m.
Oh, double headshot.
Oh.
That's why I like Mande, because when we go on trips, like, oh, they're down
Oh,
here.
it comes up.
90 on the guy. 40. Ash is
got
what,
top
90 flush on Ash. 90 flush on Ash. Yeah, they're up top. They're up top.
One knock. One dropping on you.
No way you're
Excuse
telling
me,
me.
sir. 54 on that guy. You killed him?
They're having a noob below us.
What?
He's smoking dick. Don't tell me you're master. He's master. Oh no. What a disaster. What's up, Long?
It's a good one right there, honestly. I have to remember that placement for the future.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, but that's what I like about you, man. Because when we went to Poland, you actually want to go out and do shit and see shit. Not these motherfuckers
Oh yeah, of
just
course.
sitting at home, fucking sleeping and drinking, dude. Like that's
Yeah,
all they
so
did.
dumb. I was there, dude. I'm probably one of the people that had the funnest time there. And I
You got
played
17.
shit. I played shit in that tourney, and I'm one of the people that actually had the most fun.
Yeah. Number 76.
Nah.
Because
No,
like
78.
you also
Oh,
like
78.
stayed in the venue the entire day with us when we were playing and shit. Even after you guys got relegated, everyone else was just
Yeah.
like, "We lost. I'm leaving," and they're fucking gone.
I'm
dude.
having fun, dude. I'm going back. I'm gonna play up top of this. I'm gonna sit here rest of the game.
Shit. I was sneeze that is running away. I hate that.
We also went around quite a lot in Poland. Remember seeing Nice Week absolutely everywhere. Like everywhere I'd go, he'd fucking be shopping.
Good,
shoes,
dude.
but
Man,
t-shirts.
seeing the world.
You're a billionaire, man.
Bought sausages. Remember that?
Sausage.
You did?
Yeah, a lot of sausages.
Really like
approve.
kielbasa?
I like those.
There's a broom over there.
There's a wide talk about the sausage market in Poland.
Oh, look at them flying. Look at all them chickens. That's not the type of sausages that we saw in Poland. But
Oh,
I understand.
saw the sausage starting with M, I guess.
Massive cocks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those ones.
Oh my god. Nah, I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of
boosters?
fucking time in my life, dude.
Now imagine we do that, man, but we win the line. How much more fun we do have.
87 headshot.
I bet you didn't have as much
Yeah.
fun as Foxy GG though. I think you had more fun.
Yeah, I did. I would also have fun being in a
He got fucking
jail
arrested,
cell.
dude. How do you get arrested, dude?
Spent the night in the cell.
I know
dude.
what happened. I don't remember.
Basically, they got batshit drunk, like with Huskers in them. And he got so drunk that he like needed an IV
Oh, he
or
punched the
some
fucking
shit.
taxi guy, right?
No, what he told me is that he needed like an IV or some shit, but they put him in jail cell because he couldn't like
Oh.
like he doesn't. I don't know. He couldn't like pay for it or whatever. I don't know fucking know what happened. But then he got the IV in the jail cell and they'll let him go next morning when he fucking woke up.
So dumb. Here.
There's a team in here. Oh, they might be aiming me.
Malcolm's 45
60.
purple.
Right.
They're looting the drop. They're like mandate.
Yeah,
They'd rather have
I'm
to
not
pay.
gonna push. I'm not gonna push.
Wait, what are you
So
on?
if you guys
IP
push,
grinder?
2v3. No, I'm a bow and arrow.
86 purple headshot Valkyrie. He's not peeking ever again.
Does your frames die when you look this direction?
A little bit.
If my friends die,
Your friends? Holy
no,
shit.
my frames. No, I got 240 stuck.
Stuck.
When I go here, what I have 240 when I look this direction. I have
When I look at Mande, I have 190. When I look at there, I have 185 or some shit. So,
Just get a better PC.
I mean, my PC probably needs like a good old fucking Windows reinstall soon.
I'm getting one soon after training.
these guys, they really don't want to fuck.
And that guy's one shot right.
Hit one for 4 damage.
Oh, that was close. Down here. She jumped over my arrow.
That guy's gonna res, by the way. Right there. If you wanna kill him.
There's a guy right here also.
Oh, he's getting named already.
No, see?
Oh, he's thinking that shit. Respect.
54?
Oh, he got off of it.
He's dead.
Oh, they
But now we killed the guys that rushed the res, right? Because we wanna like ruin their day.
these ones.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I'm still staying here, brother.
Oh, are you
Alright.
sure about that?
We got a 3-2-1ers over here.
They really did a bad job for 3 to 1 in the
60.
40
Yeah,
purple
right on right side,
Gibby.
though.
Crack the Gibby. Right here.
We're gonna get a push from the north. Do you have light? Just got a little light.
No, there's light up top though on the guy. Yeah, they're pushing out
Close,
northwest, northwest. And who the fuck do you guys think you are, huh?
On it. Wait, I'm getting fucking shot in the side as well. Oh shit. Betting.
Oh yeah, he's in the side alone. Look at him. 45 red.
Low.
Idiot. Below me. Lifeline. Help me.
Yeah, I got you. Nice.
Stupid.
We're farming. We're good.
What's the other side? Swabbies.
Has to be below me somewhere. Right? Where is this guy?
Come on, man. That's not very cool of you.
Ah, below me. Knocked one.
Oh my god.
Right here, there's 2.
He's very good at the game. I hear someone close to the wall.
Right here.
I can't see them now. This guy's blending in.
I still have a guy knocked here, I think.
Oh.
No, he got finished.
Do you need more help?
No.
Maybe from your massive finger.
There's a team in the house. Good though. I need heavy ammo, that's what I need. How do I keep running out? See me, jump out.
Are they one to one
They're
guy?
fucking flying.
Oh, they're fucking flying, bro. Why am I getting shot in the side by this guy? Come on, man. I'm shooting.
Hit one for 12. 4 damage.
Immaculate
Oh,
damage numbers. They landed on a team. Only fucking wired so hard.
And all teams over there, I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
Yes.
I found a
Looks like
little
yours.
treat. Uh-oh, stinky.
I'm playing up higher, high ground here.
Me too.
Legolas Andy. Below me.
Below me?
Hey, Fittery.
That's
How
really
are
good.
you?
Whole
I'm
team.
a bit sick, but yeah.
Signating. They're probably gonna chase actually. Look at me.
They're not chasing.
There's one.
On the roof?
No, here.
No way he
That's one.
presses Q.
Okay, yeah, full team up top. Full team on the roof here. Oh my gosh.
Give me 120.
That's a headshot him for 83.
So he's
Knocked
like
him.
10 health.
They
Mathematically.
got a kill there.
Dude, why? He's in the void.
Stop the rest. Up top.
Dude, man, look up top. There's an ash walking, smoking, talking. Like a walk it. Talk it, walk it, lock it.
What's he doing, this guy?
Is this self-res or what?
I actually don't know what I'm doing.
This guy under us. Look at this guy, he can't get in. He can't get in, he's got that zone!
Help! Nice.
Help!
Oh, you need help?
Help! Help!
Why you need help? What do you need help for?
I'm fine, I guess.
I'm dropping
Dude,
down.
I hate when they don't look at you, they just walk bad, you know what I mean? Right below me.
Can you TP me?
I don't have TP, so no.
When can you TP?
50.
Okay.
Oh, motherfucker stuck my ass! Low, 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 low!
Zero?
Dead,
Nice,
dead,
nice.
dead.
Good shit.
Finish
you,
that guy,
who's Kyle?
Dolphin.
Oh, team next to us in the big building.
Finish that guy, Dolphin.
They have this too. So,
Reporting on you. 145 on raid porting. Right here. You have a problem with me, man?
No, I'm good.
on the roof, one. Guys, low.
Zero? Zero? Nice, nice, nice. Good shit.
Dude, it's
This
brother
team in a
Apex.
solo. It's this team in solo.
Teleportations? They're using teleportation device right here?
No fucking way. It's
Yeah.
like illegal and shit. I'm gonna get griefed by a solo, I already know. I don't care though.
The solo's under us.
Okay.
Man is dead.
Hello, motherfucker! You think I'm fucking blind or what? I'm not blind. I can see very well from
How
my
is he not blind? 80 red on the
They TP'd.
Gibby.
Where did the TP?
On
Right here in this corner.
Whoa!
I stuck one! I'm pushing.
Good shot, dude.
You're stuck? This guy's stuck. Look at the guy. Look at this guy. He's stuck. He's self-pressing. He's got a dinosaur.
Dude! I'm gonna get peeked here.
He's got a dinosaur.
I hit this guy 28. 1v1, dude.
Oh, it's
In there.
1-on-1.
I hit him 28. Right here.
I'm coming up here. I can dodge for you. Nice.
That's my last fucking
I'm dodging for
saber
you.
shot. Dude, this cringe lord is playing knockdown.
He's pushing you. Oh my god. Oh no. Why? What did
He
I
has a swap
do?
on you? That's sick. Look at him dead.
Hey, you gotta hit me, man. Oh, swap.
Nice
Dude, I
shot
can't.
there.
I
Let's
can't.
go,
I
baby.
can't.
Let's go, baby.
No.
You got this. You never lost. Nice.
How did he lose that? Come on, man. You got 3 swaps, bro. And I have no secondary. I shot all my Kraber shots.
Don't bully. Come on.
That's a good one.
Dude, I shot that Octane in the head mid there, Dolphin, when he patted.
Yeah, I saw that. It was beautiful.
319. Well, we won again. Would have thought. Not me. Hi, Liam.
According to all known laws of aviation, there is no way that a bee should be able to fly. Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground. The bee, of course, flies anyway. Because bees don't care what humans think is impossible.
Right. Thank you for 100 bits then. What's up, Tashin? I'm feeling better, but also shit, so it's like a mix. I'm like in between right now. Mr. T said he's joining after this match.
Alright.
I just saw Mander's microphone light up like a fucking.
I couldn't unmute.
You fucking clicked that shit 7 times.
Shut the fuck up.
Thank you, T, for
_tation
big juicy
just
20. Appreciate you,
resubscribed
love you,
for
man.
20 months. RPR love.
Thank you, man.
L underscore.
I'm not thinking about
L
it, but
underscore.
fuck you also.
L underscore. L underscore.
underscore.
L underscore. L underscore. L underscore. L underscore. L underscore. L underscore.
Shut the fuck up.
Upset 'cause you win match.
Hi, honey.
I was stretching, chat.
Shut the fuck up.
Premier
Just
team for 7
resubscribed
months.
for
Welcome
7
back. I
months.
can't believe you guys have
Yeah.
been here for 7 months already. It's been that long. Wait, let me see. August, September, December. No, wait, October, November, December. I skipped 2 months. January, February, March. Holy shit, it's been 8 months. Dex in 5 months. Welcome back.
Dexif's just resubscribed for 5 months. I don't have time to watch your streams lately because of my work, but
So
I
good.
still love you, prayer.
Thank you. You're fine. I appreciate you. Da-dam, da-da-dam.
Let's line across.
Yeah.
Nice.
We have one team on us.
Man, they're sucking my balls. Dude, these guys are like my biggest fans.
Dude, punch this
yes,
guy.
I punched him once.
One low.
He's got purple armor.
No. Yeah. Purple and gold, dude.
Dude, embarrassing.
What's the
You guys are embarrassing, dude.
And purple and gold.
This is embarrassing, dude. How the fuck are you guys losing that? I have no weapon, dude.
Me neither.
How did they lose?
I was
man?
punching.
New team.
Pushing over. Oh wait, on you?
Yeah,
On Dolphin's pussy, dude.
back on.
And
I'm
left
fucking-
pussy as
dude.
well.
Oh my god, the audio in this game is phenomenal.
No way, dude. This fucking bastard. I cracked the Octane. This Octane smoked, and you're better than him. He's running like a fucking idiot. He's plat 2. Come here, plug someone's ass. He's running back in. He popped a cell. 1 cell. You're so much better, different, better. Come here, I got shield for you.
Here.
No, new team, dude.
Man, motherfucker.
Dude, the first guy thinks I'm cheating. No kissy. The Pathfinder.
I did
That was straight up
277.
controller aim.
I did 277 damage, and like 200 of that was punching.
That was straight up controller aim right there. I didn't miss a single shot with the Prowler on the first guy. That was and just died instantly.
Allah's naughty.
Oh my god.
Sometimes.
Naughty.
It's actually crazy how OP Prowler was back then, but it had 2 more damage than now.
Shut the fuck up.
Just wait, Steven, Prime, welcome. Yes, Roku, I do. Sure, Dippy. So that Prime after Kraber on me. Oh, smoke, close smoke.
Hello RPR, how are you baby? I missed you, hope you are doing well. Can't wait for you to suck everyone's balls in ALGS, including your teammates' balls. By the way, you should play this game called Genshin Impact. It's free and I got good rolls and now I am homeless living under the highway. Good luck in
Nice.
ALGS this week. Croatian big boy pop-off king, get that cash money for real L underscore? L underscore? L underscore question mark
Oh,
L
hello,
underscore?
Wilton. Fuck
L
you,
underscore?
Zuka. So say so, holy shit. You sell Genshin Impact back? Fuck. Stop making me laugh. Oh shit, that was good. Oh man, but yeah, I did receive my live 2D yesterday. My live 2D frontal first coloring, so full coloring, and Lam has done something to the character that I didn't think he would, but I was hoping he would, but he didn't do. I didn't tell him to do it. And he added a bit of red in the eyes. It looks really fucking cool. Give me big bazongas? No. Oh yeah, by the way, you know, guys, you know how I ordered a second outfit? I ordered like a hakama, right? I'm gonna make it so, you know how samurais wear a hakama, but like half of it is like off, and then you see a bunch of bandages and shit. Like half of it is naked and half of it is worn, like in the animes. Know what I mean? You guys know what I mean? Yeah, it's gonna be like that. There's gonna be booba, yeah.
Let's go.
Holy shit! Like two of them dropped like fucking flies in there.
I saw that. We got AFK on our team. AFK.
Fucking my ass.
In my ass.
Hello?
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go. I can do that now because of my fucking fucked up voice.
Okay, let's
Okay,
go.
let's go.
Oh, me, maybe? Holy shit.
Wingman here if you need.
I climbed up.
I got fucked in the ass.
Holy shit, you got controller.
Dude! I'm climbing up.
Pathfinder.
I've got a nade. Nade twice. They have horizon though.
Pathfinder here.
They're bird nading. They're bird nading. Oh, they're ended.
Man, suck on ass,
I hate
pussy.
this.
Dark one with Darkstar.
I hate this life. I hate this life.
I fucked him. Fuck two. Fuck two. Horizon fuck two. Nice.
Come here, pussy.
Last guy Pathfinder. Last guy Pathfinder. Pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing.
Nice, there, well done.
You could never kill a free Shavaka, dude.
I'm a
Free Shabakadu!
You just got controller. Okay, let's go.
Twitch.tv/Medi. Yes, I'm live, by the way. That's my favorite name. Oh no, I pulled my thing out again. I can't hear you guys.
I wasn't aware for the ready for this drop here. It was so fast.
Right here.
I'm calling out. There's a bird nade, and I get hit by it.
Let me talk into it, dude.
I sucked penis. Penis has been sucked. I sucked so many dick.
I'm going down.
Right
I
here.
don't care. I'm going down. I'm not a pussy.
There's two of them, brother.
What the?
Oh my god, 22.
Dude! I have more people on me. Life. Life. Help. 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 Help.
Life
Help.
imitates
Help.
life.
Oh my god! There's so many people!
Oh wait, Art.
What the? Why are you? Dude, watch out! This below.
What the fuck is going on my screen?
Dude, there's no way. The Octane pad didn't work. The Octane pad did not work.
What
I
just
hate that
happened?
bug. I hate that bug, dude.
I went on it and said boof, and I just flew up for 1 second and went down again.
Free Shavaka, dude.
Is Tashin ready to play?
Mr. T. Yeah, he's here.
Alright. I have good games, man. I have good games. I was not helping there.
You too, man.
It is.
Yeah, GG's.
Free Shavaka, dude. Oh, put it
What's
on
up with double low?
Put it on the ranked. Yeah. We got goat?
Yeah.
Free Shavaka, dude.
Hello.
Yo.
Hello, Mr. J.
Free
What's up, boy?
Dude. Ah. Do we miss the queue? Let's go.
What's going on, boys? Back-to-back lobby. The
Let's
fuck?
fucking go. I don't know.
I was lagging.
We did a little trolling.
I was lagging. I was lagging, bro. No sound, no sound.
I'm brain lagging right now, so I have excuses. I got excuses for days. Why am I not ready?
I'm waiting for my mouse the entire day.
What mouse?
It's a still serious one. It's
Yucky.
it's like G Pro but smaller. I need that, bro. I need the smaller of this.
Buy a final mouse.
Yeah, dude, they like $400 of limited edition, everything.
Yeah, but I mean, mine's been lasting for a long time, and I like it small.
Nice.
I like small mice.
Wait, which one?
The final schmauser. I got the ultralight, too.
Oh.
Is that an expensive one?
Well, I mean, it was like 250.
We played with a guy. He had like one mouse or more for 400.
Maybe it's like the new one. I don't have the new one.
I don't know, dude. It's had limited edition. Crazy.
Yeah, I just had the final ultralight 2. It's light. It has a wire, but it's like paracord, so you don't feel it. Super light and super small. Which I
Do
like.
you still use mouse bungee even though you have that cable?
Yeah,
The
I'm
light cable?
using a bungee. Yeah.
Okay.
But realistically, you don't need the
Shut the
bungee.
fuck up!
Yeah, it's
A
better
Hungry
with
Muffin
bungee.
just resubscribed for 6 months.
Hungry
Hi, RPR,
Muffin,
hope
3
you're
year
doing
3
well.
for 6 months. Thank you
But I'm
so
wireless
much.
one trick
Welcome
now,
back.
so
I'm
I don't
doing
think I go back to
good.
cable anymore.
That's what I thought too, but here we are, you know.
Good. I only played CS with wired mouse.
I've been playing a little bit of Iron lately. I like this mouse fall around as well. Oh, Amanda, did you get your new keyboard yet? Wait until he finds the mute key. Oh yeah, chat. But I did receive my my Light 2D shit, but I did ask for some changes. There's a little small changes in like shoulders and head area that was like too big and too beefy, so I asked for a little bit of a change on it. My shoulders look jacked as fuck, and I changed them to look a little bit more normal because I didn't want to look jacked like that. I mean, whenever I figure out how to get it to work, we're doing it. That must be a good shit. Man, they send us down. They're here in the below.
Oh, it's 2 days left. 2 days.
Yeah.
2 days and then
Decimation.
2 days and then something we never experienced before. 6 days of fucking. Just kill this guy, dude.
Oh,
Who the fuck is
everybody.
He run.
He ran.
First, I would run too. If I landed it myself. There's a sentinel with a 4 technician.
I need to.
91 is dead. What is there to say?
Can we just go to the building and heal up?
Right here?
I knocked 2 already.
Oh shit, man, the crap.
Misa's fucking knocking the entire apartment right now. 45 white?
I don't know what you think this is. I'm gonna go eat her or something.
Eat the dog.
Yeah.
You mad?
Man, fuck you, bitch ass. Misa, stop fucking screaming. Think she heard me? Dogs have really good hearing, so I bet.
Probably did. Say it again, maybe.
Oh, there's Garrett here.
Oh
Yo, can
shit, bro! I got scared by a knock,
I-
motherfucker, dude. Holy fuck! Oh, there's motherfuckers on me. New team, new team.
I healing, I healing.
He's playing on 400 ping. The horizon. 590.
Where's 1? Knocked.
Half crack.
Horizon 80 purple.
Fucking path.
Doing so much of nothing to that path.
Have a charge rifle still. What is this?
Here, new team just came in.
I need to loot.
White armor Octane. Getting pushed like crazy. White armor Wraith as well.
My way.
Wraith's gonna.
I'm bubbling on you, I'm bubbling on you, I'm bubbling on you. Fucked 1.
Fuck
I'm
one,
gonna fuck
soft
in
one.
back.
In the back, yeah.
Literally not
In the
seeing
booty
one.
hole.
I'm selling. Seems low.
Half
Nice.
dead. Right dead, noob. First thing. Oh,
Bursting, showing dominance. Pulling my deck out. My ball sack.
You got that, Sejin?
45 blue,
yeah,
45 blue.
definitely got that, bro. I got that though. I got. Oh, my nade, my nade.
Oh
My nade.
Oh no, Klinge.
Oh
Let's go.
I need my
let's go.
sentinel, please. Mandy, where did you drop that senti?
I don't have a sentinel.
It's
I
down
had
there.
one.
You did.
In the
Someone
pit
shoot. Okay,
where we landed. I dropped it for real, for real.
not here. I'm
It
blind.
should be like on the far, like closer to the building.
I'm looking.
Is it not? Someone take
It was
it.
a charge rifle. I picked up a charge rifle. Oh,
Right.
here on the bed. Lol. I'm blind.
Shoot, who's throwing granata? Is that you?
Nah.
Right here, right here. He looting.
Not me.
Right here, Valkyrie.
Nice fire in here.
Right here, Horizon. Horizon 90 purple.
Crack horizon.
1 HP Valk.
I'm pushing. Yeah, nice.
Oh,
Shit.
yeah. Octane
Oh, I'm
didn't
fucked.
touch him. No, you're not. You're the best.
90? 90 this
Okay,
guy?
wait.
I don't have ammo.
1v1, 1v1. Right here, he's going up the beam as well. Above. He's lost.
I'm safe.
You're the best. You're the best.
9?
You're the best around.
He's the
Nothing's
best.
gonna keep me down.
That guy
Yeah,
shit on
okay.
us. Aqua rolled us,
Yeah.
dude. No wonder she's the fucking best player in the fucking
Big
league.
time.
Big man with a big gun, man. Let's go.
True.
My man.
I'm dropping purple armor full here.
Don't want it.
You need medkit, man, up here?
No, I have one. I'm just lazy. I dropped that red dot. How do you say grenade in your language?
301.
Alright, I got a question, chat. How do you say grenade in your language? We say granata. Granata!
El bombası.
Bomba?
El bombası is hand grenade.
How the fuck do we say it in Danish? We say
Yes.
grenade.
We also
Right
say
there.
bomba. We say bomba for like a
bomba
bomb,
too, yeah.
or granata for a grenade.
Yeah, we say bombe for a bomb.
German Granate, that's all.
Granata!
It's all the same. I
Oh,
feel
no.
like. I feel like it's because like the word got invented in one language and then everyone just like took it.
Yeah, and then put their own twist to it, yeah?
Yeah.
We say grenade, yeah.
Right here, right here.
We say actually say hun grenade.
Oh, look.
I did so
See that
much on
guy?
him.
I hit him 14.
41.
I've shot his feet.
41.
Missed him again.
41.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
Missed him again.
You didn't miss him. You hit him.
No, missed.
You're getting up, buddy. Cracked like a shit ton in there. I don't even know who I cracked. Give this one, Tashin. Land on his face.
I don't know how I walked about there.
I'm fucking chasing.
He's 25 health.
He took the point. I'm with 60 no scoping him.
How dare he take the port? Now I don't get the fucking assist.
Imagine, oh my god, bro, it could be different. Oh man, I'm chasing still.
This happened to me.
You guys ever shoot people and you're like, how did I one clip somebody right there?
Yeah.
You're confused.
Yeah.
You're like, how did I
With
miss
How am I
PK
that
mostly
good?
fight.
How the fuck?
If I fix up
Someone's walking up to us, man. Caustic blue.
Oh boys, I'm coming. I'm not
full
throwing,
3
I'm
man.
coming.
Full
On my
3
way.
man. Who the fuck is that?
That's a new team of...
They land on each other.
What the fuck am I watching? There's a caustic in here.
GB taking the portal
I'm
with me.
I'm killing the Caustic. What do you think this is?
One team
Okay,
dead.
dude, you're dead.
Gibby here. There's a team down here. Ah! Holy shit, my brain.
What if I just... Oh wait, look.
Why are you running?
GB crack.
Oh, I didn't fucking throw the doors, man.
Oh, they're staying. They want this dick.
Oh,
In here, blue. Ouchie.
almost knocked one more.
What the fuck is this?
One is that?
What are you there?
Why are you running? Why are you gay?
Why you
Boys. Ping
Why
me
are you
sniper
gay?
ammo, yeah?
She made
You-
fucking
you lazy?
beams.
She made fucking beans. What the fuck?
You both fucking idiots. I love it.
Wait, dude, just right above us. What the fuck is this
If I-
joint?
Hey.
Give me ammo, sniper ammo, okay?
Oh my wamo. Mo shindiru. Nani?
Nani?
I'm gonna one clip and one out the ship. You ready?
Behind me.
He went
I
to
did
the
one clip out the
portal.
ship.
There's a guy behind us on the loot.
I'm on a mission.
That
That guy's
guy-
teleporting.
Oh, reload.
I got rolled.
140 on this. I'm a controller. I'm a
getting fucked.
controller.
I'm going through.
Oh,
Yeah, you got
it's multiple teams.
Yeah, 2 teams.
Take portal
yeah,
out there, take portal.
Oh, how could this happen to me?
Someone farm my ass.
I made a mistake. I should have picked up the medkits, I forgot.
We can just take the zippage, no? Right here?
Nah, I'm going back for Mr. T.
Yeah, me too.
Hey,
I'm just going the
11 kills, dude.
the smart way. I have 1 kill. Why are you stealing my kills, man? I only got 1 after almost 2k damage, dude.
I have 2k damage too.
He took the portal, bro. Mandy, I'll probably run. Just run
took the
straight
portal.
to me, I'll try.
Which I'm doing. I'm even using my portale. I'm even gonna use my Q to be faster.
Hey, that's my teammate right there. But you want to run the wrong way, bro. First his ass.
Damn, he made beans out of them.
Bam nades. Pick up nades, maybe. Okay, you have enough.
Hey man, there, I'm almost there, man. Alright.
Oh, Arpa, if you go that way on the stairs, they're all low.
What the fuck is that guy? Yo, I found a pathfinder. I'm batting.
I beat them all for like 500 damage.
I'm here now. Let's show them who's
Man, it's
daddy.
just smurfing.
Oh.
That one, I don't know who that is. Right?
I'm rushing Mr. T. That's what I'm saying, dude. Dual PC is fucking strong and OP. There's so
And
much delay and everything. And now I just fucking beam everything and hit everything.
Is it a big difference for you?
Yeah, crazy. Like,
Oh, they got thirded.
Good.
I told you that. Wasn't I telling you, motherfucker, for months, dude?
yeah, but I was like, I can't be that good, you know?
It can, because it is for me.
30 kills. Ah.
Apparently it is.
Oh, I'm getting pushed! Mama!
You are?
Yeah.
Over there.
Yeah, different team or what?
Yeah. I think they want to push. Like, for real. For real, for real.
Like, for real, for real.
Yeah.
There's some
for real,
bitches.
for real.
I feel like the dog should spot for me. Oh, is this blue full?
Come here, let's kill them all.
We got loot for you, yeah.
They got 35. Pathfinder on the roof. Pass me the poof.
There's loot down here, Mr. T.
My way.
You need to come with me, okay? I'll escort you.
Coming. Nice. Be my,
Protect the president.
be my man, bro. Go, go, go.
I'm the bodyguard up here, dude.
Oh, they fucking looted it.
I have guns to fight. I'm coming.
150 on this guy in front of
killing.
us.
Let's kill him.
He has 50 HP.
Right here, motherfucker. What is he on the roof?
Ash on your left, Ash on your left, our part, Ash on your left, our part.
Roger, roger, roger.
Rash so low. I ulted.
He ulted away, he ulted away.
Yeah, he gone.
Oh no, I didn't get it off.
Well, someone just
No,
came out the
shot.
port and
Hey,
almost
on me,
killed
on
me.
me,
Oh no.
They're coming out the port. What the fuck is going on?
Dude, this guy killed me over there. This guy's low though, the raid.
Dude, that's all good, but motherfuckers coming out the port on me, dude. What the fuck going on?
They're all just running, they're not coming. You can stick men.
I knocked someone. Oh
He,
shit,
he
he's
might
looking.
he coming, he coming, he coming.
One guy. You and that.
I can't win because you guys are fat. Fuck. How are we the ones dead?
Ball coming, dude.
And how do our motherfuckers fly at me from the
dead
port?
Lucky. No, they're dead.
The
Nice.
box was fucking me, dude.
Oh
That
my
was the
god. Holy fuck. They just got shit on.
problem. Life's good, dude. We done diddly did it, dude.
Okay.
We haven't moved from the phase runner the entire game. Just want you guys to know that. 2 kills, 5 assists, and I like fucking I dropped the fucking nuke. What the fuck? Why do I keep getting notifications on my fucking phone, dude? I installed the 10x app and now all I'm getting is there's a new workout routine. There's a new workout routine. Like, okay, dude, how much do you think I work out? I can't do them all, dude. Holy shit.
Dude. You should work out.
I do. I worked out.
You should all-
Like all
More.
of them? Every single one?
More. More.
Yeah, I'll do some more, dude. Once I feel better, I'll do like 8-hour workouts.
Yeah, I'm doing 30 hours a day.
I'll do 8-hour stream into 8-hour workout, and then I'll sleep.
I do 50-hour stream and then 70-hour workout. So yeah.
Are you gonna work out actually, or you just like is like a fever dream for you?
No, I went up and maybe, hopefully.
You got your.
I went up and I got my card. Took a picture of me.
But you didn't work out yet.
No,
She
I
got
couldn't
it.
at the time today.
Mandy doesn't need to work out at all. He raised up just doing workout. Dude.
Well, I mean,
Oh, you'll
I
see.
think everyone needs to work out a little bit,
Bro.
man, to have your body.
Mandy
right.
lived parkour his entire life, bro. He is built up. dude.
Because like, think about it, like, you could be a machine, but if you're not oiled up, man, like you're not a good machine. You know what I mean? You gotta oil up a little bit every now and then.
Machine. I'm gonna oil up.
You need to get
we-
to be a machine, man. You need to grind, man.
Are we
Why don't,
starting?
you guys, why don't you guys go out of the get out of that jabroni outfit? You know, we'll set it here in the ring.
How about we start our radio podcast show right now, and I tell you, you know,
Am
all
I
the
dead here?
secrets of the
Am I
world.
dead here?
There's a guy over here. He's
I'm
throwing
not
nades.
alive. I didn't get a weapon.
Oh, I did 22 to that guy. Machine's getting pushed.
Me? I'm good. I'm good.
Me?
That Ash is getting shit on.
Ash dead. Oh, that's you. Hello.
Oh no, Kringe.
Kill them. Kill them all. Kill them all, bro. Over
I
here.
don't know what's going on, but I'm down.
They come.
Here, 2 armor. I need bullets.
What bullets?
Anything light. I mean,
Here, take
Anything.
some. I only got 80, dude.
that's perfect.
Shit on one.
1k badge, nice. Oh, the resurrection is
Pushing.
resurrection. Below resurrection.
The resurrection dead.
Now dead.
Nice. Good. Red is low running.
On me, new team. I died. I alived.
He just fucking did the door thing.
Ah, pushing. Pop crack.
107.
Oh!
I'm
Both
doubling.
sides, both ends. Double in the dildo.
This is a solo.
Above us, Mende.
Oh, I did hit him for a lot. How'd you
Machine, we need you.
I need.
No way, I have to reload too.
Give me your
Coming,
shielding.
coming.
There.
I cracked the octane.
Pushing. My shield's gone too.
I have 16
damage
bullets only. I cracked 84 on that guy. I got 3 bullets, bro.
Okay, he's chilling.
Are
I'm
you
mad
pushing?
kidding, bro.
He's running.
I'm mad kidding, bro.
I'm doing this.
You need that pearl.
I fucking did it. She made fucking beam.
Oh shit. Almost died.
Where did she run? Did you
She ran top left, the stairs.
Alright.
Yeah. Okay.
Right here. Running.
Okay.
No, yeah, blue fucker. 23 blue, dude.
No
That's
shot. No shot. New team. New team.
we need
Too
help,
slow.
man.
Yo, go. I have 12 arrows.
Anything?
Are they on your ass?
No way. There's a guy right here.
I'm
Oh,
fine.
he jumped down.
That's the solo we were chasing. You're fine from that guy.
Yeah.
This guy's got 30 as you got 30, so it's all good.
Just get on the upper end of that.
He shit on. 100.
58. On a fucking knockdown.
Stupid
I
fucking
need to
idiot.
switch guns.
I'm going to him. I'm going to
Denzel
him. I'm going to him.
Washington. I'm gonna get life on red. 65 purple. No, not in my ass. Oh, this guy got life on red as well.
I got rolled from this team, boys.
No way, he double fuse sticks my knockdown shot. How are you tanking?
Oh.
He's pushing you? It's really bad. Military.
Yeah, yes, I
You're
see
so
that.
much better. Go get my banner and
that.
running. Banning running. Go on the hill plugging. Microphone, Badlands chugging.
Oh, I've tried. Shit, bro. Okay.
I'm fucking
Oh my
on
God.
one.
Hey, dick sucking. Hey.
Oh yeah!
Okay.
Hey.
Why are you ruining it now?
You're ruining it. You're ruining it.
with
Look at my
sticks,
lips.
bro.
You're ruining
Yeah.
it.
Hold the zip, man.
You stick, I go and
Okay, never
Go
mind.
left,
Tishin
dude.
hold the zip.
100 on one guy. 98 to be exact. You're fucking ruining it. Look at me licks. Look at me lips.
Oh, they got 30 Tishin. Perfect.
I'm pulling my Battery.
bubble.
You smoke him, Tishin. No way they
They're
can push
resting.
him.
They're resting in the bow.
Ruining it.
Little fucking noobs while they're raging, dude. Oh, I'm back in the game. Motherfucking in the
There you
game.
are. Look.
Any loot for me so I can shoot?
For there for me, for the shooting.
For
I can't help you right now, Mr. T.
La Frita. Oh,
They need
Mr. T
help,
is
bro,
doing a
not me.
Mandy, dude. Double Mozambique.
What? The
This
fact
is
that
my
I
peak,
seen
dude.
TP
cracked
to
one,
one to
but
another
I'm-
team instead of us.
I'm
I'm getting
I'm
involved.
confident.
You're fucking ruining it.
I'm getting involved.
There.
I need ammo. That's what I need. Bow or line.
Oh shit!
Oh, dude, he's solo Pathfinder.
Octane, help me! He's cheating. Holy
Octane
shit!
one.
They're terrible. They're really bad.
Dude, I'm beaming shit, man.
I'm pushing, okay? On the right side.
I did like 800 damage on him.
Oh, mama.
Oh my god.
They're better than me.
They're shipping on you. Or shipping on you. Two of them. I can't help.
Oh,
Soldier.
they have more mess than me. They have a battery, they have cells.
Man, I only have Mozambique.
I have 100 light. Maybe I should stop shooting.
Let's finish
He
him.
just pressed his mega key on me, bro. My man.
Fuck, I have no cells either. They're pushing me now.
58.
You might
I'm
have to
ulting you.
bubble me.
Man is
on you.
about to farm him.
Over here.
Oh, lagging!
Crack Maggie.
I'm looking for weaponry.
Fucked her.
Ready?
You're so much better.
Yeah, my bandit.
I'm fucking finishing this guy, dude.
Dude, fuck this guy.
How
I'll
much
do
smoke ammo
everything
you
in my
have?
power.
I have shotgun ammo for days, dude. That's the
Loot
only
my
thing I
body, loot my
have.
body, loot my body.
Do you have light? You do.
You got some light for me now?
Behind us.
You don't want to finish your kill?
No, this fucking entire team is eating my dick right now. Knocked one.
Oh, above us on the right. Nice bubble.
Yeah, push that guy,
him.
push that guy, push that guy.
That's
Solo,
a
yeah.
different fucking guy, dude.
Is it two? Is it two?
45 blue. Oh yeah, below the hill. Oh no
On your
no.
left. Yeah. Push that left guy, shoot that left guy.
Getting ammo.
Oh, he's coming up, he's coming up.
Why are you? Why is he like that?
dude?
All three, man.
What?
They're getting 30. They're getting.
Dude, I didn't hear that guy. And there's a new team on me, behind me.
Holy shit, man. What are we playing? Fucking
Shut the
zombies?
fuck
Call?
up.
Josh Ranks just reached.
I'm watching
Average aim
RPI.
assist enjoyer. Let's look at this guy, dude.
Dude,
Aim
sounds
assist.
like there's only one guy RPI and it's two.
Josh,
Look
one
at
more
this guy.
months.
They
Yeah,
just
it's
ruined their
3
entire
months.
game just to kill us.
Speed demons, dude.
Welcome out for 7 months, Josh. Appreciate you.
Ruined his entire game just to kill us. That's crazy. Name a more iconic duo. Being
Yo,
10k
yo, yo.
and ruining games, dude.
10k.
Plus
not,
13 for
I
all
know
the
a better
fights.
duo.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
a better duo.
okay.
10k and not
That's the
deserving to be in 10k. There you go.
That's a pretty good duo. Bye bye.
RPI, you think you're gonna reach Pred this split?
It's like 30k, bro. It's not happening.
3k? Bro, it's
30k.
like-
Yeah.
Yeah, 30k? What?
I mean, it's already. I saw Jen Burton yesterday had 25k and he wasn't pred.
Damn, bro. I am 19.5, dude. I don't think I make it.
Yeah, there's 12 days left. I don't know, man. This
12
season
days?
this split is crazy.
Hmm. I need to do 10k RP in 12 days. Dude, until then it's probably like 35k limit.
Keep in mind that 6 days is gonna be pure competing.
Full of cheaters, boosting accounts.
No, like we're gonna be playing the LGS, so we probably won't play ranked on that day. Yeah.
Yeah, but LGS is just like what, 4 hours, 3 hours?
Yeah, but we have to warm up before that.
True.
Couple hours
True.
and shit.
That's
Then we-
gonna be like 6 hours, 7 hours just LGS.
We can play ranked to warm up, but
I don't mind. If the queues are fast, will be good. And we just end the entire time.
yeah. Predator right now is 28,500, bruh.
Yeah, that's a lot, dude.
No, Vicky, this is just current PNG. The new design is completely different. Designed from scratch by. Well, it's gonna be based on similar something like this, but colors and stuff. But it's gonna be a new design. Imagine if you're solo queuing to pred this split. And you have to solo queue to like 30k RP.
Yeah.
Holy shit, the pain and suffering you fucking. Late landers on my pussy?
Really
Oh, no.
sounds like pain.
Oh no, my pussy.
Hey, bro,
Yeah.
you good?
I'm gonna play probably this game.
Farming, bro.
I see a thotty weird booty.
Ooh, I finally have a gun.
This motherfucker's want to use WAP, dude.
I'll take that.
Sniper scope would help so much right now. I dropped light if anyone needs.
There's a gold bag right here, right? Yeah.
I'm taking.
Big juicer mode activated. On my left. I swear I'm hearing.
You hearing?
I swear
Okay,
I'm
on
hearing
left.
something. Any runnings?
I don't know, maybe.
No weighing.
The door was not open.
This door is open.
It's also open here.
Nothing's looted here. Is this motherfucker? This motherfucker stream sniper landing on us and then running away, or what was going on?
Oh.
He solo landed on us?
They just
What
straight.
happened?
They straight went to bonsai, bro. They're farming right now.
Yeah, let's go.
They're shooting the potion.
Let's just go.
Wanna go bonsai straight?
Yeah, bonsai!
Bonsai.
Bonsai time. Full end time.
I see a body.
Let us go. Oh, sniper scope.
Yes.
You like
Nice.
that?
Someone need 3x scope? Yes.
No.
I am good. I just need a sentinel now. I'm good.
What the dog doing? Oh, he's prepared. Armed and
80 on him.
dangerous. And he's bomb fat. Got it?
Oh, 150.
41 fleshless. He went upping.
Should have 90 feet.
You wanna
I knocked
portal
a
up?
different guy.
You wanna portal up?
On you,
What
on
the
you.
fucking shitness? That's legitness. There's another
dropping
team
out.
above.
Rest. I rest. Hold it.
Yeah, I'm holding the motherfuckers.
Another team killed the Revenant up top, right?
I'm pulling up.
What
They need it.
the fuck is
I am 1B.
she mean fucking beans? Mother, careful, I break the barrel for you.
Dude, how are you not get hoarded yet?
I have no mad HP.
You wanna go
Here,
up?
here, take this medkit. Yeah, I wanna go up.
After this medkit, I'm going. Oh, careful.
How did that not hit me? They went straight to my
That
head.
hit you, bro. That legit hit you.
Yeah, I did. Oh, in front of us!
Here.
TP up! TP somewhere, please! Big TP!
My fucking god, dude. Life is crazy.
Almost
Out the door, out the
bro.
door. Out the door, there you go.
I'm taking the portal back. I'm taking the portal back.
Dude, there's the guy in there. He's low, right?
Knocked him.
On your left.
One more.
90, 150, 160 million. Nice. Don't let the caustic
They
team.
jump at it outside. They jump at it outside, right?
They're
Oh,
inside.
they're jumping on me. Who was that?
Ahaha. The fuck is going
Okay.
on, dude?
That's pretty good.
Oh, I have a sentinel. Let's go. Who's next?
I don't know.
Oh, I see.
She what?
He's wall hacking,
on the
he's
map.
wall hacking, he's wall hacking.
I see you right here.
Oh no!
Kringe.
Let's go. Get in the fucking whip.
In the hoppage.
Yeah.
I need water. What? A bowl of water would be great.
Okay, let's see. There's so many.
Oh no! Kringe! Oh, that hurt my voice. Holy shit. Use in my head right now. Imagine if you were sitting on the right side of the car and if you touch the portal, you just get sucked.
That's what I was thinking there, bro. Right there. Right
It doesn't
there.
work like that. Our
On my right?
I bullet.
I got fucking
Portal,
this.
portal.
45 blue on the Pathfinder. Over. Wait, 45 purple. I'm
Bolt
dead.
me, on me.
45 flush on the Pathfinder. Over.
My ult.
Body. Battery. Tenderizing. Reloading.
40
Acquiring
on
angles. Angles acquired.
Gibby.
I got snipe. Popping back again.
88 on
Oh,
path.
this guy.
Oh no. Let's get it.
Knock path.
Nice. That's why you give him a
There's still a guy close.
Doide. Mande.
Finishing.
And it's 70 on
Almost
him.
died.
How, dude?
It's selfish on someone. I don't know who though.
This guy. The perfect one. I finished.
I got no bats.
Almost died.
Yeah, you did. It's okay. I need
12
bats.
IQ. Yeah, here.
Pork champion moment right there.
Major moment.
Major moment.
Nee, ja.
Who's next? Again, the darks are stuck again.
I show you who's next. Okay, come.
Let's
I
go.
show you, bro.
About ballooning or no?
I boost. No. I boost right into them.
Oh shit. Oh shit. We get the driver's license soon?
Soon.
I'm a little bit sick.
You want
'cause-
there?
On the right.
Ow,
see that?
I fucking stuck.
I got roof. I got.
Roger that.
I'm a bat before I take it.
In this building.
Man. Get a fucking life, bitch.
They're in this building? Oh no, he ran.
Right here.
$45 purple Valk.
There.
So close.
They're runnings. Look at this
I'm
right
running
here.
More than one team for sure. I shot this guy here.
Okay.
Bitches.
We're so split. Where we
Yeah,
going?
rank's kinda like pubs now.
Oh,
'cause
these guys, right?
the right team
Okay,
round,
okay.
so
Yeah, they're just
Oh,
looking at
yeah.
me.
Frank Ray. 120.
You use Horizon ult.
Klinge. So wherever I go, they stalk me with a bloodhound skin. Look at this cringe lord, dude.
Push up, I'm pushing up.
120.
Horizon 1 HP, 1 HP, 76 flash on her. She's going to the rope. I'm batting.
Going up. I'm going up.
I'm going to Mande.
130
Dropping on you, Mande.
on,
Dropping
on
on
you,
you.
Mandy, on
I'm
you.
with I'm with you. We're good, we're good.
130 on what you called Wraith.
I'm taking roof. Wait,
Yeah,
I'm
let's go,
taking
let's go,
one,
let's go, let's go.
one below. One below.
Let's go together on the roof.
Shit, I'm fucking down.
Roof is clear.
It's below. He's the first floor. Great.
Okay.
Wraith's going here. Holy shit.
Right here on this window. Let's go, Tashin. You and me.
I'm here.
Where are you?
Inside room.
Coming.
120.
Knock.
Nice. Behind me.
No. 120. Nice.
On me.
You guys got that.
Nice.
Almost. Fuck. Here.
Taking that juice.
Nice.
Favor.
It's fucking Narnia. Woo! Fucking dog.
Let's go. Kraber time. Please.
Fighting in energy.
On it.
Energy.
We got three things now.
Hit his ass.
You wanna fuck him?
Fuck him, yeah.
Zipline sound somewhere. Close, I guess. What was that zipline sound? The fuck?
I have to go out real quick. I wanna kill that guy.
There are people
Can
coming
we boost on him?
from energy. Yeah. Bubble it or no?
I see more than one. I'm ready though.
Man. Don't bubble. We're not bubbling it?
No, we're just going without.
Alright.
And I'll bubble when we hit the floor. That's unlucky. Anticlimactic.
Don't let him hit the zip.
100,
14.
100.
Fuck.
Oh, he got knocked by someone else.
He dead. He dead.
Uh-huh.
One from the high ground.
I see a started with the booty. Come in, Mr. T.
This guy's taking zip behind us. Look at him. They're taking zip. Two of them.
Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this shit?
Mind the race fast. There's a whole team coming.
Yeah, I know. Interesting.
What do you want? Purple octane. 45 red.
25 that guy.
Get roof.
Holy
I got
shit,
stuck.
that nade,
I got
that's
stuck.
unlucky.
Go away.
90 purple. Holy shit! There's nades everywhere. 90 purple octane.
I'm in holding outside.
Dude, I'm getting fucked.
I'm getting an angle here.
They control the roller.
Fuck.
No, he's so low.
Oh, that guy's on controller. That's
I
nice.
would have anti. Who has that?
Oh, no.
Andy?
Me, yeah, dead.
Oh, he's feeling it. Look at him.
Wait,
I would
what? The
finish
Pathfinder only headshot me. 3789U 123. He only headshot me.
Can I watch him?
He has
I don't
the
think there's
button
anything
to win.
Uh-oh.
We'll see.
Nice, just controller. Never mind.
Cringe. Cringe. I gotta go get water, but I'm already up.
Good game.
Yeah. Oof.
Hi, Anar. Oh, that's some lucky chat.
You guys watched LGS? A lot of Loba teams going crazy.
Yeah, a lot of people can Loba. A lot of people are playing. Everyone's playing Caustic in World's Edge still.
Yeah, World's Edge still the same, but Stormpoint, a lot of Loba is going crazy, dude.
People are playing Horizon also.
Mm. Ash, Loba, GB.
Hey, Jerome, you said what was that, Nate? Wait, what are you guys talking about?
Loba, bro. Loba OP. Arpa, you watched all the LGS games, right?
Not all of them, no, but I tried to watch as much as I can, but I was fucking sick, so I was dying. I watched some of the Knicks games and Tim's games. And somehow and sweet energy, you know. I know Sweet didn't stream, but I was trying to watch energy because it was fun. Up here I was watching whole live concerts. Well, except the whole live concerts are like 11 in the morning for me, and attorneys are like 2 a.m. so they don't correlate. Really, Nate? Oh God.
We are 100% getting contested. Off job and
One
barometer.
Yeah, they can try.
They will.
What I want to say is I kind of like the idea of Loba in World's Edge, because you can move really fast. Yeah.
Dude, I knew it, dude. Fucking Loba's broken.
You can move so fast. I mean, just suck shit. Suction.
Yeah, you're just getting stacked. That's all.
Kind of down to try it. You wanna try it on Wednesday? On the World's Edge?
I'm Loba main. I fuck everybody. Give me Loba, I fuck everybody.
Yeah, but then I should probably play Loba because we need you on Valk.
Okay. I fuck everybody still on Valk.
Yeah, because I'm not. Don't give me Valk, dude. Holy shit.
Yo. Banger 150 flash.
Mine, you
Yo.
I don't have ammo. I don't have ammo.
Push out. Yeah.
I have nothing.
Yeah, dude.
Are you stacking on guns, Mandy? Take my perp. I don't have shit.
Right,
I'm placing low bolt here, okay?
Yeah, I need light ammo.
I got 170 light. I drop you some if there's not here.
Yeah, I'll just juice up the level. Oh, 200, baby. Let's go. 2 bats as well. I mean, we're fine.
I'm poking them now.
But yeah, what do you mind? What do you think about Loba on World's Edge?
I don't care.
Set of
You guys can play whatever you want. To be honest, you can play fucking... You can play Pathfinder if you want, but I think we'll still farm.
Play
Yeah.
Pathfinder really
I'm
fast.
thinking about moving fast. That guy's fucked. Right?
Yeah, but then we really gotta move fast.
Yeah, like if we have low ball, like we're not looting anything, we're just going.
I'm gonna push up. You guys ready?
I'm shitting on them. Go, go, boys. I shit on 2 people. Bangalore's cracked.
Bangalore's fucking shit on. He's so 2 are flush. I'm
Fuck,
batting.
wait.
They're all just stuck in the stairs.
Fuck, I can't get up. I thought I could do the jump thing.
They're coming. They're on the top door. 40
They
flush
want
on
to come in.
someone.
They're gonna jump. They're gonna go down 100%. Fuck.
Can't see, but I'm shooting.
I don't know.
That's not that.
Where's the third party?
Coming.
You also had a sentinel, my man.
Any phoenixes?
Low ball than 10%. Enemy here. On the trident.
Yeah, I see.
Okay.
I'm gonna go down to low vault.
He's gonna put another one though.
If that was not a hit.
Oh, already,
then,
fucking went down.
On roof.
Oh, fuck.
I'm placing low ball here, Marker.
Yeah. Right back.
These Phoenix getting that low ball. No.
No fucking. There you go. I'm good. Where is this? Right here. Yikes!
Oh, this is a mess.
Oh my god, what are you doing? Give me close to cracked on the left here. I'm using all my meds that I left.
Behind the thing here. 70?
Yeah,
Here. I'm pushing down. You want to push over or what?
Yeah, yeah. I can queue up on roof.
They're on
You
the
climb
second
up.
floor. They're going third floor, I think.
No, he on roof, bro.
Clear me, clear me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a roof.
Oh, cracked him. 20 flash.
23.
Reloading. I'm with
He's
Tashin.
flash on the door, flash on the below, first floor.
Hold stick very low.
Right one. Knock.
Hold it.
Oh. They were not fucking ready for that one.
They weren't ready for us. In the car we go.
I am not taking zone damage. We are driving up here.
We're leaving the fat man?
No, 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 don't leave, it's fine. I syringe.
No, I can make it, I can make it. You don't have to take damage. There.
Let's go. And if you boost into a team, I am arc-throwing the car, okay?
I'm not the one. I'm not the one driving.
Oh, I'm sorry. You heard that?
Yeah.
I am arc-throwing the car, okay?
Damn, sure taking a while to find a team. Oh, in front of us.
Good.
Our boost not yet ready. Oh, they're right in front of us here. Ready?
Do it.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can
I'm ready.
leave.
Oh
It
my
bounced
god.
off. I swear it bounced off.
Oh, dude, he's one.
Oh, they fucking queued. No.
Wait, what?
I'm bad. They
Oh, they
ulted
TP'd.
him.
I'm shooting on him soon.
Oh, I shit at them.
130.
Yeah, I shit on them.
Give me crack.
I'm gonna fucking kill in the back right now.
Ash dead.
No way. I'm just getting fucking shot in the back right now. Give it your play behind knockdown shield.
Yeah, you're so
New
cringe.
team
bro.
again, new team again, new team again.
So cringe. He's playing that knockdown dude. Shoot them, you fucking new team. Hello.
Dude, they're just behind me already. Motherfuckers, rats, dude.
How are we the
They're
ones
fucking
getting
rats.
third-parted? How is this GB not getting thirded?
So that's me.
So cringe, bro. Like, how are they not getting shot? Thank you.
Did I die now?
Yes,
Not looking.
thank fucking God, bro. Guy's sitting in his fucking
I got +2 though, fuck it. Yoink.
plus. How
I
much
should
did I
also
get?
start playing.
Plus 11.
Bro, I should start playing 3x scopes on fucking RF1 and just shoot the entire time. Peek, drrr. Go away, peek, drrr. That's what they all do, bro. They have 1 KP.
Motherfucker, dude, just perfectly sitting behind his blue knockdown shot when he's 1 HP. Like, so cringe. Why is that a thing then? Just let me. Full lobby focused, yeah. The usual scars treatment, bro. Woo. 6 days, yeah, 6 fucking days, bro. The pain and suffering that I shall receive in those 6 days is
Hello?
immeasurable.
Nice. We have 2 teams. We found them.
Of course. Of course. You already know. Right here.
Yeah, go there.
Alright, I'm landing here.
I got no weapon.
R9.
Jumping.
Prowler.
They're fucking pushing me.
I'm
There's 2
here.
teams here, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
We should get back. How am I not dead? How am I not dead? Oh, that's me dead, sorry. Dropped it.
Oh, I'm not there anymore.
I'm doing a little fuckery.
There's steps in the building. Here.
I finished the guy on me.
I still heard somebody.
Right
healing.
here. Right here. Oh my god.
Alright. Fucking weirdos.
Be white armor. I have
Fuck this
global.
guy over here.
No.
Young purple.
A little bit of arrows and shit. Take that. Want to shoot timer? I'll take that.
All I need.
I'm peeking out the door, first floor. DB cracked 60. 70
Wait,
rate.
how's that not a fucking hit, dude? Yeah, I'm doing with this. Idiot.
You did it.
Guys, just here.
Dude, you just what? He's flesh, man. There. What are you fighting?
Fucking
Flush,
the
last
other guy
guy-
to push us.
Last guy on this team is flesh. He's above in the other room, in the big room. You can move.
Put your things up.
bubbles.
I don't have all that.
You can block the door, you can stick up high.
Door just for.
Stick up high, stick up high. I'll let you, he's sticking too. You stick now.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
I'll let you know. He
I
sticked him
only-
right now.
I only have a phoenix.
He's gonna stick the second. He is pushing the door alone now.
I'm gonna arc and phoenix.
Yeah, it's fine. Went down.
He's here now.
Range.
He has wall hack, bro. He's tough.
I'm holding. I'm pumping range right now.
One's on me, great. Oh, he just dropped. Oh, this is not good. Bot on
you.
me. Cracking. 50 flash on bottom. Great on me. Cracked as well, 80.
Yeah, pump this.
Knocked.
Nice.
Here, my bubble.
I'm good, it's up.
Bloodhound,
That's
did you say?
Yeah, it's a bottom.
I have two. I have new team. Get out, get out, get out.
Get out. How do you want to get out?
Yeah, just run fucking
I don't know
north.
about you, but I'm out.
Oh, he got the solo. Now you run. Bro.
Can you run?
He can't. I
We'll
believe.
see.
What's it looking like?
He's
Not
better.
good.
Not good, okay, I'm gonna res. Just waste as much time as you can.
101. These fucking
100.
guys, dude.
It's fine, it's fine, it's
He
fine.
tried his maximum, man.
Holy shit, dude. These guys are so fuck. Yeah, of course they're 10Ks. All of them. Haven't seen a light of day over 10K. Holy shit, dude.
It's fine. I plugged and go fuck him.
You revenge you, Mandy. It's fine. Just eat your burger. Burger.
I had an asshole.
Hey, let's go.
Are they on you?
Zippa. Hey.
That's a different team?
It's just a full fucking team on me, dude. How do I survive that? No chance.
These guys are sitting on Ben.
Yeah, of course they are. They've never seen the light of day of over 10,000 RP.
Yeah, I'm getting killed by 10k RP too.
Yeah. 10K is the new Diamond 4. This is how it is.
No, the dead slides, bro.
It's broken.
It's broken.
Holy shit, the dead slides are insane. They're so fucking bad. What is your name? Ximera, bro. Like, uninstall the fucking game. Best advice I have for you. Uninstall it, bro. You're not in a rank you're supposed to be. Holy shit, you're dog shit. Uninstall the fucking game.
10k RP gang, dude. Gang. Must be nice, man. Being 10k.
It's whatever.
Fucking got elo boosted by the system, dude. And he's in my games. Shouldn't even breathe the same air as me. The rank demographic for this season. 10% of the player base is in Masters. Good job, guys. Big improvement. Do you think 10% of the player base is Masters? I think, like, we're getting
2%
close.
are.
How much?
2%.
Shouldn't it be 0-1?
Yeah, it was 0.54 seasons ago.
That's
So
a
4 times as many Masters on there now.
quadruple.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't even know by the end of the fucking split. We might get to fucking 10%.
Yeah. I don't know.
2 teams, by the way.
0.1% should be in Masters.
Yo, take
I
the
say.
ball.
Expo? I have some time roll, so I'm taking it. Holy shit.
I have a ball too now.
Puffer a blue, give you blue.
I'm knocking one of them.
Got that purple.
Oh.
Need more ammo.
Try 2 here. I'm going down.
Dude, you just walked up here with no audio, dude. On the balcony by yourself.
No, dude.
Escanor, he just shooting both of you.
Yeah, with no audio, walked up and just fucking killed both.
I'm just getting shot by 2 different bloodhounds, bro. 2 different bloodhounds.
Headshot
Both
body
10k hot
shot.
stack.
10k diamond badges, headshot body shot, nothing else. Doesn't hit anything else, headshot body shot. Man, fuck off. Max, good night, thanks for watching.
What? He stole my blue!
You have a blue.
Yeah, but I just used 3 cells and...
they're- They're systematically getting boosted.
Dude. I gotta fucking get your banners.
I believe.
26 seconds. Escanor, just fucking 2-tap somebody.
One more.
Oh, you're fucking sexy. You cracked these guys for me now. Show him.
Yeah.
Focus, bitch.
Better.
It's the Escanor with the start. Oh no. Yeah, back to diamond.
Full team. Duo, maybe? Go for the trident,
In the
bro.
car and get the fuck out. Bubble that joint to Tiago. Yeah. Woo! Right here? Right here?
Yeah, yeah, we fly.
Maurice no bitch.
There's 2 PKs in those bins.
Yeah,
Almost.
Alistar?
Almost.
Open the other one.
Okay.
Open the other one so we know if we're running to the buildings or not.
Mosam.
They're crafting right now.
There.
We have anything to shoot here?
I got Mozam.
Good.
There's one Mosam. They're landing on us. Take them, one guy. A new team again behind me.
Still in this room.
Let's run northwest right now.
Following the IGL.
104. Dude,
No,
I won't be able to make that. Oh, dude, no shot that happened. I'm gonna start fucking running.
I might be able to get some guns here.
Oh, that was crazy. That's right there. Holy shit.
Holy
That's fine. I'm
shit.
gonna
The compound's unloaded. The compound's unloaded.
I'm finishing here. Oh shit, solo crypto ult.
Take
Damn.
this,
Alright, I'll take it. Nah, take it to Mr. T.
No, I'm going here scanning. Scanning. I need loot, bro. I have nothing.
Wow.
Carry the helmet for now, bro.
Yeah.
In the producer. I have charge rifle rampage. I think that's the meta, right?
Yeah. Nah, devotion's a little better, but you're almost there.
Blue. Blue armor here.
Almost.
Knocked one, killed one completely.
Nice. Okay.
Next to me.
Oh shit.
Purple armor here. Dropping it.
Oh, I'm on Mandyard. Come over.
Roger.
Dropping purple armor on me. Full. There's a guy in here. I'm pushing it down.
Okay.
51. I'm pissed. Holy fuck, I'm bad. Holy shit, I'm dog shit, dude.
Shut the fuck up.
Critical_ just resubscribed for 4 months.
Critical, thank you
THX
for
for
my
the streams.
It's every fucking shot, man.
Who the fuck?
60 blue.
Coming up, I think, maybe.
60, herb. They're going outside.
Arrows.
I don't know.
Oh, they're fighting?
Are we still bad,
They're
Kenny?
fighting over here.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going.
They'll have no idea we're coming because there's no sun in that room.
There you go.
Two of them are 60 flash.
Good, we did that. We're terrified.
Holy fuck, dude. That was pretty cool. Epic, wicked, sick, awesome.
I'll go back.
1 assist of that fight. I'm happy.
I got 6k pistol now. I'm good.
Damn.
There.
Dropping bad. Anyone want?
Yep.
Anyone need anything? Tempo.
I'm
Just need some more cells.
I'm good.
37 cells here if you need.
I'm good.
I'm gonna craft 3 bats real quick. Just like. That was a med kit, unlucky. There.
You flip it. Five squads.
No. What's this?
Yeah.
We have no trident. Where's the trident?
It's over here.
We took it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah, we rest.
Damn, Chad, these games are something else right now. There's no one alive. There is no one alive.
One assist, 0 RP if you die.
Wow, 2 kills.
Plus 75 right now.
Plus 15, baby.
Where are these guys dying? Oh, never mind. You know, Ash.
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 Shh.
I should go back on Ash. It's funnier, to be honest. We find enemies faster.
Shh. Right here. Behind us on the ramp.
Oh yeah.
1 HP Pathfinder, like 111 on him. They drop down. Pussies. One has blue armor.
Do we jump? Jump.
Jump.
Go. No way, I'm not getting. Yeah, he killed me. He ran.
Holy shit.
Someone just makes this.
Nice.
Oh, crafting in here.
God, look at you just saying. Let me get a purple real quick.
Can you break this door for me? 45 purple.
What
That hit.
I'm nading him.
Hit one.
Gibby's one inside. Come to me. No.
I'm taking that port.
Yeah, they're gonna res now. I took the port back. And I'm taking it
I'm
back.
taking port too. Oh.
Should I take it back? I'll take it back to you.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, go back, right?
I'm holding it.
Careful, that might look.
It doesn't matter.
Nice pop. That's their Gibble, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Heat shit on me, I'm chilling over here. Oh my god, my heart, bro. On height. Or maybe vault? Vents? Maybe vents?
How many?
Yeah, vent.
Yeah.
One. I cracked him.
There. Keep going. $130 on Gibby. No, pulling nothing but the trucks. I'm gonna go back to the vault thing.
I'm going zone.
That guy's a solo, by the way.
Yeah, he is. His blue armor is all item 90.
You have one more hit shot, Mandy?
Yeah. From 2 ranges. I'm taking my red armor back.
I'm in here.
Who the fuck is this?
Just don't
Right
worry
here,
about
he's gonna res right here. He's hit it, he's taking it. He's definitely sticking it. Like, I can't do anything about it now, but
Let's push him. 3
Yep.
KP.
What about the guys behind us?
You hold them, Mandy. You win that.
kill this guy.
Oh yeah, I'll kill these 3 here then.
Yeah.
This guy's lost it.
Nice, I got KP.
Let's go.
Nice.
Good one. Oh, full team up there.
Yep. You good?
Yeah, I have no bats up here, but I'm killing slowly.
I have 0 either.
We can hack this the stairs up here. 40 seconds.
These guys are very aggressive, man. They want any help.
I'm running back then.
Oh, he went back.
Y'all keep walking up behind us though.
He went back.
I kinda wanna go this way.
Can we bubble Trident? You can pick us up with Trident, Mandy? Oh, it's above.
No, I already dropped down, yeah.
Yeah, I'm come.
What the fuck?
We're gonna die to zone if we don't move here.
Yeah, I need to heal though.
I moved down. Where are they? Can you ping?
Like on the compound. They're pushing us, dude.
The fuck?
Oh.
Zone, bro. They dumb.
Do I go up behind them and just shoot them in the back or what?
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah, 80 on Pathfinder. If you see Pathfinder, he needs to heal. Look, above me.
I got 2 hit shields.
Go on, flying in, they're landing on me. Fuck.
Run now. Up here, run.
I got 2 heal shields. I'm good.
Good.
I have to take a fucking risk right there. I had to take the fucking wall jump risk right there.
I'll try left side, run left side.
He's shooting.
Alright, they're definitely just gonna play there in compound. Where's the third team?
No idea, but we got a shit on this team now.
Yeah, I am.
Shoot on Ash, shoot on Ash. Down bad. Ash,
Oh, they're fighting the third team. They're fighting the third team. 120 on one. On my right. Bangalore dead. Puffer dead.
There's like 7 people more. I guess got that.
Last getting stolen. What the fuck is wrong with them? They're dead. One team dead.
Scanning.
44, 110. 24 actually, I lied. Oh shit, nice.
Yep.
For the win, let's go.
Good job, good job.
Nice, dude. Big time.
Hey. 14 KRP. Just accuser, isn't? Ba ba. Yeah. Let's say hi. Okay.
Hi.
Sure.
Let's go, baby.
Ba da da da. Yeah. Do 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 do. We got some more focus. 2 teams. The Sheen, I recommend going down instantly, maybe.
I'm down.
Let me just
Left
go
or
one
right?
down. Right, I think.
Not, no.
No?
Yeah, right. Not left, not left.
He's looking at me like I'm... Oh, fuck.
Pump me.
I only have a Mozam. There's nothing else. Cool.
Alternate time.
Above us as well, I think.
9-8.
Go skin.
You should come out to me.
Yeah.
No, go down, go down.
What?
I just hurt them. Go up here then, now.
Scanning.
They could never.
I'm on roof.
Oh my god. 41?
What do you want?
Dude, Horizon's one.
He got knocked by someone else.
Yeah, different team.
There's 2 teams fighting right now.
So like, holy
This
shit.
guy healing in front of me. Bangalore dead. Nice. Good job.
Is everyone dead?
One team dead.
No. There's still more.
Yeah, here.
They have a knock. We have 2 knocks. We have 2 knocks. Nice, 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 nice. That's what you get, little third partiers.
Did somebody just land here? I heard something. Yeah, yeah.
Oh shit, mama!
Okay. You missed it?
Careful, they're close.
9. I'm going down. I need to break the doors.
They're getting They're getting close. $90 purple, no, 120 on raid.
Knocked. Not great.
Holy shit, this guy's an idiot. Why would he just do that to himself?
All done.
Hello? Hello? How's it work?
Oh, I think I want. Oh, I think I see the on top of Keeney coming alpha.
Got a Phoenix.
Yes.
Nice.
Dropped it. I see it in the caddy.
2 times here. I will take the seat. No, I did not join the psych. I would never join a pro player.
Go again.
Good afternoon, NK. How you doing? Chad, I don't need your remedies. I'm good. I know how to fucking take care of myself when I'm sick. Plus, I'm not sick anymore. Just cold.
Close. Fucking blood on passive.
That's a drop behind us.
Yeah. I don't know where they went. Knew it, yeah. Portal?
Shit on the Pathfinder and got shit on that.
Up that.
Mind them muted.
Dude, no 150 on him. Oh, there's new team. I'm crawling through. Alright, crawling through or do I rest? Do you guys rest?
Why are we fucking move? You can rest.
Get away from me.
Jump heading here. Full team.
Go.
I should have went through.
Oh, this is fucking unlucky. I'm going to heal that shit.
Oh.
Slow.
Taking it.
I'm so pissed. I should just went through.
Next time, just go through. Don't ask.
If you get bandit, I have a mobile.
I can't. I'm going to die. I should have won. There's 2 more.
I think you can go through and grab it and go back again. I'm resting here.
These guys are fucking terrible at the game. Holy shit.
I'm down, Mandy. I'm down.
Yeah, I think you can do that. They're not
They're
in,
looting my box right now. Wrong place.
I'm down close left.
Those guys are Preds somehow. Holy shit. How are you guys Pred?
You
Was
see
he
that
sitting
fucking
on
rat, bro?
That's
You
so
see that fucking
cringe,
rat?
dude.
Little pussy, dude. I'm gonna stop it.
Oh yeah, you're gonna fall straight down. What a rat!
shit.
Literally quite literally sitting on the banner. I think the only way you get me is if you have a car and you drive straight to it. Can you even make it?
No.
Wait, how much time do you have?
So 30 seconds.
I just tried it now.
No.
I just take the trident
You
now
can't.
and drive to you.
Yeah.
Nah, it's 20 seconds. You can't even get halfway there.
Let's see. Let's try. Why not?
Yeah.
I make a huge boost for my man. A huge boost.
Looking like I'm in the underworld, bro. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That was a weird champ moment. That guy fucking sitting on a banner in a corner. He actually ruined it all, because you died my banner right now. Because you know. What was his name? Can we dedicate our whole entire game to kill that guy? That would be nice.
You win the game and then we teabag that guy that killed you.
Shit on him.
Yeah. I just want to get my loot.
Mandy, I can give you 4 arc stars if you wanna pop off.
I'm good.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, get some juice.
I don't know how, but I just landed perfectly on top. They're still seeing our banner, I think.
Hey.
On us?
On my ping. Going up.
Oh guy.
Should go with Trident, bro. I have one left
Yeah,
and one switch.
there's so much loot up here.
Alright.
Yeah.
No way, dude. What? No way, bro.
Get in the car, get in the car. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Oh my god.
Stop, bro.
I have to get out.
Wait. Wait. I need a
We
medkit.
fucked him here, we fucked him here.
I need a medkit. I don't make
Yeah.
it, I think.
Yeah, you
No,
make
you will.
I do.
They're sitting up there still. Why are they still sitting on the banner?
it. Still on the same banner, dude.
Holy fuck.
Put it out of my pocket.
Here's the machine, let's go.
We fuck him, bro.
Fuck yeah, we
Wanna
Yeah,
fuck
but,
him?
no, I have 1 syringe.
Okay.
1 syringe. Yeah, 1 syringe, that's it. Oh, I got a Phoenix too. Holy fuck, why are they sitting there still? What's wrong with them?
I don't understand, bro. This is zone 3.
Holy fuck.
It's gonna start, dude. It's gonna start soon. What are you doing there? Kringe, dude. Fucking
Kringe idiota.
Oh, nice. They're flying now. There.
Do we still go with Trident?
I wish I had a fully stacked one. Fuck, dude. Oh shit, there's shotgun right here.
Press E. Press E. What are we doing? Should I hide?
Fucking kill these guys.
What guns you playing?
301 PK.
Okay.
We gatekeep them here. We gatekeep the fuck out of them. If we die, we die, okay?
Trident on the right. Yeah, I'm down, but look, it's Trident, bro.
Yeah, I hit him 40.
It's still behind that rock.
Fuck them. Fuck. Kill these guys right here.
Oh, he died, bro.
Yeah, yeah. I ulted them. Knocked. Fuck you guys.
Oh my god.
Killed 2 of them. Knocked all 3.
I wish we could have looted that a bit, bro.
Fuck him.
Relax, man, relax. Yeah, we can loot one.
Yeah, I think so too. We should be able to, right?
Yeah. This one doesn't even hit, bro. We're fine.
There's no way I have to hold it in. There's no way I have to hold it in. It's missing a third of a bar. And I had to hold it in to get it, dude. Holy shit.
Let's go.
Oh my
But
god,
again.
what the fuck was that, dude? We go play this side of one side, right? High ground.
Yeah. Go.
Holy shit, dude. Alright, free. Maybe free, probably not.
I'm gonna get cover up there.
Probably, are the people here?
I don't know, but there's a low ult. Scanning.
Yeah. Does he have a crab? No, he
Wouldn't
doesn't.
know. Wouldn't know.
Please, light mag. No. There's a vault if you want it.
No, no.
Nice. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm driving, I'll hop it in. Just keep going. There's Kraber. Nice. We win this, dude.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure it ends like out here.
Yeah, I think so too.
Oh my god. Alright, just put the cars so we can just play around it and shit, or play behind it.
How you wanna?
Oh, shit.
How you wanna?
I'm gonna hold this zip line, but just play it so we can like fucking,
crickets.
I don't know. Maybe we should put it close to the zip line.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah.
Come on,
For the left covering.
Wait, they added a zipline there since 1.
Yeah, they added 2 zip lines. I don't know. And that's him. What the fuck, Nito? I have a feeling, dude. Is he down here? No, he's not. Probably not.
Hostile detected.
Look at this. Look at this zone.
Sonar detected.
Micro penis detected.
Micro penis activated.
Lobamane.
Well, you guys win by defaulting, I think. It pulls to you, I thinking.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, wait, we should move this away, actually. Oh, no!
Oh no.
Can I get it up again?
Zipline.
How? You gonna zip
the
the whole
trident,
car
yeah.
up or what?
I did it on purpose, I did it on
Try
purpose.
and GG, bro.
I like that. I was lagging.
How can we bring it up again, bro?
We don't need to, it's fine.
Take zone damage a little bit. Boost up again.
We can't.
We'd probably die.
Yeah. If we had heat shields, then yeah.
It's just a rat. One guy.
Yeah. There's one guy up there, and then there's a rat somewhere else.
Two
Can
rats?
you scan this way after?
Yeah.
I kinda have a feeling like he's fucking using a rat spot.
Rat spot, rat spot. Oh yeah, you can sit on that little corner of the juicer, right?
Yeah, you can sit all the way down.
If they didn't fix that.
They didn't.
Nope, he ain't there. He ain't there. He's probably on the far side of the zone, right? In the other building.
Maybe.
It's on the trident, motherfucker.
Oh yeah, look at him, dude. Stuck it. If you have an answer, stick to trident.
I got it.
Oh, he gone.
I hate my life.
Oh no. Oh, you got quadruple headshot by Mr. T, dude. Oh no.
Dead. And then you're the fucking kill, dude.
There's only one guy here, right?
No.
You want to... Oh, two.
Maybe three, bro. I'm eating my bread real quick.
Oh, you won it. You won it. It's actually not even
Maybe.
funny. How are they gonna win it? They can't.
I don't know how I just fucking cracked that guy, but fuck it, dude. Couldn't even see him.
You cannot lose it at this.
We could.
How? How is you lose?
I'll give you ult. Right? Tashin?
Mm-hmm.
They got a crap, by the way. So basically, I shouldn't peek this at all. But it makes
So
it more
you're gonna
fun, you know?
peek. I have no idea.
Oh! 28 one guy. He has no
140
idea.
actually, none 130.
He is. Wasn't it 128?
It was 138 actually, but yeah, whatever.
And that's right here.
Yeah. Which
Do I
means
do a dome here and then I play on the light pole? That'd be kind of cool, actually.
which
How long
means
does it take for it? Wait.
I think you just let them run out and you kill them because you're gonna be in longer than their house, or they can't be in the house. That's the one. Like they have to leave the house early. So I think you guys just wanted it. They're gonna sit on the
Just
left
chill
door.
on the right until we can't anymore. And then you bubble. No, you GB ult. Farm him, bro.
Yeah.
Where'd he go?
You GB ult, I jump off, and you heal, I guess.
Yeah, I won't even bubble.
I jump off if you bubble with GB ult. I jump off and try to fuck him.
Granata! Look, they have to run out now.
Oh, you know what? Fucking go.
He's 1 HP.
He's
Loba's
one.
1.
Got my weapon mid there.
Good for the gram.
At least 1 KP.
You got 1 KP?
Nah, I got 3 now. Because I got 1 more.
Shut the fuck up.
Bim stay 40 months. We'll come back.
This motherfucker's stealing our KP inside.
Just resubscribe
Haha.
for 14
Oh my god.
Young day one.
Fuck him.
SW.
Thank you so much for the months. Welcome back.
Light on your scale when I'm
I have 4 actually.
I had 5 somehow. What the fuck?
How
take
the
that.
fuck you have more than me?
Oh no!
You did anything got more?
I was dead half the game.
100% world pog!
No way! You like that like totally means something now, right? Totally means something. My ass was dead the entire time. I had 5 KP. Take those.
That's a freak RP farmage.
Certified freak. 7 days a week.
Where is my mouse? Where is my mouse? I got my LXR thing, but not my mouse today.
Damn. Doing bronze to pred in this split, and you have to get like 40 KRP to get a pred.
Never in my life I will do
The
that.
never-ending stream. Baby. Someone said man the internet. What about man the internet?
Hello?
Stream PC crashed? Did your PC crash, motherfucker?
Yeah, it did. It just restarted. I don't know why it does it. It's so weird.
Does it all the time?
Yeah.
How many times has it done it already since you installed?
Like 6 times?
Okay, you need to. You need to fucking.
No, I can't almost hear what the fuck you're saying.
You need to get like certain things in your Windows settings fixed so you can like install the disable the auto restarts.
Wait,
You're
I can do
flying,
that?
by the way.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, lucky.
Oh yeah.
You're flying, man.
Yeah.
Dude, the mic you guys have, you really have to put it in your mouth to actually have good mic quality, right?
Yeah.
Nah, not really. Like, if you put
Yeah,
it,
those
the
guys.
closer you put it to your mouth, the better it sound. But like, I have it like half an arm, well, not half an arm, but like decently away from my mouth.
Dude,
It's
my
good
Windows
though.
settings your ass, dude. Why does it do that?
It's either your Windows settings or it's your bad power supply.
Double
or
blue
bad,
in that
bad
room.
cow-
Double blue in that room.
I don't
bad
need it for it.
cable for power supply or
Yeah.
some shit.
There's one model, microphone model, the same thing, Shure thing.
Yeah,
It costs 150. It's fine, right?
I don't fucking know, dude.
Bro, you guys have one for 400, dude. That's
Yeah.
insane.
I mean, it's
I
good.
don't know how
mic.
much it is.
It's a good ass mic.
Yeah, that's true.
So weird.
I should buy it, man. Investment.
Why does it restart?
I don't know. Somewhere
Over the rainbow.
Oh, in front of us, in front of us. Let's kill.
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
going.
I'm
Papa in purple, how you got this juice on you, man?
I'm joking, dude. Joking.
Give this shit on the roof. Papa is coming next. He wants some. I'll give it to him.
I have one cell left. Can't really push it. Okay.
coming. What the fuck, dude? It's so weird.
You're zipping on me. How do you guys know? All three of them just knew that I was here. Like, how do they know? I gotta heal. I got a slow heal. I got nothing.
I'm coming.
That was so fucking weird,
Can't do anything right now.
Delay the live to DW? Yeah, by like a week. Because I added a bunch of things.
Half is on me, Wes.
I wanted to as well.
Yeah, cracked him. 90.
Red.
Crack Gibby.
They're gonna rest right away here. They don't.
What is this guy doing? What?
No wreck. He's one though. He's literally one. Yeah.
27 white on the raid.
I'm almost crawling up.
Dead.
Maybe. Do you think maybe bad sound power supply? There's no shot, right?
That's one of the problems with resetting usually.
Let me. Can I turn it off right now? Can I look at the Windows settings to see if it just has like auto restart on or some shit?
Sit in front. Look around, bro.
Alright. Holy shit.
There's a purple outside.
Shut the fuck
Guys,
up.
dinner time.
Over here.
Where is it?
But it's empty. It's empty.
Yeah, I'm here. Nice. Yeah, it will be delayed by like a week, maybe maximum 2 weeks, depending on how much we need. Because I added another pose, so my L2D will have an extra pose, and it will have like 4 or 5 different facial expressions that I added. Which obviously will take a little bit extra time in rigging. Out of 10, how satisfied with my debut setup? What do you mean, like with everything I've got, like my team? The team that's working on my debut? That's a fat 10, dude. I got probably the best fucking team you could ever ask for. Like the animation, like I got anime level, like anime industry level animation. Got Merryweather for lore. I got fucking Lyman Kefi for my model. I got fucking like 4 or 5 different illustrators that I really like doing some illustrations for me.
I kinda wanna craft a bat.
Melon
Can I craft a
Turtle
bat?
doing my
I
overlays.
got 2. I
and
dropped
stuff.
2.
Oh yeah.
Drop 2. Look. Yeah.
Oh shit, yeah, I haven't
Oh.
crafted any either. Oh, enemies. Blue 45 on one.
Alright.
On the vault. 545 blue. No one's cracked the vault. 545
Well, I kept her
blue.
140.
500 was on the left.
Right one.
then.
Dude, 50 flash, Ash. Killing her. Locked. Pathfinder 1.
90 on vault. I'm going to die. Fucking good champ.
Good Pathfinder.
I don't fucking know.
She was on the door here.
Oh, on you.
Oh.
Hello. I need Phoenix. Any Phoenix for the main?
No.
Any medkit for the main?
Yeah.
Think
Fucking thing.
she made
What the
fucking
fuck?
big. I can't even do it.
I never got to go piss, dude. I had to fix the computer shit. Now I can go piss though.
Oh, you didn't go to the VV?
Oh, it ends on us. Yeah, yeah. No, if I don't go piss now, I'll piss myself mid game. Not good. Yeah, I have 5 bats by the way, if that means.
1.
I have 2.
How does he have the most all of a sudden? I'm gonna go crap.
Okay. I'm peeing.
I craft
Oh
all
my
of the
God.
weight.
Oh my god. What the fuck, dude? So weird.
What's up, Flaw?
Damn, bro.
I am 6 bats now. You need?
They're shooting over here. One got down.
Which age one?
How am I no-ragging a guy? Looting, bro. What the fuck?
You good this shit?
Yeah.
What's up, Nick?
Any mech killers?
Yeah. Last one. The finale of the mechs.
I dropped you my last one that fucked you.
Truth.
Nice,
Truthfulness.
nice.
But we are now completely out of... Well, depends on how much men there are. We probably has 2.
No, it's fair. What are we doing? Man is still fixing?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good.
Oh shit.
I killed the team now.
Favorite women's skin is either this one, Merciless Wing, or the red one, Dismantler. No, not that one. That's the red rocket Ziggurat. Dismantler is not in the store yet. I don't know, Cran. Whenever I feel like I'm like feeling bad, you know, I'm like feeling really tired from sickness. Figure out soon. Yeah, I'll be good. Don't worry. Thank you, though. What's going on over there?
Just queuing out. Wraith alone, speed.
I missed. As you can see with your own eyes. People in here in the storm. I missed again. But let's kill them. Maybe I won't miss on this shot. Find out next time. On Hunter x Hunter.
Locked it.
Where are
They're
they?
deep in storm. Like deep in storm in front of us.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers are storm surfing. Yeah, guys. Good night. Thank you for watching.
Oh, they went up there.
Oh, they're smoking the big fucking dick, like the biggest one. Smoking the dickage.
Oh, crack it.
No, dude. Now they're going
Come
back.
on,
They're going
man.
back left, dude. They're playing
They're
with
dead.
us.
He's dead zone.
Surely not, right?
I got him.
The human zone. You have 30 seconds, by the way. I love banning. I love zone camping. It's so cringe, dude.
We're preparing for LGS, man. This is practice. Nothing more cringe than zone camping, except for zone camping with a Kraber.
Right here, dude. Oh,
Bless
my
you.
bad.
Oh,
Sorry,
bless.
I couldn't reach over, dude. To move.
The grass, bro.
We gotta get out.
No,
No,
I
you just
suck.
use ult, right, Tajin?
I don't have it. I don't have it.
We gotta go this way.
I suck, man. I wish I didn't suck, man. Why I suck, man? I wish I knew the question.
Okay, left side, bro. No
Actually,
sucky,
they
sucky.
left, by the way, man. It's all good. Yeah, I'm missing because I'm sick. That must be why I'm missing.
You gotta get the crap to me then.
What do you
That
offer?
motherfucker every time.
What
A
do you
301. Fully stacked.
Alright.
Oh. A man of
wow.
culture, I see.
I lied because I took
5 bullets!
Yeah. It's enough. You're a pro, right?
Hey,
There you go.
I am an
oh my
pro.
god, Mandy. You hit him in the air or what?
Yeah.
That guy's fucking won.
145? My life.
Behind us, new team.
Yeah, I'm one more.
Bangalore,
Oh my God.
Bangalore crack.
What? My entire screen is shaking.
Shut the fuck up.
You're running. This is right here. We're going to the right entrance. N64 guy, thank you for the pound, welcome.
Oh my god.
Tashin, you're going a little bit too hard.
Yo, Valk is slow. Yeah, shitting on him.
I'm going up high ground. The
When-
ultimate high ground. That is me.
We are now with you, Tashin. Okay, I think Tashin wants to fight, so I'm gonna go help him. Free Shavakadu is entering the
No
fight.
worries. It's only a game.
His only game. How did you see me? Your mom's a bitch. One's real low.
Bangalore. Low.
Yeah, and I can hit it because I suck you. You have medkit for me, Mende?
Yeah.
Oh, you're over the way there, so I kinda don't give a fuck. Free Shavakadu. It's free Shavakadu.
Yo. They're camping in here.
How many VIPs do you get, guys? Like 100?
No.
What do you mean VIPs?
50?
50?
What are you guys talking about?
VIPs. He's right here.
VIPs in your
Yeah,
chat?
very important persons. Yeah.
What are you talking about? VIPs? What? For what?
Yes. How many you get?
Alright, that guy apparently is the best player in the world. Can you
I have.
kill him? With your Kraber? He wants to finish me, it's still kill for him. He got thirded. He got thirded by a guy sitting here that you didn't see the entire time. Manda, if you throw a bubble, you could save my life. Just saying.
I know.
The possibilities are endless. Oh, you have gold back too.
Yeah. I have 1 bullet also.
I'm healthier than I ever was. Do you have any health meds? I'm out completely.
Medkit.
That works.
That guy is moldy.
Concetti. So where's this Loba
1
team
bullet and a dream.
that killed me? Are they dead?
Yeah.
Right here.
Pussies. I had a dream. One HP on that guy. Did you kill him? I need a KP.
Find me, last guy. I want to jump off the map and 360 him.
Alright, I'm scanning for you.
Lopez got a fat ass. Oh,
That dude.
look at that dude. You could hit someone over there? Manda, you hit someone over there in that city?
Yeah, I knocked one.
Smoked him?
Yeah.
It's too hot in this bitch. Shit, I really carry this shit, huh?
We already found 1 KRP.
We're different, dude.
People are not
So
playing this game
easy.
right now.
No one playing this.
Yeah.
Wowza.
Oh, my mouse is coming soon. 1 stop away. Told you.
One stop away. And then we pray.
And then only headshot.
Yeah, I'm getting my shit tomorrow.
Bat chest. Bat chest. New mouse, bat chest, improvements, bat chest. Mande, dude jumping. Peace out, Nin. Good luck on your studying.
We go platform, right? Oh no.
Yeah, big work.
I'm with Mandy.
Okay, I dying.
I'm fucking one. Mr.
I'm
T.
the best. I'm the fucking best. I'm the best.
Sentinel.
Oh, yeah, I'm dropping. I'm fucking.
I'm so good at running away.
All dead here.
Best. Oh, he's good.
I got headshotted.
He's got a wingman. That's my fucking wingman, bitch. I cracked one. Blood on there.
Right on here.
Cracked the bacon as well. They're pushing you. Blood on's 40 flush, man. There. 40 flush on blood there.
Fuck.
No way, you're not dead. Controller
Blood
players.
again.
Fucking hell, dude.
I'm out of ammo.
The
No munition.
Octane is literally one shot.
No munition.
He can't. You just know how to fucking kill me. He's right here.
Found a new weapon. I'm good.
They're right here, both of them. Right here,
Knock
last
one.
guy here. Look at this fucking rat, dude. He's right here. He's inside.
60 crack.
Yeah, fuck these guys.
Fucking. Wingman. He took my fucking wingman because he landed on me like I'm so much molding.
Give me the fucking Phoenix.
Now.
Now.
Right here.
Okay.
Oh. We both took a Phoenix from you.
Where's the PK anywhere?
Hey, Francesca. Good night to bed now. Good night. Good night, Exums. Thanks for watching. Give me the penis. Do 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 do. I'm ready.
I am ready
Same.
too.
Wait, let me just plug a little bit of ammo. Who's building sniper?
Me.
Okay, let me do a little ammo. And I'm good.
Dude, I'm hungry.
I'm a certified freak. 7 times a week. 7 days a week, not times. Multiple times.
Oh,
Certified.
it's going.
There, bitches fighting. Intervene.
Run. I'm run.
This guy also sent me the user on our left. Murder.
Already.
Got that guy on the right, don't worry. The American Croatian sniper is here.
That's happening.
That blood on smoking absolute crack. Look at this guy maybe?
Cut on. You ready? Ready to push or what?
Not yet.
Wait, me and Tushima will finish it there.
70 on Loba. You
Yeah, I'm
could, you
still a
could
bit sick
do
of
some
this
shit
guy,
up.
but I'm feeling better.
Man, you go fuck him.
35, 7?
Got two of them?
Blue, 90 blue. Void.
Nice.
In the bubble. This guy's an idiot. This guy's a fucking idiot. White armor. He's alone or some shit. Who the fuck does he think he is? Kill this motherfucking idiot.
I want to fucking solo ult him so bad.
Who the fuck are
I
you?
was about to solo ult him so.
Who is this fucking
Wait.
dumbass?
Oh
gonna
my
scan
god,
some
leave,
dudes.
leave him without us? That's crazy.
I'm scanning some dudes for you guys.
How the fuck are you pred? Ganji. Who the fuck?
Better
Who
than
the
you.
fuck, G?
Better than you. Nice.
White armor strike came rushing at us. Turn around in a moment. Oh, in front of me.
Full team. Full team. Okay.
We're fucking.
Fuck that guy a little bit.
Flush on that guy. That guy really wants to die to knock me.
Dude! He's one!
I was just shooting him.
He doesn't want to die to me so bad. He would rather die to you, man. What the fuck is that shit, dude?
Chill on. He's in my Discord right now. I'm calming for him.
He's fucking angling me. I'm giving his ass to you, bro. Fucking intentional.
Motherfucker was one, boys. They still killed me. Half on left side.
You fucking killed that shit, dude. I'm fucking dying, dude.
Careful, bro. That one is right below our car.
Headshot. Okay, I kill him. What are you doing? 90, crack, push him. Man, your mom, fat. Papa didn't messed up his grapple, you're good, Tishin.
42?
Fucked up the grapple.
Yeah,
God.
gosh.
Phoenix. Ma caricato.
Who the fuck is that?
Oh no, he's holding the door.
Who's
Dude,
boss
this
of
is
this game?
This is some comedy shit we're going through. I fucking love every second of it. Comedians, a bunch of comedians. Come on. Take the loot, let's go. You saw them over there or what?
Yeah, here.
Holy shitness, that's legitness.
Crack 2.
Yeah, to echo.
I have ult. Where's Mandy? Above
Yeah,
us.
it is Francesca. We are at like 300
Going.
more subs. And the Pekora cosplay actually arrived the other day.
Yeah. No, above. Come. Let's go south, farmer.
The custom made one I got? Yeah, that shit arrived. Below us. Above us. 90 gold on Pathfinder. I gotta heal this shit.
I heard sound close, but there was nobody.
Shut the fuck
Yeah, he
up.
was climbing the roof. Just a 10 gift. Thank you so much for contributing to my you know, never-ending embarrassment. Thank you so much. He holding the door. No, he not. Shit. Oh, dude, he's doing tricks. He leaving. He's got gold knockage. Yeah.
Can I more pink, please?
God, very good. Thank you so much, Justin, for the 10 gift. I really appreciate you. Appreciate everyone that's gifting subbies. kings and queens. Where's the rest of this lobby?
Well,
Where are my enemies? Show me the enemies.
Shut the fuck up.
wanna join or not?
Yeah.
Oh,
Bye bye. No, Luna, thank you for getting mana too.
it's getting fast.
Damn.
Can you start beer but not this date? Dude, I forgot that Francesco did that. My bad. Holy shit.
Are they here or what?
Fighting in second floor.
Or not?
I hit him.
Pathfinder's so LP, dude. I can't catching himings, dude.
There are more people than him. Yeah, there's more people here. For sure. I hear him. On me.
Kill him.
45 flush.
Arthur, you fine? Come to me, Arthur.
Oh shit, mama! They have a knock here. They have a knock here. Come, come, come.
Arthur, I see a lot of teams over here too.
Okay.
Trying to hold you too, bro. But
They just,
Yeah,
this is
make dude 2K13.
this 10k and his rest, dude.
Fuck him, bro. Come over here.
Fuck, man. Fuck all the men, dude. I almost gripped him.
Where are they?
Oh, you came back? Oh, they're here.
Well, yeah, I ran. It took me a long time.
Come. It's 3 big guys, dude.
Shut the fuck up.
They ported
Nick
to
Kosix just
in front of me here.
subscribed for 3 months.
You ported 2 in front of me here.
Dude, I'm just shooting this team the entire time.
Do it.
Where they go,
whoever
dude?
you want to
Is he
shoot.
not
I'm scanning
detected?
beacon.
Nick,
It ends on me?
welcome back. Thank you. I don't know where they are now, bro. That was fucking them, dude. So she's damage farming over here.
I'm just missing.
I heard a zip line.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
That's them.
Second
That's-
floor, 3
That's
man.
the 3 big guys. Oh, he's out on me. Cracked him. He has Kraber. or some shit.
Holy shit, I fucked him.
GP minus 100, he jumped off.
Octane 70
2
blue.
jumped off.
Oh, down? There's
One
or
roof,
what?
one roof. Mandy, stairs.
Right there, right there, right there.
Glass 2 below.
Walking below. Keep it cracked.
Yeah.
Did he have a Kraber or what?
No. It
I
just
don't
looked
know.
like it. Yeah, I think he had the bug where his guns were like 2 more than 1.
There's a Kraber here though.
Someone raised here.
Oh, there's a
raised-
Kraber here.
Someone raised here on me. On my left, up here. Up here. There's alla storma. Vamos a la playa, a mí me gusta bailar. Ritmos de la noche. Sounds of
Sounds of
fiesta.
fiesta. La 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 la. Get off my ship.
No, I'm farming.
No, you're not.
Farmers.
I'm farming now.
I am
You'll
fucking
see.
Right
farming.
here. I'm fucking farming.
I am fucking farming. Fuck. We're going.
He's
I'm
got
nading
it.
for you, Sajin.
I have no nades. But I'm mentally nading.
He's down here.
They're below. They're all below.
Oh, there's more than one?
Yeah, they rest.
Knocked him, Sajin.
Crack the Valkyrie on you.
Knocked
Wow,
him,
you're
Sajin.
good.
Thank you, my man.
Headshot this Ash. Did you stick him?
Knocked him.
Wowza.
Killed him. Knocked him.
Wowza. You guys are insane. It's almost like you
I
guys
know.
play pro or some shit.
Keep you ulting them. Thermite top.
I'm jumping out the
Killing
machine.
them.
I'm providing covering fire. I'm missing
I'm
everything.
smoking them all.
If this was
They're
real
dead,
life, the machine would have been shot and I would have done nothing about it.
Please help
You're not, he's one shot, I got him, you're good. New team behind us, they have Fuse. Fuse la lose. Oh no, they're shooting wingmans.
145 on the guy called Loba.
Her ass fat.
145 on Fuse is what I would have said if I actually hit it. I got hit. I'm popping this. Please help.
This guy is ready for everything and I'm missing.
145 knocked.
I'm self-pressing.
145 dead.
Wow.
Nice.
Different. I'm not even trying, dude. I'm playing sick. I'm sick and I'm still farming this diamond 4
Reduce
players.
them, dude.
Yeah, dude, these games are incredibly very hard to play, dude.
Oh,
It's like
man.
we're really getting a lot of you know,
Value, yeah.
Really?
Holy shit.
it's crazy.
Look at some more water, dude. I'm getting parched.
Maximum juicer. Ready up, Mr. Mandy?
Nice.
Oh, I got my mouse. I'll be back. Porgies.
Man. This makes me sad because I played a little bit of like Valorant ranked for fun, and bro, their system is so much better. You actually have a leaderboard you can look at, and like I don't know, it just like feels worth the grinding for that shit. Where here you grind and you get pred and you're still like silver 4 in skill. Pred right now is 28.5k right now, or something along the lines. Not very cash money if you ask me. Yeah, 28.5. Not very cash money. Yeah, Valor's a good attitude too, but I don't know, the way like they have like shit like in-game leaderboard and shit like that that our devs only make fucking excuses about is like something they get fucking done, you know? It's just stupid. My voice changed because I'm sick, Kaiser.
Yo.
That was awesome.
Nice.
Yo.
Gang.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah,
Nice.
yeah. Let's get it
Wow.
on.
I need to play a game with my old mouse that's scoring, dude.
Damn. Trying, guys, and try my best. Yeah, hold that.
Did you
double
get your
button.
mouse?
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
It's pretty good.
Is it wireless?
Yeah. I'm a wireless gamer.
It's a wireless gamer, gamer on the floor, and she never danced like this before.
18, full charge choke shot.
Yeah, I still don't have a gun. It's all good though.
Classic shit on.
Got some guns though. Anyone want this? Want some?
No.
Where are these bitches? These mother
I'm
bitches.
going up.
These mother bitches across the street. They put the they put the pita bread, the cevapi, the kajmak, and then the ayvar. You know that fucking game pills?
No.
No.
86, my guy.
Come on, man.
No, 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 no.
Here I'm 66. Are they on the thing?
On the bed.
On the dough.
Just right outside. Mandy, come here. There's a guy here. There's a guy here, Mandy. Come.
I'm with you, I'm with you, I'm with you.
you.
Bang! I'm banging. I'm insane. Last guy was at the door above. It was the raid.
Dude! I hit my life.
You killing?
Go up again.
What does Shawaka do? Look at him, it's almost like
I landed. Dude.
he's good at the game or something. 360? Fuck, he's not going my way. Loot delivery, bro.
I landed on top of this guy's head. And I couldn't fucking move. I was surfing and I got about 2 nades.
Surf
Oh
on
my
these
God.
nuts with your mouth.
I'm hungry, dude.
Go eat food.
I know, I didn't eat today.
Maybe you should
My
eat
girlfriend's making
them.
food now, it's very cool.
Ooh, this mouse is badass.
Yeah, what mouse model you bought?
The name is Aerox 3.
The what?
Yeah,
Are
The
you
what?
serious?
Can I see?
I don't have cam on.
Aerox.
Why?
Is it made after
Chill vibe. It was a good mouse.
Aerox?
Oh, let me see.
If you claw grip, it's good. For sure.
Aerox
Yeah.
3. What is that?
What is that, dude?
Dude,
You guys not claw grip. You guys not
that
claw grip.
looked like the most budget ass mouse I've seen in my entire life.
How am I hitting
feels really
blow? Wait, I'm googling it right now. Aerox 3.
That looks straight out of Walmart,
It's
dude.
because I'm sick, dude. That's why.
But if it's good, it's close, you know?
It's good.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks basic, but it's good.
Oh, it's,
I'm fucking excited for mine too.
It's,
Wait, I need to go AFK in the corner quick and do
it's a
it.
final must
Okay.
copy.
Put it inside.
It's a final must copy. Copy that. Somewhere that I can't. My nose is so clogged. I just want to breathe normally, man. Just let me breathe, man. Did you see that? Did you see that? Mande.
You got shit on.
It bounced off the car. What? Hello?
That's because it's my car. You can't grip me. People here, people here. Oh no, fuck.
Get in the building. You wanna go down or up?
Just stay up, stay up. Put it up in the air or some shit.
They're not taking it. Flying on the window. Crack. Knock, knock,
I don't
knock.
fucking know. Play on me, play on me.
Above, dude.
Oh no.
I'm blocking the fuck out of them. And they killed me because they're fucking dog shit. Remanix got shit on. I don't know who it is, but he's bad.
No way.
He's so bad, bro. Imagine being this low, man. Holy fucking shit. I'm the best for that.
No, I started climbing. Fuck you guys, your ass. Force. Revenix. Ass cheeks. Fuck their dog shit.
Yeah,
Oh, Facebook clan. Let's go, baby. Oh my god. Holy shit, those guys are ass. What? Oh my god, that was crazy.
There we go.
Holy shit, dude.
My bad, boys. It took me a little bit.
That's insane.
Cables are just everywhere. Okay, now the question is, which is 400 DPI? This one.
I can't wait for mine. I'll get mine tomorrow, I think. They gotta send out today from Sweden.
Oh, poggers. But for some reason, I can't play wireless. Wireless doesn't work.
We have to plug the USB in the
it
PC
does.
first.
Yeah, I did.
Hey, don't disrespect Facebook streamers. All the moms, aunts, and grannies watch them. Yeah.
Yeah, come on.
Come on, bro. Facebook
Hey,
David.
Thomas Jefferson, the 7th. Yo, thank you for the 100 bits, my guy. Damn, man, how's that doing? You good?
Let me hit your profile. Oh, dude, nice profile picture, dude. Where do you live? Wisconsin? What's your address?
Dude.
Oh, you're married, dude? Holy shit.
How the kids? How the kids, dude? How the kids?
Oh, dude, 3 kids. Jacqueline, Mark.
4 wives. LaQuisha.
Dude, Facebook, what a joke.
Yo.
Platform!
I think I love him.
I alpha'd everyone. It's all us.
New machine going crazy.
Now he's gonna wait 4 shots and be like, dude, this must suck.
Dude,
Behind
I
us here, man. They're behind us here in the building. You done fucked up, bitch. I fucked up. Yeah, get him, Dino.
Doesn't have anything.
No, he doesn't. But he's dead. I don't think that matters. And then you're live streaming on Facebook and your mom joins in. Oh god.
No reg, there's no shot. Please, guys, please. Push him. He's not gonna
Pushing the
finish,
P, I'm having the sex in the knee.
Oh my god.
Not good. Tashinda was. He's one, dead. Holy shit, I'm the
Where's
best.
that? Okay,
There's
he's
a guy
one.
coming, one more coming.
I'm naded, I'm dead. Free Shawaka, dude. Third party on my door. On my door. I'm blocking the fuck out of them. Fuck.
God.
Survives longer than me. I'm sad.
And now we're all happy, dude.
No, we don't play.
Now we're all dead. Ah.
Yo, this mouse beaming.
This mouse is beaming. I'm beaming. I'm beaming on the mousage. I died, bro. Restef, what do you want? What? You got red in this split? You wanna fucking clap? Good job, dude. You killed a bunch of fucking diamond players. You killed 90,000 diamond players. Also, I'm fucking dying. I'm fucking half dead. I'm fucking deteriorating as we speak. This sickness has taken everything out of me. I got COVID now. I got flu, I think. Some type of flu where I was fucked up. I was sneezing like every fucking 15 seconds. It's like a seasonal flu or something like that. And it fucked me up. Take care, so you're not more washed. Yeah. Thank you so much for your support, Resta. You've always been my #1 fan. Motherfucker. Let Restia chat. Let Restia tell you, every time he spectates me during a tournament, I get 20th. Every single time he watches me play the tournament, we lose. Like really bad. Like not lose like get 5th, like we lose really bad. '18 to 20th, always. The time I didn't watch you won't play, I was take fucking Jesus, you weren't watching, holy shit.
Didn't fucking go long enough. I just died.
Oh, I made a mistake. I mean, that's truly unfortunate.
Oh my god. I died because my bubble is sliding on this guy's knocked head.
Dude, I'm installing this Stizzer software, and then my audio just disappears. No sound, nothing.
I got unlucky, dude. That's why
I did
died.
more damage without sound, dude.
He shot me around the fucking corner, dude. I shouldn't have died. Like through the bubble and the corner. So unlucky, holy shit. Oh my god, you guys think they're gonna buy that? Holy fuck. I really want to finish that guy. Just like something about that guy's bald head pissed me off. Rusty, I see you've been playing nothing but rank lately. What is going on? You okay? You need therapy? Yeah, I have Croatian viewers, but they all speak English. I'm dying. Pardon? I said I see. I see you've been doing nothing but playing rank 24/7 and asked you if you need therapy. Why are you doing this to yourself? We can get you a therapist. Restia got smacked by Chichan's team, really? Oh, the teacher got shit on, huh? I can show you. Show me.
There.
This season is dumb. Yeah,
Damn,
it's like
what a good emote, dude.
everyone is boosted this season, pretty much, like systematically boosted. What's up, Nguyen?
That it? That is it. That is his emote. It is very good because you know when people want to suck you off, you just say right below me instead. It's crazy. Pretty good.
我下车，你要下车，那不能打，那不能，那你们两个智障要下车啊！
你说
我认真玩，玩你妹认真玩。
是啊，不输。
认真玩，我就知道这是。
You guys think Restia? You guys think Restia is like the chillest dude on the planet, but when he goes in fucking Taiwanese mode, bro, it's fucking mold. Monkey Gaming, thank you for almost looking back. You guys think, oh yeah, Restia's so chill. Catch him in Taiwanese and he's just screaming. Every time I watch him play in Taiwanese, he's just screaming down his lungs. Mostly at his teammates, to be honest. Like that motherfucker. Yeah, Taiwanese are like the creation of the Asia.
Yeah,
like we also fucking scream a lot.
Yes, purple.
And we load that shit. Yeah, and you motherfuckers are making fun of me for changing the way I talk when I talk Japanese. This motherfucker changes his entire personality, dude. He has a fucking personality disorder when he just switches language.
Oh shit, what the fuck? 100 on one guy. Fuck! Raise it for 100.
That's pretty neat.
Oh my god. They're pushing.
Oh, fucking run, bitch. I whiffed. Oh, they're coming. Oh, it's pure sex. Oh no, I whiffed it.
I'm fucked. Fuck it.
You think you're fucked?
Doing that.
He does a shooting while he's moving, while he's running, while he's shooting, dude. You can't beat this. You can't beat this. I'm so much better than you.
I shouldn't miss this. Never seen him lose it.
This guy's a fucking idiot. He's on console. He has to be. Holy shit, how are you master? Nordic thing for 2 months. Okay, man. No, I don't. I'm always nice. Yo, kill them and get us.
Yeah.
Fuck him. He's so dumb. That Bloodhound is terrible also, by the way. God, he's fucking good. That's my teammate. He's probably
Stick here? Fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna punch him out. Oh, he running at you.
Oh my god.
It's two of
It's about
them.
to be easy farms.
Which one are we punching out, Mande?
We're just fucking getting out and getting a weapon, one of us.
Don't mind if I do. Where can we find weaponry?
I don't know. I got one. I'm fucking stacked.
I got 18 bullets, Hemlock. Oh, the Shin one
Half
took
is
them
low.
out.
Got one.
I had to.
Pat is low, yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Just resubscribe.
They're all dead.
Fucking
There's no
boss.
shot.
These past few months. Keep up the good work, boss.
Nice Reaper team, 4 months, welcome back, appreciate you.
Oh my god, I'll be staying here for the rest of my life in these boxes, dude. No shot,
Wait.
they just fucking lost that, dude.
What the fuck did I hear?
Holy fuck, dude.
It's the SM7B, huh? You guys have?
Yeah, sure, SM7B.
Yeah, SM7B is the microphone we all have.
The microphone,
It's pretty good.
I like it.
It's pretty good. You just gotta get used to it though. Wait, why the
bring a
fuck
mic in
is
my
the shit
face.
dead?
Well, you fell
You're
off the
first
map.
in it, motherfucker.
Oh.
Okay, let's say he got thirsted.
I'm gonna go up here and rescue Mr. T. Yeah. Are you gonna buy microphone stuff? And all that shit for dual PC or what?
Yeah, I have already the LXR, but I need a mic now.
Dude, setting up dual PC was fucking easy.
Yeah, truly.
Holy shit, that was easy, dude. Well, like, it's easy because I got help, you know? But like, now I can do it myself, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you don't have voice meter at all, right?
No more shooter.
God
No,
bless
no,
you.
no
Voice
OBS
meter.
open on my, gaming PC or anything either.
Good.
I have nothing open. Just fucking.
Yeah, I want to get rid of voice meter. It's so bad. That's why I'm doing it.
It just has like
Exactly.
basically wires everything. People here.
No.
Everything gets wired through its mixer, and it goes to both PCs, pretty much.
Nice.
For me, I only have my mic wired on both mixers, on both PCs, because I'm just too lazy to do the whole setup.
Shots, steps blue. Mandy, steps blue. Come. On us.
I'm coming.
Mr. Mandy, AFK, bro.
Yeah, let's go.
Come. 100 on him.
How dare these motherfuckers do this?
Oh, dude, no shot! He burst me like that. 130 on the
1 HP fuse. 170.
Two of them are so low. I'm coming back. You can rest me inside if you want, Tajin. Oh, just fuck them up.
Not good, my amigo. I did a little bit of
That
whiffing.
headlock is fucking crazy.
Crack the fuse.
Oh lord, I'm burning.
Yeah, I'm burned. Yeah, I put a bubble on you.
I'm good.
I can't see because it's fire, bro. Man, what the fuck is that? I'm phoenixing. I do the finish. Pushing?
Oh, come
Fine,
here.
yeah, he's pushing you, yeah. He's alone. Knock.
Stupid.
Popping this, I'm here.
Knock 90. 120.
You're fucking retarded.
Oh, behind me.
No, what did you guys do to him, man?
Fucking
Holy fuck.
some rolled and smoked.
Sad.
I got fully stacked R9 shit over here. And
Right
anyone
outside.
need bets? Bets, anyone?
I got 0 battery, man.
No, I'm
I
good.
got 6 batteries.
Could use some battery, man. Appreciate that.
Here, 2 each.
Oh, you have none?
I think that shit's at 0, right?
I am on 1. I have 2 now. Just.
I have 2 now.
Nice, nice.
Mayor Mango, I think we're doing. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Wow, we're good. Free Shamaka, dude.
What about Joe's barbecue foot massage? Joe's barbecue foot massage.
Never heard that one.
You heard that one?
Nah.
Restia. I don't know if Restia is still here, but Restia, you should play rank with me, man.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
You only gain RP if you play with me. Not your teammates, that's all the time. I only win. What the fuck happened to me? The king ratting.
Oh, fucking looting bins.
I dipped. Man, fucking fake friend, you know. But he would only win RP, you know. He's just scared to play with me. Can match my vibes, you know.
Oh.
Wait, there's guys here. Oh no, I'm bobbling here.
Oh no.
Bobble.
I was totally not on my phone.
Oh, they're chasing.
Yeah, opens the door.
Open doorings. Doors get opens. Go back and hold them here. Or what?
Hold this fucking dick in your mouth.
Nice scan. They're fucking coming.
I'm here. I'm posted.
40. Don't hit me.
30. 143 to the Marvin.
Nice. Good call.
Comms are on point.
Dude.
Joe's barbecue foot massage.
100 on the Blood Hunter.
Stuck one.
No, you
Yo,
didn't.
what? What the fuck? What was that noise? It was a stick noise. Oh, that was a fucking arm shield.
Blood on. Wait, 120 on blood on. Get fucking in the ass.
Flashings.
Yeah. Oh, third party. Running. Chasing.
Hey, free real estate.
Hey, so what would you like to see? Don't worry, they're only gonna chase you until the end of the year.
200 again.
Oh, you wish you were good.
All three on me, Tashin. All three on us.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just you know.
Fucking ass swipe. Fucking. Hey, dude, I'm not. Chat. 143 on Marvin was a good call.
Not bad, sadly. I have a mobile. If I get to manage to chill. No, dude.
How could this happen to me?
Fuck you. You did it on purpose.
Yeah, fuck you. Run!
Oh no.
Flying!
If you fly out, I'll give you $1 million. Zimbabwe dollars, dude.
Zimbabwe.
Where am I going though?
I'll give you $1 million Zimbabwe dollars, dude.
How could this happen to me? I made my mistakes.
They're coming.
No fucking way. That's 3 kills. That is literally 3 kills. Fucking bitch, man. queuing up. They could never. They could never.
The fuck is that, bro?
God, they're fucking the worst, man. Let me
They're
see
really
their RP,
struggling.
please.
That Nate did 81 on somebody.
Dude, they're really
How are you pred? How are you pred? You're terrible.
Because he has a YouTube channel and you don't. Fuck on. Shit on
Holy
this.
shit, dude. How is he allowed to even enter the fucking realm of pred? He shouldn't be.
Yeah.
He
Should never be able to.
gamer.
How is he allowed to, dude? He should. That guy should get permanently banned from ranking up. Even if he has 100k RP, he should not be in pred. Should get blacklisted from pred. That's some shit.
Let me try something real quick. I need to see if I can use Discord on my... No, never mind. I can't. Can I use Discord on my main PC?
Well, you're not using Discord on your main PC?
No, I'm using it on my dual. And I sit and have to mute over all the time on the other PC.
I mean, I think you should be able to use it on your main PC if you have your sound wired.
Should I try?
Yeah.
Wait, let me try. You're back. If you can't hear me, you know why.
If you can't hear me, your dick's small. If you don't speak up right now, your dick's small.
Is there a cable with the short?
No.
No, it's just the mic. No, so I need to order this Alexa thing.
You got via cable.
What's the name of the cable? Or is it yeah, XLR thing, right?
It's
Input
called
thing.
an XLR cable, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm getting the same mic, so we all sound crispy and clean. Crispy clean, baby.
Hey, good job, sis. Crisp, clean, long.
Dude, that's
boys.
fucking expensive though. Damn. For a mic, bro. It's not like I'm a singer or rapper or something. Oh god.
I mean, you didn't have to buy it.
I did. Investment. Important.
What's up, Dama? How could this happen to me? 400 for a mic. It really is an expensive fucking mic, but it's good. And the arm it comes with. Did you buy the Rode arm?
No, should I?
Yes, you should have bought the package on Amazon. Rode arm plus mic.
Fuck.
The Rode arm is so good. It's like the best thing for a shirt or for any mic.
Rode mic arm.
Shut the fuck up.
Please don't be
Size just
expensive.
Thank you for
resubscribed
following.
for 5 months.
180,
Long time,
bro?
4 years strong.
Yeah, that's why you get it for a package. You get it for 500. If you get the package on Amazon.
Fuck.
Then you say it's for the 5 months. Appreciate you. Come back.
It didn't work. I came to the conclusion that it didn't work because my Go XLR is set up to my, what's it called, my other account, you know? My Go XLR is set up to my stream PC, not my main PC.
So wait, you can't use... Okay, I'm not gonna question it. I'm not gonna question it. All I'm gonna say is analog mixers for the win. That are you using an XLR mini, by the way? Did you buy the
Yeah.
mini? Your shit
I
broke.
bought the big,
I got
and
the
then
mini.
it broke, and then I bought the mini, and then it didn't come in the mail, and then I bought a new mini. And then
you get
the,
money back?
the one that got lost in the mail came the day after, so now I'll have 2 minis.
I cannot find that bundle you're saying.
On Amazon, there was a bundle for Rode mic and Shure SM7B. Like a package.
I can still give the mic back and buy that one, you know?
Yeah. should be.
But that's just
At least for me, it was. I'm not mad at you.
The bundle isn't that much cheaper, Tashin, at all. So sending a Tashin, sending it back is super stupid. You have the Go XLR, right, Tashin?
Yeah, yeah.
No, we're talking about the
because I
bundle
send
with the
mine.
microphone and arm.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
I know. But
I
I
need the arm
think
only.
you're yeah, exactly. Sending it back just because you don't have the arm would be stupid. So you should just buy the arm.
He just
extra.
ordered it, you know. You can
Yeah.
always cancel the order.
Oh yeah, I guess.
I could do it, yeah. I'm too lazy to find the bundle though.
Yeah, I know. No,
Definition.
Tashin.
Are you coming to me? Are you challenging
He's
me?
coming to you.
Alright, he challenged me.
You got fucking mega shit on.
Ah, but
Who's
the
that
guy looked like a bot, so I was trolling it, and he does that. Holy shit, man. He is a bot, though.
It's Wong.
Looks like a complete fucking bot. Holy shit. Oh!
Andy.
Oh!
And Andy.
No, not
you're
the
dead.
crypto. Gotta get my res. Yeah, you need to take that shit and fly to second floor right now. Boom, go.
Going?
Yeah, he res.
Coming?
100. That's a different team. That's a different team. That's a different team.
Little thing right here. Boom. I used all my bullets on shooting nothing.
What's up, bro?
Like,
No!
Oh no, that's an anime.
No sound!
Walkie tapes.
holy shit. I'm about to fucking show you guys who's boss of this gym.
No, he killed me with the Wong.
Nothing wrong with that. Come on, dude. Come on, man.
He killed me with his Wong, dude. He was Wong for that. Fucking hell, man. I'm done.
I'm about to fucking shit on him. I got the fucking fully stacked L-Star 30-30 repeater.
Repeat these nuts.
Do we get
Oh,
Mr.
yeah,
Tier
get
or
it
just
in.
right here? I think
know.
it's right here, yeah. Now watch me knock one of them. Giga chat.
Oh yeah. Give me a wingman and a dildo and I'll end this whole team, dude.
A dildo?
On the roof!
Yeah, I know. Oh, they all have purple armors.
Oh,
They all
shit.
have purples, dude.
Don't worry, I got this.
Oh my fucking god.
I was prepared for this, dude. You don't understand. Oh shit.
I was
Man, you bad. Fuck, I'm lucky, dude.
Damn. Who would've guessed, dude?
They're so good,
Who
dude.
would've guessed they're not an RP above 10k? Who would've thought, dude? Not me.
Nah, me.
I also wanted to buy a new fucking in-ears, so headset.
Yeah,
Bose
I just bought in-ears.
20.
I just said any in-ears too. Apple
New-
earpods.
Using Apple AirPods?
Motherfucker
I bought
spent
them.
$7 on
Oh.
his in-ears.
Yeah. And then
No, actually in Denmark it's probably like 45. Bless.
Oh,
I think I paid 20.
I saved it, dude. I got the stand mic thing too now. With the mic together. Juice, dude. Good shit.
Bow, bow. Bow, bow.
You guys know any good headsets without a mic? Over-ear headset?
Do you earn $1 million a year? Yeah, she.
Yeah.
I earn even more
You
than
do?
that. I earn bazillions.
Same.
For every viewer I get $1 million monthly.
Only?
Only, yeah, I'm still weak. I also own Croatia, yeah. It's why the whole country's mine. It's time to sex the lobby. Shit, you have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you have no idea what you're talking about. He told Boston no beaches. Yeah, I told him no beaches. No beaches. Let's go, baby. Woo!
Go, go, go.
Are you by chance maidenless? Would suck if you were maidenless. Not me though. Got plenty of maidens all over the place.
No crafter.
A triple tack. You like it? I'm only maidenless on the surface chat. Why is someone coming in my chat from your chat and using Mande blow me emote?
Because my dad really wants to show the world this cool emote he got in my chat now.
It's your dad.
Yeah.
You gave him an emote?
He said he said he had the craziest idea. Because instead of saying suck my dick, I can say blow me instead, because you know, like, it's a blow up fish and that's super funny, dude.
Daddy gone crazy, dude.
Dad jokes at its finest, dude.
Yeah.
They're crafting.
Yeah.
I did so much damage. Like 100 on each or 400.
That guy was
Also, I
off.
lied, by the way. I
He's
didn't touch
dead.
anyone.
Thanks for crafting, boys.
That's very nice of them.
Appreciate that, dude. Oh, name tag, everything, dude. Your chat loves that emo, right?
Blow me?
Yeah.
Yeah, because my dad made it.
Yeah.
He just asked did RPR like the emote?
I love it. It's the best. Way better than any emotes the Manda made.
True.
Manda could never.
Nice.
Oh, I wasn't looking at my screen. Don't drink and drive, you know? Don't text and drive. Something like that. I don't fucking know. I don't even drive. Someone just wrecked on it.
Reservation.
They can't. They won't let us through this.
Come.
Hit it now! Hit it! Where was that in? Energy depot. Resurrection.
Split from me.
Split. Where? On me.
Over there.
On me, man, they blown me. See? It's good use. Crack the Bangalore.
One guy here.
Kill that guy. You're loaded.
Oh, rats, dude.
What is P on the rate or whatever the fuck that is? Crack the bank.
I'm behind the wall. Why?
Alright,
Go rest him up, bro.
I'll fucking res him, dude.
I should have just healed. Oh no, I need the medkit.
Here. Take this, dude.
I need that.
Reporting this guy, dude. Haha! LOL! You could never. But he made his sport to his sport.
I'm staying here. I'm never moving away from these boxes. Never mind.
It's in the vents.
He vented?
Oh, he
vent.
vented, dude? Or, holy shit, sauce as fuck. Yeah, Chad loves it. They love the emote. Can't blame them. It's a masterpiece.
I think he's camping up here.
I'm with you. I fear no evil.
No camping.
Oh, right here. I'm going really hard now. I'm going supersonic mode. I just double swapped my armor, dude. Why is that still in the game?
All towards me. Over portal, yeah.
Oh, he ran
Showed
away.
him one guy or what?
He ran away, yeah. No, he's throwing nades now. What the fuck?
He opened the bin and there's a purple arm in front of him. I gotta go back,
Nice luck, dude.
So cringe, bro. I swapped the armor on the ground and he double swaps it, and I'm on empty armor again. Fucking dying, like, holy shit.
Look at him, he opens the bin, he looks at the purple and then he dies.
Yeah.
Look at him,
And
he
I
was
get
standing
the
right here.
purple.
Unlucky.
I get the purple.
2 damage off, nice.
What's up, TD? Alright.
Go up, boys, and then we fly.
Right there.
Give me my phone.
Oh my god. One guy flying up. To the last guy.
41.
50. 60, 100.
Fly
Million?
me to the moon.
And let me
dance among the
among the
stars.
stars.
I go into the hole outside.
Something, something. Jupiter and Mars. I'm in the hole, that's what she said. Or he.
I'm gonna fucking charge rifle, but that's you.
And crack someone. Oh, we got angry motherfuckers. They're angry.
Oh no! They're fucking teaming next to me! Dude, I'm coming! I'm going!
Don't close.
Two teams!
Give me 35 purple.
I'm not dead.
They're running that side, man. What is going on?
There's 2 teams, that's why. Next to me?
Why are you running? Oh, he holding the door, but he missing the floor.
On top of me?
No, on me.
On top of me. Full team.
Medic, after I come back.
I'm trying. Assistance!
Jump
Dude, I'm gonna
jump
go up and
off
shoot
me.
these guys in the back, okay? Oh, 60 flash on one guy. 50 flash on another guy.
Cracked someone, I don't know.
Know.
Wow!
Oh, that.
Wait, who did that to? Oh, another team coming in. Can
Those are
see,
the guys
can
that
see,
cried.
can breathe, can see, can breathe. Let's kill these guys
Those
next.
are the
Come
guys
on.
that cries. Yeah, this is the guy that cracked.
They have wall hack. I'm shooting ghosts.
100, 150.
45 fleshness. I'm going out.
He's out here. He's right here.
On the roof. Mama. 50, 50.
Behind you, Sajin. Oh, these fucking rats, dude.
Ratskis.
I'm going in.
Oh no, the zone. He has to move.
I'm going. Dude, fuck. That's not good.
Oh no, it's zone
Jump off us,
2.
Mandy.
Yeah, I know. 100 and 100. Oh, dead. Oh, 190. What?
Whoa, he's not there.
He's dead.
No!
Is he
They're
there?
resting.
Don't worry.
71 headshot. I don't know who the fuck I'm shooting. 45, 90 purple.
Wait.
I'm just shooting at this point.
Wait, I'm climbing up all the way high. I see them. They're queued down.
Brave shit on.
I think we take a step
Six on this
back.
guy.
Take a little step back here or what?
Sajin.
Yo,
Nice.
It's gonna be a no.
he didn't die.
He didn't die.
He didn't know that.
He's gonna die to zone. Fucking idiot. That's the one guy only now.
Okay. Heal.
I got heat shield, man. Holy shit, that Oxer hit me. No way! He finished. Oh, he got one.
No, don't kill me.
I need 45 propel. Propel, by the way. I'm coming in hot. I'm the best.
Basic flash.
Keep off the bat. Oh wait,
Where's the raid?
it's another one.
Don't peek. Oh my god.
How? Heat shield your ass.
Why are you peeking, dude?
What do you mean
Motherfucker.
peeking? I was crouched.
I'm done.
That's peak.
Thank you forever.
My bold ass head was fucking visible.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you and completely transparent. I have 1 medkit.
Oh, we're dead.
No trident at all?
1 medkit now.
I got 2 mids.
Alright, I got 8 Sereningis though. Let's go. Why are you running? Huh?
You might be dodged.
No, we're fine. Do I plug it here, Tajin?
Yeah, sure.
I can't.
Should we do it or no?
No. We go here and do it. He's closer to the zone then, and he gets some loot. And we got 10 seconds. It's not looking very crispy for us right now.
Krispy Kreme donuts or what?
Dude, I could eat some donuts right now. Holy shit. Holy shit, I want donuts right now. What time is it?
6:30.
Can I buy some?
I don't know.
Can I buy some?
Can I? I mean, I give you permission.
You live in Copenhagen, or you can...
I should be able to get donuts right now, right?
Yeah.
What's up, guy?
I got you, Mr. T. I'll give you my armor, okay? Because I play
his armor.
Yeah.
Armor.
Gimme.
You guys heard that? He gave you his
all
heart
shit over here.
and his armor. That's why he said armor.
Oh my god. Can I eat donuts right now? I should be able to eat donuts right now, right?
I don't know, man.
Do you wanna eat donuts?
Yeah, I really want to. Donut Supreme. Dunkin' Donuts.
And I think you can, bro.
$11. $11 for delivery though. Here, Miss T. And here.
You're a multi-millionaire, aren't you? You can pay.
And you can go here. There's a box over here. There's a box over there.
People here, man. Why are you here, man? What the fuck? You shouldn't with it. Dude, they're cheating! Donkey Donut? Yo, can we go zone? 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 Can we go zone?
Yeah. Tashin here? Did you get the loot and shit?
Yeah.
Alright, good.
Ingen pisker.
Queenman Big Beer.
You need this for your Queen Man?
No, I'm good.
Or maybe this one? It's two-time time. Gold bag res. Gold bag res. Mama raised no bitch.
Yeah, I know. I just gotta keep rolling. I just need
Mama
to
raised no bitch here. No bitches were raised. No, Taishin, gold bag res.
It's fine.
Fuck it, Mama raised no bitch twice.
I fucked the fucking...
I pop a Mary.
Yeah, just chill. We're still in here. 154? I already got purple armor.
I'm about to fuck some bitches, man. I got so many nits. 100 crack. Close left and close right. 1 HP Valk. Tashin, you're muted. You are muted still.
Yo.
He's getting him up. He got him up.
Wait, don't.
Crack the Gibby.
Bubbling here.
Eye healings. Any medkit?
I've never in my life. I would have
No way.
fucking got red armor there.
No way he sticks the fucking... Like, hello?
I didn't have anything. No audio.
Come here, fat ass. Give me your medkits.
Oh, wow. Dude, where was it? I didn't get it. Look at this nade, it's gonna be fucking sexy. 250? 258 on one guy.
Huge.
Kill him. Penis.
Be careful above you guys. I'm gonna play on head glitch here, okay?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a feeling like he's behind us. There's a rat. I have 2.
I got a lot of bats. Here, bat right here.
Is he behind us?
You want more? I got more bats. I got 8 bats, Tashin. You need more bats?
Yeah.
How much more? I got 5 now.
I have 4 now.
Okay.
Juice.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. There's a solo somewhere.
Yeah.
Where art thou, Liselo? Shimmer.
Where are they?
Where art thou? You measly, you weaselly little rat.
You wheezy little liar.
You wanna Weasley?
I want that trade. I did.
It's Leviosa.
They're pushing
Hey, guys,
you.
here, pushing me.
Well, one guy's low. Ash is low. Just wait. Wait.
All in the
How
bubble.
dare you bitches
Yeah.
push us, huh? How dare you bitches push, huh? I'm about to show you who's daddy.
I got ult again soon.
I don't know what the fuck
I
I'm doing.
cracked all of them.
One of them got no
They're
cred.
Siren now.
Yeah, they got thirded.
Yeah, from the red.
The solo thirded
red.
them.
He's low. Solo one. He's fucking dead.
Ow. Dead. The other team's coming. Ulting and shit. I'm batting.
Knocked. I walked with him.
Wow!
No.
They're doing this suck. How did it touch me? There's no indicator.
He's fucking dead. Oh, you're not dead!
Oh shit, on the building.
This guy.
I did nothing. I love it that way.
My mouse is.
I did absolutely nothing, and I'm happy with my performance.
I want donuts. Ice latte swirl. What's that? What is a latte? Is that
Latte is a
Is
coffee.
cringe? Who the fuck drinks that shit?
It
It sounds good though. Ice latte
I
swirl.
don't fucking know.
Damn. Maybe I should try it.
It swirls, dude. It swirls your brain into a brain rot of caffeine. I'm gonna go pee and get some water. Some water. We got new groups. We got new groups for Also, they made a post and said how we should be vaccinated in case there's gonna be a LAN, and we got new groups for in our group.
It's gonna be a LAN.
If there is a LAN, we have to be vaccinated. Anyway,
Double vaccinated or triple vaccinated or guac vaccinated?
I don't know. There's I have no idea. I think double. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I got double already. God bless.
Yeah, I don't have triple yet. So. Our group has players Empire, Solaris, Reply Totem, ANC, 80K, Phoenix, Morningstars, Game of Drones. Oh, I don't know.
A lot of noobs.
Half the teams I don't know. I'm sorry. Where is Mande? Is he ordering Donotto?
Yeah.
Groups for the SLGS? Yeah, it's groups for the entire split. Basically, whatever group you're in, those 9 teams in your group are always gonna be in your matches. So.
And wait for LAN.
Yeah, if it happens, they said that they plan to have split 2 playoff on LAN, but they can't guarantee it. But they said in case it happens, we have to be vaccinated.
I'm getting donuts. La la.
Did you see what they wrote in the Pro League Discord, man? That I just talked about now.
No?
Apparently they want us to be vaccinated because we might go LAN for playoffs.
Oh yeah.
And then
I am triple jabbed.
You're tripled? I need to get my booster as well.
Yeah, I already got my booster and everything.
Fucking hell, I gotta get a booster.
Yeah, Sam, I need booster only.
Dude, I'm just scared of getting a booster because I know I'm gonna be fucked up for a whole couple of days. Dude.
But I don't think we need booster.
I don't know.
Double's fine.
I'm about to look it up right now. Let me see.
I think if you have that phone scan thing about you being vaccinated, you're fine.
Let me see. I'm gonna open Pro League Discord. Where the fuck is this shit? Where'd I put that thing? There. And then global announcement. This link. Coronavirus disease. So AstraZeneca, Johnson Johnson, Moderna, Pfizer, Sinopharm, Sinovac, Covaxin, Covax, Nuvaxovid. Those are the ones that are approved.
Yeah.
It doesn't say how much you gotta be vaxxed though.
I think it's 2 jabs, I think, or 2 jabs and a booster.
I think it's just 2. Not,
Might be
not
a
the
booster.
Really?
Because it doesn't specify anything. So we might have to get
There's no reason not to get a booster though.
Yeah, but I just can't do it in time, maybe, I need to wait a couple months.
Well, LAN is in... When is LAN supposed to be? Like May, June or some shit?
Next time I was pushing over and my building I just was on.
I don't even know when LAN is supposed to be. Where? Where? Who's pushing where? What? Are you smoking deckage? Yeah, there was dicks being smoked.
Yeah, I thought I heard it.
Let's fly then. No one here.
You're only considered in your country. You're only considered fully vaccinated if you get your booster shots. I see.
Yeah. Okay. Booster then, I guess.
It's probably gonna be, dude. Oh, it's probably gonna be shit. Oh, guys, it's gonna be crazy. We're gonna hold the land in Denmark, dude. And I'll just be like, what the fuck, dude? Come
Copenhagen, on. Dude. In the stadium, dude. How is it blue, dude? What am I doing wrong? Fucking die, bitch.
Hating on blue people. We're champ. It's not gonna be Denmark. There's no shot.
No
Denmark is the most expensive place they can hold it in EU. There's no shot they're gonna use a lot of money on holding it.
No, it's gonna be Poland again, bro.
I think if it's gonna be anyway, it's gonna be Reykjavik.
It's what?
Reykjavik or however call that fucking
Oh,
city.
Iceland or what?
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool.
Because I know that Valorant is gonna have another LAN in Iceland. Second LAN they have new.
Wow, it's like it already.
Oh shit,
Yeah.
double flying?
Free Shavakadu!
Iceland not expensive. It's not about expenses, it's about where the fuck you can host or not.
Yeah.
Free Shavakado. I gotta go tell my mom to fucking apply me for a booster shot right now.
Damn. Can't do it yourself? Mama's boy?
Yeah, mama's boy.
Understandable.
My first shot.
Shout out to all the moms out there. We love moms. And dads.
Little moms and dads.
They're
Brothers and
homies.
sisters. Oh, grab this. I mind if I do. I don't think it's gonna happen in Japan, guys.
Where are they?
In the room on you. That room.
Oh, there are! There are 3. Shit on. I was dancing. That's pretty crazy. Look at them. So cute laying together.
No, this is not
These
for
boxes.
EU, chat. This is international playoff. This is all teams.
Oh, it's for the big one?
Yeah, it's for the end of Pro League. Playoff is supposed to have. Man, that guy's cracked. It's supposed to have all teams from all regions.
Lucha.
Bangalore did.
Third party central.
He's sucking and fucking.
Oh, you saw? He just killed himself. He just sucked himself and died. That's pretty impressive, though.
No way he's sucking himself, dude.
He just sucked himself and died. Correct him, Tajin?
He going backing?
Oh,
What
fuck,
the
I feel all the time.
fuckings? What? Where the fuck I am?
Cool. I'm not gonna heal while I take this fight. I'm so confident that I win this fight. I'm not gonna heal a single time. Oh, it's 2!
Oh, it's multiple! I'm finishing. I headshot someone.
9? I lied. Hit it for 6.
One. That.
Nice shots, Mr. T. Good
I'm
shit,
doing a
Mr.
lot of
T.
damage.
11, 11.
About 45. About 45 on him. In 41. there you
Nice,
go.
nice. Good shit,
Let's
boys.
go.
All around.
Let's go, boys.
Yeah,
Win
let's
the tournament. Kill this fucking Bangalore. Kill him.
Bangalore? What? Where?
Kill
Where?
this fucking Bangalore.
What are you doing?
Only OGs would understand. Holy fuck.
When I screamed in playoff.
Only OGs.
Kill
Not
this
even my own
motherfucking
teammates.
Bangalore.
Yeah.
Kill this
I
fucking
thought you were talking about
Bangalore.
Bangalore that was just on us, dude.
I saw Shiv and I straight screamed, kill this fucking Bangalore.
That's so good, man. That's so good. Fire.
Oh no! Did they accept my thing? They accepted it. It will be here in 19 minutes, chat. And everyone else.
Mandy, we go.
I am doing the fuck here.
Mandy.
Where the fuck are you guys? You guys
Mandy.
Yeah, what's up?
Fuck him.
50?
Hey,
What are you
big,
doing? What's he shooting at?
I don't know.
I'm behind you.
Behind you.
What are you shooting at?
I don't know. What
This
the
guy,
fuck just happened?
he emptied an entire clip into my bubble.
Into the bubble it goes. Oh, you here? Are you hiding here, Patty Boss? Patty Boss hiding here?
Oh my god. can't wait to get my donuts here. It's gonna be so good.
Donuts.
Eating donuts.
Krispy Kreme, bunch of cream.
It's gonna be good. Boston cream donut. Dude, I bought one with fucking... Ooh. I can already taste it right now.
You can taste it in your mouth.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on my dick and eat it, dude.
On your dick. In the hole?
Yeah.
It's too small, man. You have to do that, man.
True. I need it for pieces, dude.
I am doing stupid shit. I was going to do stupid shit.
I'm pushing now. I'm gonna hit the edge here and fly off.
You're gonna hit the Ed Sheeran and fly off? What?
Yeah, I'm gonna Ed Sheeran. You know what that is?
Ed Sheeran ramen?
Yeah. Hello, motherfucker. Oh, the Bangalore.
Oh, he's gonna go in the car. He's solo. You fucking dumbass. Oh, by the way, there were no aces with bows.
What?
No aces in the bow. Or did you have a bow? Someone is bow. Someone bowed
I
at
have
me.
a tree hole one, dude.
It's been a long day. Go,
Good,
go, go,
Zachary.
go.
Who shot the bow at me? Step forward now so I can
now.
see. Yo, dumbass.
I heard that ball. I heard that ball.
Yeah, he's coming. We go to him. Don't worry, chat. And you guys should chat now. I come.
I am chat. Oh, on the roofing.
40? 60?
On the other roofing as well. Crack the guy on the right roof.
Try to guy up top here. I'm bubblings. Nice hole right there. You gotta pull the car.
Granata. He running. Why is he running though? My friendly? I'm doing so much damage. 41.
Where are they?
Right here, one guy. Dude, how are they alive after all the shit I've done?
I'm driving through them.
Well, I died. Two of them are fucking low. No way, you're just shooting like your mom's fat. Right here, please help me, please help me. Why no one helped me? Why me no help?
No DT, no DT, man.
This guy's stuck, this guy's stuck.
9 with PK, like suck a fucking cock through your asshole. Oh!
Are they all dead?
Butt man!
What man? Where is he?
I don't know. On me.
Oh, it was that. No, never mind.
Plug me
What
in.
man?
Plug
Oh, no.
me in. Plug me in.
Adulun, Adulun.
Mandy, go up the zip.
Cheating, 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 cheating.
Emotional damage. Oh! She's fucking. Did you shoot through a window? Oh my fucking god, you can pick it up.
I'm holding it, I'm holding it, I'm holding it. 134. Whoever threw that piece of paper, your mom's a hoe.
Your mom's a hoe. Yo, can I get to my loot, dude? You guys have heat shields? You got the shields that heat? Oh, I'm dead. You got a heat shield for me?
Up here, come here, up here, come here, up here, come here.
Oh, woo! Get in the other car. Double swimmage.
There's fucking loot right there.
Where? Yeah, but I need.
Right there.
But they're
Oh, I know,
chasing.
I'm bubbling.
Kill everyone. They're on the loot, man. How I loot this? It's okay. I got this. I got this. I got this.
Grenade.
I got this, dude.
Dude, I'll bubble it, alright? Okay, Reaper?
Yeah? But they're holding the door. They know, they don't. Hold the door, hold her.
I'm holding it. Take it.
It's like nothing, it's nothing.
Oh my god, I'm shot in the back.
I only have a triple take. Not that much ammo either. No meds. I need light and I need meds. We need to kill these guys.
I have 100 light.
Oh, behind me! Shit on! Dude, I have no meds. Please assist me. Mande!
Dude, come.
Give me anything.
Dude, do you have ult, Tashin?
Yeah.
We gotta go over to me and ult. He jumped off the map. Oh, you're so lucky.
Yo, I'm here. We can fly.
Yeah, come on.
Can I heal first or just,
So lucky,
you just rip
so
it?
lucky.
Hop him
Fuck
back
it.
here.
Fuck, I have a medkit.
They're pushing towards us. Sit on him.
Come back. We gotta rip it.
I'll just build. We gotta rip this shit. Alright.
We gotta rip it.
He's gonna
Well, how
cancel
do
the
you
blue
see
wall.
us?
Come here. Land on the top guy.
Where do we kill
Oh, below
someone?
Building.
Yeah, fuck
building
the top guy, fuck the top guy.
No, land on the roof here. On the roof right here.
Oh no, I lost my booster sheet went out.
No way, not the booster seat. Grade 63. I'm dead.
I have 29 fucking bullets, dude.
I'm medkitting.
Många naggade. Who got knaggade, dude?
Dude, why are we all pushing out?
Well, I'm 1 HP.
Oh my god, that guy.
Okay, I'm 1-2.
I fucking wanted that guy.
No, man. Bonnie in the house. Where's the audio, dude?
Dude, low ball, please.
Yo, plug me in.
I don't have light, no energy, no light.
I have nothing either.
Bitch-ass motherfucker.
I'm walking on the edge here. Behind them, Tashin, right?
Yo.
There's a... Dude.
You got Mobby? Anyone got Mobby?
No.
You got Mobbies? Mandy got Mobby?
No.
Get that Mobby. Check the Mobby for the package.
There's not a Moby.
Are you sure this?
Heat shield, yeah, there's heat shield.
Fucking bitch, fucking.
I got a scoot though. Tashin.
How are you gonna go up?
Here. I have 1 syringe. That's gonna hurt like a motherfucker, dude.
That's zone 4, man.
I'll take one. Yeah, easy.
Whoa.
Oh, Tashin, we're free.
They're all here, bro.
36 one guy? He's on hit. Okay. He's on hit, motherfucker.
He hits you instantly, dude. They res! What the fuck? How can they res?
Are they inside the building next to us?
Here. One on roof.
I fucked that guy.
130 on bottom pushing you.
All to these guys?
Hit on bottom again.
Only headshot. I killed him.
Above us.
We should push these guys. Oh my god. $120? Nice.
ammo.
Fucking sexy, man, dude. Nice sex. Do one more. Round 2. Here we go. Dropping on Tashin. Tashin is having sex with the blowdown.
No, no.
No!
How?
I thought he
How
died.
are you alive?
I thought he died. I'm dead.
How is he alive, dude? He's got
I
what,
don't
400 health?
understand. What?
No way you
not
popped that
dead yet.
finisher, you pussy.
Dude, that's their first RP in 10k. Dude, let's fucking go, baby.
Let's go, dude. Name Push, but he pushes only in the game instant.
Holy shit. I thought the guy was dead.
No ammo, bro.
He must have been on 1 health, bro. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I think so too. If I hit one more scout shot on the way over, dude, he would have been fucking smoked.
And rolled. Like a piece of baloney. Wait, I had 6 KP, right? Yeah. So how 157 is what you get for 6 KP? Oh no, I killed 2 diamonds. That's why. That makes sense. Ready up, top 180.
Gonna get full quick.
Cringe rank grinder. Holy shit. Shit. What happened? I'm good, Benzie. I'm just sick. You low-key sound like a corpse.
Gang.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much.
Let's go.
I'm fine. Just my nose is blocked. That's why I sound weird.
We're down here.
Holy shitness, man. Where do I go? I'm scared. You Peter. I got this. I mean, just shoot forever, yeah! Until you get the fucking in the fucking lobby. Help me, help me, help me! I cracked him. Please kill him. Resurrect, 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 resurrect. Nice.
I'm holding it.
Bitch. What do you think you are, huh?
23. Purple.
I'm above the medic. Medic.
Darn, up top. Cracked him. Oh, he's low.
No, wait. I'm juicing.
It's a fucking guy in front of you.
Alright, I'm ready. Don't worry, I got this. Show me who's next.
How are you guys really gonna lose that? With double purple rampage charged up and everything.
God, I'm the best. I'm turning around, I'm not even looting, I'm going for next.
Is there any purple, any blue?
Yeah.
I'm
Purple
leaving.
over on the one the box was broken.
I don't hear. Fuck it. Go.
I'm leaving. I left the premises. I see an enemy in front of me. On me. I pretend like I'm bad. I start
Are
running.
you alone still? Yeah, run a bit.
I turn 180. I pretend like I'm a controller. I climb wall. Shoot a little bit. White armor, give me crack. How are you in white armor? Purple armor, raid pushing me. I'm doing very little damage, so they still keep pushing, okay? I did this on purpose. Raid's flesh. They bubble him. Push that kid, use white armor.
Behind me. Behind us. Rest beacon.
Last guy on me. He had penis sex with me.
Oh shit.
No, man. Another team that's coming in like that. I hate
This guy has his resolution and hurts in his
Yeah, I was about to say, dude.
Holy shit, they're cheating, bro. Only
All
cheaters
10
put
page
the
stock,
name.
man.
Right back, 1 sec.
Who would have thought, dude, that they're 10k?
Still 10k.
So I'm fucking back. I had a fucking 61 in Q, but no Q. Interesting how that works. What?
The
What's
chances
up?
of them not being able to find where I live is pretty high, so I probably have to go down and get the food.
Cool. It's not like you're
Just,
FK every game anyway.
Exactly.
Yo, Man City, thank you for 14 months. Welcome back.
Man City fan just resubscribed for 14 months. People blush.
People blush. Shit. Sheesh, son. Would you look at that?
Nice.
Would you look at that? Back at it again with the white vans. Damn, Daniel.
Hibbity up.
Yeah. Yeah. Woo, yeah. Back at it again with the white vans. Damn, Daniel.
Since they can then move to Turkey, boys.
They are calling me now. Be back.
Good night.
Okay, they can't play our region because they're in Turkey, right?
No, of course they can.
They play the different region.
No.
Det er helt okay.
No, they play in our region.
From Turkey.
Yeah, it's called the EMEA,
Ja,
bro.
perfekt. Skal jeg ikke komme ned? Så er det lidt nemmere.
Europe, Middle East.
Det gør jeg.
Europe and Middle East. And Africa.
No, it's just. Oh yeah, that's what I mean. They play there, right? First.
No, brother. Our region is called EMEA, not EU.
Yeah, but why did FB play another region, like another lobby
They
every time?
removed that.
They removed that. Good.
Yeah.
Didn't know that. Huge, dude. So I can
I
actually live
removed
in
it,
Turkey and play here.
Yeah. Technically, yeah.
Ha!
But your ping would suck ass.
Ping is 50 in Istanbul.
Are you sure? To the
Yeah.
game servers? The we play
Yeah,
on?
FB play from there too. Istanbul.
Shit, I'm dying.
Dude, that would be huge if I live in Turkey and have a good ping to you. I'm a millionaire in Turkey, bro.
Yeah.
And you're a billionaire.
I'm a billionaire
Yeah.
in Turkey.
You wanna come too?
I'm a billionaire in Zimbabwe, dude. Well, if I move
You're
to
a
Turkey,
billionaire.
that's like the same as living here, man. Nothing changes.
Yeah, you're already a billionaire too, dude. You're already a billionaire over there.
I'm dropping this. Wait, didn't I have a red dot? What the fuck did I do? Free
I
shot.
didn't know that that's removed, dude. I didn't know. Crazy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that got removed a while ago. Well, when Pro
Hopefully.
League was announced.
Lol.
If you work outside Turkey but live there, it's easy. Same in Croatia. Technically, I work outside Croatia because I receive paycheck of a person who doesn't like who works for someone outside Croatia.
Maybe. Bro, I just go over to the Russians, chill with them in the mansion, dude. And compete from there.
In Russia?
No, with the Russians. They're all in Turkey now. Gahan, Hadeki and all
Yeah,
of
but
them.
they're only gonna be there for a bit. Why isn't Scar
Not that long.
streaming? Because why would we? Give me one good reason. He said, wait, don't answer, I have an ad. Farmer's ass. Why do people care so much for Scrim? Like, holy shit. Man.
Scrims are so bad.
It's not worth our time, man. People, we've played Scrims. Like, people that play Scrims, they're not ahead of us at all, man. If anything, they're just wasting their time, bro. That was some terrible shit we've seen in the Scrims.
It is so bad. Not even close to a tournament.
We have 11 teams in Zone 1. Like, fuck is that, man?
I'm looking for mansions in Turkey
You
now.
were just
after this
wondering?
stream.
Yeah, you and fucking 700 other people that already asked me in the last fucking, I don't know how many days. Like, I get that question all the fucking time. We don't play scrims. We never have, and literally never have played scrims. So I don't know why all of a sudden people are asking about it. Played scrims for like a week, and it was terrible, and we fucking said we're never doing that again. Why not do good in LGS then? Why not take all advantage? If you think playing against 11 teams in Zone 2 is taking advantage, then newsflash, it's not. Secondly, we've won the most tournaments in EU. In 3 years, we have won the most tournaments in the entirety of Europe, and we haven't scrimmed a single time. Why start now? Why is us not screaming the reason we're doing bad now?
Dude, those are the biggest donuts I've seen in my entire fucking life on this earth, dude.
Shut the fuck up.
Profopeye just
It
recently.
doesn't correlate.
No.
Just get back from Elden Ring.
Just get into the
That's
car
a lot, bro,
and destroy 2 donuts.
No, I eat.
Let me get in.
I eat dinner first. Dinner's more important than donuts.
Nice.
When we won championship, when we won any kind of tournament, we never scrimmed any type of scrims. Our bad performance right now has nothing to do with us scrimming or not. It's completely not
Yeah.
related.
Someone just landed there.
Holy shit, what is that shit? Okay. Holy shit, I'm getting it from all angles, from all sides.
Dude, his movement.
It doesn't help in this game critical. For us at least, it does not fucking help. We just waste our time. And the reason we were playing bad wasn't because with the scrims and shit like that. It was just simply because
He's up
the
here.
meta.
I'm gonna take the 1v1.
Sometimes the meta is just not good for you. And that meta was just terrible for us. We hated caustic meta.
I tried this guy.
I mean, sucker cock, you know?
Why are you finishing me?
Sucker cock, you rampage user. Why are you still here? Your mom's fat, no one likes you, I'm no friend, dude.
Oh, one penny on you.
How's he full?
Well.
This is a different team, right?
Yeah,
there's one knock.
Holy shit, you guys are the horniest bitches on the planet. Of course, control players, that makes sense.
Damn. Sweet fucking farmer him.
To change mousepad quick.
The Valk meta is not hard to play. The caustic meta is a meta that fundamentally went against what we are, a fucking fighting team. And if you don't play caustic in the caustic meta, you can't fight. And that's why we fucking struggled in the meta, because we didn't want to play caustic and we didn't want to fucking, and we wanted to keep fighting. Now that caustic is gone, we're just gonna do what we always do. Also keep in mind that even in that caustic meta, we still top the damage charts. And in that meta, we still fucking got like a top 2 or whatever. Like, it's not like we did terrible. We even won a tournament during the caustic meta. It's not like we did terrible in the caustic meta. We just had a bad split one. Due to many reasons, not just the meta. Also just like... Thanks. Also like mental problems and shit like that. A lot of shit goes into pro play. And it's not as simple as go scream or don't scream or go scream. It really isn't. And people that think it is, I don't know what to tell you, man. No, but even if it doesn't go away, we now have a way to deal with caustic, which is shooting his barrels and just shitting on him. Can't have an idiot hide behind a barrel anymore.
Down.
Hiding behind a barrel was such a cringe crutch.
It's FK. Man, Akar, you here?
I'm here.
Yup.
Is there anyone there?
No one here.
Unlucky.
There's no way. What happened?
Yeah,
You're
you
not
got
here.
shit on.
You got
Fucking
rolled
hell,
by the
dude.
map.
Yeah, you got shit on by some dude that fucked you up so hard. You gonna pick him up, fishing?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll wait on the beacon here then. Got 40 seconds. I don't know, I don't like discussing competitive with chat because I feel like chat, for the most part, takes everything at face value. It doesn't really understand what goes into performing well. Chat always thinks it's like, oh, you know, scrim this, scrim that. It's really just not as. That's why I don't like speaking about it. It's really irritating to explain it all the time, over and over again. How did I do that? Some of them, yeah, lock on. Those that couldn't relocate. Pain in the ass.
Are we
because,
ready?
most of the times I have them fucking argue with me, you know?
Yeah.
Call bagger. Like, you know, chat starts arguing with me like I haven't been playing Apex professionally for 3 years. You know, like I haven't been a pro in this game since the game came out. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like, I don't have the highest earnings in EU. And shit like that. Like why are you motherfuckers arguing me? Like, I made my own career. I fucking got to the point where I am with my own fucking skill, my own fucking team, and I got to do from nothing. Like, I don't need you motherfuckers to monitor me. I know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm a pro player. I've literally made myself from the zero. I've been doing it since day one. Alright, bro, I understand it. You suck. Holy shit. He's so bad.
Still in that loot, in that room.
Run.
Give me crack.
What the fuck are you guys fighting? Headshot of raid on me.
You want that?
Inside?
Yeah. Oh, he's probably trying to get banners.
Banner time.
Here.
Maybe Cursor. We'll see. We'll play Ash on Stormpoint for sure. But we're still thinking if we want to play Ash on World's Edge as well.
You wanna
Fuck,
join me?
I don't wanna chase that guy. You wanna? Are you flying away or are you flying at him?
I'm flying at him.
I'm too lazy to chase him. I wanna eat my food.
Fuck it, fuck it. You're gone.
I saw it combo, but I don't like her model. I don't like how realistic it is, I don't know. It freaks me out. And it's all good critical, but like most people, what I hate about most people that they try and argue with.
Only one in the lobby.
Like I don't know what
No
I'm
one
doing.
here.
I can understand asking a question, I tell you what's up. But then there's so many motherfuckers that are just like, so why are you doing that? So why are you doing it? Like fuck you, bro. Like I'm not even gonna tell you why I'm doing bad. Like fuck you for that attitude. Just watch the fucking stream or shut up. Hey there. Alright man. When you do this for as long as I've done it, you kinda already know what the problem is. And you don't need chat to tell you that. Thank you, Brandon. Yeah, I watched it.
Oh, they're
I
above
loved
us.
it. I loved
And
the whole
above
of
them is also a team. Let's go. Look the zip on me. Look at the zip on me. Come.
Well, I'm just going this way out.
Yo.
I love the Holofest. I really like the Toa's Born to Be Real, Luna's High
Do you
Time,
like?
and Toa and Suicide's Ghost.
They have no idea.
It was really cool.
I can't shoot that.
Oh no.
A little bit of an oopsie over there. Yeah, blue armors by there.
No.
The shit, when you fly up, I'm gonna take the
Ah.
zip.
Just wait, just wait.
You're kind of moving. What the fuck is that?
Crack, Gibby. I needed them.
This mom's fat fucking... Holy shit, she's so fat. You have no idea. The fattest bitch. Think of one right now.
Oh. Shooting people down because I can.
This team is smoking.
$11 purple. I mean, that's pushable. Right there.
I think I have two. To be honest. Two time, dude.
I think they went down here. Oh, they put it away?
Yeah.
Just kill him.
I'm ready.
Front over here.
Behind you. 60.
What the fuck going on? Over here. Headshot 76.
Ooh.
40 on me. Or like 2 No. 1 HP Valk. She got knocked by someone else.
Yeah, different team.
Horizon pushing. What is that? Is he fucking cheating?
Oh no.
He's on like 400 ping. He's shooting around corners. I'm healing
I'm
this shit. You're alone. Fucking 15 tick servers, bro.
Oh
Wait, low, 110.
Dude.
So annoying. So bad. That's So bad. He's so bad. You're the worst. It doesn't get worse than that.
Damn.
Terrible players. Alright, I'm calling LG there.
Alright, one more.
Been going for 7 hours and I'm half 6, so probably not the smartest idea, so. What up, Giga? PNG tuber. Yeah, I just put a PNG up. Cause I'm not gonna stream with camera now, cause I'm all fucked up. After VTubers do PNGs for Apex. Oh, I did. Now my model, I'm gonna use my model. I have a dual PC setup, so FPS is not a problem. You stream championship with your camo? No. Usually when we win tournaments, I have camo off. Dark Chaos. Yeah, but recently VTube Studio has been getting updates for that. They've been getting better with it.
Students Brothers. LG, right?
LG for me at least.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
Alright.
And variety for Manda. Let's go.
Alright, fine.
Wait, nothing already?
I'm going down over here.
How did I not kill him, dude? I'm killing him. Good shit in these guys. Yeah, no station.
There's two blue. Fuck, dude. There's two blues down here. Holy shit, dude. There's two blues down here.
Brain lag, holy shit. They're pushing on you.
Team here.
Oh no.
I'm like no ammo. No. I'm like no bullets. Why?
I'm pissed. I was looking at my other screen when Facebook Gaming dropped on me, dude.
What, you guys are baiting? You guys are not actually going?
Go ball the purple something.
I think there is. You like that sound?
Man.
You like that sound?
I like that. I like that. Of you you finishing him.
Yeah, but like that guy next to me, I would love to like hear that. Yeah, I think it's raps. It's raps. I'm tired. I'm tired. It was a good session. We went up like 1K or some 1200 or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
It was fun. Tomorrow again.
Yeah, tomorrow again.
Tomorrow again. Yeah. I'll see you guys. See you guys then. Alright. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Bye. GG's guys.
Peace, guys.
Love you. Alright. Chat, I'm going off. Thank you guys for watching. I'm still, sorry being sick and shit, but we'll be good. We got tomorrow to get voice at 100%, and then Wednesday we're gaming. I just want to say, from Wednesday until Monday, the streams will be only in the evening EU hours, because we'll be streaming LGS every single day, which is not that good for you guys, sadly. But yeah, for those 6 days, I'm sorry, it will suck. But yeah, peace out, everyone. Thank you for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Bye bye. Thank you, Rock. Take care. Skare. Miss me, matane. Bye bye.